Chapter 2201. Payback. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I'm going to skin you and use it to make a scarf. I like your eyes. They are orange. I've never seen their color before. Once I pry open these trees, I'll get to play with them. I'll hang you on the tree until your blood and meat are dried. I will store them for the winter. You smell nice, I can smell you from a few kilometers away. We like human girls the most. Come live with me when I find you. You will stay with me, my brothers, and my fathers in our caves. We'll eat you when you grow old. Scary voices spoke in the ears of the students, each sending a chill down their spines. They could not stay calm when they imagined what the mountain men were going to do to them. Some of the girls even crouched on the ground and burst into tears. They were not fighters, nor had they been in the wild many times. Even experienced hunters would be spooked by the voices, let alone them. Stay calm, they can't get in here. Sharja said. How are you so sure about it? Yeah, you are the student union's president. You have lots of magic equipment to guarantee your safety, but what about us? If we are really surrounded, we are all going to die except for you. I didn't say anything. Write it down, don't talk. They can mimic our voices. Sharja wrote on the ground with her earth element. Did you say it or not? Didn't you say we are going to run? I didn't speak at all. Stop talking, you all. Sharja yelled when she noticed the others did not even bother reading what she wrote. However, she had broken her own rule when she shouted. The students were even more lost about what to do. Which sentences were from Sharja, and which weren't? They had to keep an eye on the surroundings. They did not have the time to watch her lips. Besides, none of them were calm enough to read her lips when there were so many voices bombarding their ears. Come with me. Sharja realized the students would only lose their minds eventually if they stayed here. These mountain men's ability to inflict psychological fear was too terrifying. They could easily trick the students by feeding them false information. Sharja used the earth element to write a few lines in front of everyone. It was the only way to calm them down. Going with her was better than slowly falling into the mountain men's traps. Everyone, just read what I wrote and assume every voice you hear is from the mountain men. Sharja wrote. Sunny, can you isolate their voices? Sunny shook his head and explained the voices were coming too quickly. He could not isolate them all. We'll go look for the lecturers. Sharja wrote. Sharja led the group out of the plantation. Berlin was extremely worried. She wrote on Sharja's hand. Sharja will be falling right into the mountain men's trap if we leave here. Sharja wrote in return. Don't worry. Mo Fan finally found the idiotic Zhao Manyang. To his relief, the rest of the students were still with the group. The mountain men were extremely cruel. If someone had fallen behind from the group, the others would not have time to save them. Those voices of the mountain men are too horrifying. I wonder if the students at the plantation can hold their ground, Zhao Manyang mentioned with a hint of worry. I've wasted too much time looking for you. Let's hope they didn't leave the plantation. They are in deep trouble if they leave the plantation. Mo Fan agreed. Mo Fan was a little nervous when he returned to the plantation. The students might not know what to do when he was not around. They might decide to leave there. Mo Fan's heart skipped a beat when he did not see the students as soon as he arrived at the place. However, when he looked to the other side, he noticed the students had gathered on the other end, close to the outer circle of the plantation. They were walking back and forth behind the walls. Lecturer Mo Yifan. Berlin almost burst into tears when she saw Mo Fan return with the other students. Sharja let out a relieved sigh. She was afraid that the students might see through her trick if Mo Fan had not come back in time. Who? Why are we still inside? Didn't we already leave this place? The students had finally regrouped, but Mu Bai, Miyamoto Shin, and the others were still missing. Mo Fan was not too worried about their safety, since they were a lot stronger than the students. Mo Fan knew something must have happened, judging from the students' reaction. He asked Berlin and Sharja about it. Those mountain men are too scary. They kept frightening us by mimicking our voices to make us argue with one another. Berlin looked at Sharja and said with an impressed face, "Luckily, the president is very smart. She agreed to bring the students out of here, but she used an illusion to trap us in here, so we were simply walking around in circles. The other students thought we had already left the place, but we were still protected by the trees." Mo Fan was shocked. Those mountain men really knew how to attack their vulnerabilities. Mo Fan had already told them not to leave the place, and had assumed the students would follow his instructions. To his surprise, it almost ended up as a tragedy. Luckily, Sharja had remained calm and acted intelligently. She tricked the students into believing they had left the place, just to calm them down. If they had really stepped out of the walls, they would have been torn to pieces by the mountain men in seconds. "I'm sorry, lecturer. I shouldn't have lost my calm," Sunny said apologetically. "Sigh, as a sound mage, you are supposed to remain calm. You are the commander and the core of the group. Try not to panic again next time, do you understand?" Mo Fan scolded him. Yes, sir." Sunny lowered his head. He had never felt so useless until he came to the wilderness. "Sunny, you are a sound mage. Can you think of a way to stop them from mimicking our voices?" Mo Fan asked him. "That's a little tricky, but I think I can mimic their way of communicating with one another," Sunny offered after a moment of thought. Mo Fan raised his brows. This student was not as stupid as he thought. He was able to mimic the way the mountain men communicated. This was going to be interesting. It was time for him to teach those vicious a lesson. Chapter 2202. Seal of Lava, Firefall. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Is everyone all right? I couldn't find you at the previous spot, so I came here instead. I'm glad that everyone is here, Mu Bai called out. Mo Fan went on alert as soon as he heard the voice. He quickly reacted by tossing a series of fireballs in the direction of the voice without any hesitation. Those little pricks still dared to mimic Mu Bai's voice to trick him? Did they really take him for an idiot? The student's eyes widened. How was their lecturer on magic theory able to cast a volley of fireballs instantly, like a magic trick? Was he trying to raise the whole woods to the ground? Freezing dust! Mu Bai's came out of the woods. A freezing breeze came out at Mo Fan's fireballs as they were about to explode. Their flames were put out before they touched the trees and the ground. The extinguished fireballs turned into white dust sprinkling across the canopy before the wind swept them into the sky. A neat trick, I guess I'll have to be more serious. Heavenly flames of the burning valley. Mo Fan was in a fit of anger when he saw the enemy nullify his fire spell with ease. Lecturer Mo Yifan, I don't think mountain men can use magic, Sharja reminded him. Mo Fan was constructing a star constellation. He was planning to turn it into a star palace, but the flames around him disappeared when he heard Sharja's words. Mu Bai came out of the woods with a dark expression. He glared at Mo Fan and snapped, "Are you out of your goddamn mind? K-me, can you come up to us first before talking next time? How would I know if the mountain men aren't mimicking your voice? Besides, where the hells have you been? What took you so long just to take care of a single creature? You are supposed to be in charge of the class. Don't throw your responsibilities to me." Mo Fan spluttered back indignantly. "I saw them falling into the mountain men's trap in their den. It took me great efforts to save them." Mu Bai pointed behind him. Behind Mu Bai were Miyamoto Shin and 3 other security guards, who were all limping. They were covered in thick blood, both theirs and that of the enemy. It seemed like they had just experienced a tough fight. We thought a student was in trouble, yet it turned out to be a trap. Luckily, Lecturer Mu Han came just in time, or we might have been stuck in their cave forever, Miyamoto Shin admitted. "These mountain men are too cunning," one of the security guards snarled. His arm was heavily bent. The bones at the joint must have broken. It could no longer support his arm's motion. "Did you save them from the mountain men's cave?" Mo Fan asked. "Yeah, the creature we sensed must be their leader. Too bad I didn't manage to kill it," Mu Bai sighed. Mo Fan grinned. Things were a lot simpler if they knew where the mountain men's cave was. It was time to get rid of these vicious mountain men once and for all. The mountain men of the Andes Mountains mostly lived in groups. They would stay in their groups most of the time. There was a cave close to the Earthworm Gully, around 5 kilometers away from the plantation. Around 30 mountain men lived in the cave. Their habits were similar to cavemen in primordial times. They lived in caves, fed on raw food they had obtained from hunting animals, and kept on reproducing. Humans were like delicious deer in the eyes of the mountain men. They could eat their meat raw, cook them, or dry them. However, most humans who dared to cross the Earthworm Gully were mags of a certain strength. They used to hunt humans with brute force, which resulted in a lot of casualties for them. There would not be many members left in their cave, even if they managed to kill the humans. They slowly adapted by learning how to split the work up and inflict fear on their prey. It was similar to a pack of wolves when it was hunting a herd of cows. A herd of cows would easily outnumber a pack of wolves. If the cows worked together to fend off the wolves would not stand a chance at all. However, the wolves would abuse the fear of the cows and drive them into a panic first. The cows would then focus on fleeing for their lives when the wolves showed up. They just needed to pick on the cows that were left behind. The mountain men knew human mags were strong when they were in their formations, and they would only get themselves killed if they faced the humans head-on. As such, they had learned to split a group of humans up and pick on those who had separated from the group. They might not be as strong as the mags, but they could still kidnap stray humans and drag them to their caves. The leader of the mountain men was standing in the cave. He looked at his men who had returned excitedly in confusion. What were these idiots up to? They had already returned with excitement even though they had yet to capture a single human. Did they catch a beautiful woman or something? The leader of the mountain men yelled angrily when he saw his men were back. He grabbed a mountain woman and slammed her head on the ground before asking them what was going on. The mountain woman responded with a wronged face. "Didn't you tell us you had captured a bunch of humans and asked us to come back to the cave? You even said that whoever arrived first could enjoy the meal first." The leader of the mountain men spat on the mountain woman's face. "Idiot, since when did I give you such an order?" He had yet to capture a single human, let alone holding a feast for his men. The mountain woman was utterly confused. If their leader did not give the order, who was it that dared to send them a false message? The leader of the mountain men and the mountain woman heard the voice of a human above the cave while they were still feeling puzzled. Seal of Lava, Firefall. Mo Fan had plenty of time to cast his spell. He took his time to complete a super fire spell. A magnificent burning gate appeared above the cave as soon as the Star Palace was constructed. Its doors slowly swung open, followed by scorching lava pouring down at the mountain men. It was like a huge waterfall hanging under the blue sky, over which tons of red liquid were pouring down. The lava fell heavily onto the ground, and huge waves of flames began surging wildly. The mountain men were standing under an enormous firefall of lava. Chapter 2203. Tough Skull. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The firefall soon filled the cave, despite its size and accessibility, leaving the mountain men no escape. Sunny had tricked the mountain men into believing it was time for them to go home and enjoy a meal. They were taking revenge by playing the mountain men's game back at them. If the mountain men could mimic their voices and trick them, why couldn't they mimic the mountain men's voices to mislead them? The mountain men were annoying because they would not dare to show themselves unless necessary. A violent mage like Mo Fan would be wasting too much time on looking for the mountain men to eliminate them all. He had asked Sunny to trick the mountain men into returning home while he followed Mu Bai and the others back to their cave. A single super fire spell was enough to send all the mountain men to heaven. The whole family was able to reunite there. Their cries of agony rose continuously, yet the students were only grinning pleasantly. It was not like they had no compassion, but these mountain men were too vicious. They realized the mountain men were not just trying to scare them previously. They would have suffered miserably if they ended up falling into the mountain men's hands. How could they not be pleased to see such a vicious species being annihilated? On the other hand, the super spell totally surprised the students. They had thought the lecturer who was teaching the class on demon creatures or magic dueling would be doing the dirty work since they should be experienced fighters, yet they both took a step back and let the lecturer of magic theory handle the rest. It was as spectacular as a physical education teacher solving a challenging international mathematical Olympiad's question, or a math teacher doing a Thomas Flare on the ground. Bulin pulled Mo Fan's sleeve and asked softly, "Lecturer, do you really teach magic theory?" The way lecturer Mo Yifan had constructed a fire star palace and summoned the shower of heavenly flames was too astonishing. It had wiped out the detestable mountain men, leaving not a single one alive. Cough cough, I'm more like an all-arounder. Mo Fan explained awkwardly. Lecturer Mo Yifan, when's your next class? I'll be there. Me too. I'll go even if you increase the price. The students had witnessed the strength of the lecturers in person. The mountain men they did not stand a chance against were like little chicks in front of their lecturers. It was obvious that the lecturers could easily handle an even bigger group of mountain men if they did not have to protect the students. I believe everyone has learned a lot from this trip. Remember to write a simple summary on what you've learned which you can revise later. Do you understand? Mo Fan immediately gave advice like a teacher. The students were very obedient after witnessing his strength. They promised they would not miss out on any of the trio's classes. The trip was a little adventurous and risky. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai also needed to learn from their mistakes in order to prepare for their next few excursions and prevent accidents from happening. The group returned to the plantation to rest while Mo Fan stayed behind in the cave looking for valuables. The mountain men of the Andes Mountains enjoyed collecting human valuables. They would treat anything shiny as precious and either wear them or hide them in their caves. Unfortunately, the heavenly flames of the burning valley were too powerful. Normal jewelry could not withstand the heat and had all melted in the flames. Seriously? There's nothing left here. I should have gone easy on them. I could have sold the valuables for gold. Mo Fan searched the cave helplessly. Thud! Something tripped Mo Fan out of nowhere. It sounded like a metallic artifact. Rumor said the mountain men too had submitted themselves to the ancient gods and totem beasts just like humans, but they eventually took the path of demon creatures instead of magic civilization. Most of the totem containers had fallen into their hands. Therefore, the mountain men possessed a lot of valuable ancient artifacts. Mo Fan could tell the thing he had kicked was something precious. He picked up the object from a pile of ashes. Little Flame Belle wanted to join in on the fun, and puffed up her cheeks and blew at the thing that resembled a container. Cough cough cough. Mo Fan started hacking. Little Flame Belle mimicked her father and started coughing, too. Mo Fan flicked Little Flame Belle on the forehead and rolled his eyes at her before inspecting the ancient artifact. A skull? Mo Fan blurted out in disappointment when he realized what it was. It was just a skull? What the heck? He had searched the entire cave and only found a skull in the end? What the heck was a skull good for? Mo Fan threw it on the ground in a fit of anger. Little Flame Belle surprisingly picked the skull up and handed it back to Mo Fan. What now? You like playing with skulls too? What kind of fetish is that? Mo Fan shunned it. Little Flame Belle tried her best to express her thoughts. You're saying that your heavenly flames would have melted an ordinary skull, right? Fine, it's a very tough skull. You can keep it as your toy. I don't want it. Mo Fan ignored Little Flame Belle. Little Flame Belle actually kept the skull as her toy. It was strange seeing such an adorable little creature holding a skull with both hands. Mo Fan touched the skull and wondered aloud, speaking of which, why does the skull feel a little cold in my hands? That's not possible, especially after we just cooked it with our flames. Forget it, I'll find someone to appraise it once we are back. We won't know its secrets even if we inspect it here. Little Flame Bell continued to play with the tough skull on their way back. She would burn it with her heavenly flames at times, but not only was the skull still intact, it did not even heat up. Little Flame Bell was amazed. Your daughter seems to have an odd interest, Zhao Manyang laughed upon seeing that. Mo Fan was getting a headache too. Perhaps Little Flame Bell had never seen something that her heavenly flames could not destroy, so she was stubbornly having a showdown with the skull. Mo Fan felt sorry for the skull, too. It was already a skull, yet Little Flame Bell was still torturing it continuously with her flames. Couldn't she let it rest in peace instead? Mu Bai, did you find anything suspicious at the plantation? Mo Fan asked. Mu Bai shook his head. There was not a single trace of the frenzy poppies. It seemed like they were wrong about the place. It's fine, we have plenty of time to investigate them all, Mo Fan shrugged. Yes, we should be right on the track. It's only a matter of time until we find them, Mu Bai agreed. We are going to be rich once we get back. We now have the capital to bet on the magic jewels. Zhao Manyang seemed to have forgotten about the Black Vatican, and was caught up in the competition between the guest lecturers. Chapter 2204. Mo Fan is my student too. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The lecturers would receive bonuses if the feedback from the students on an excursion was positive. Mo Fan's group had received a bonus of 1,000 gold on top of the base payment of 2,500 gold. They now had a capital of 3,500 gold. However, they were still ranked at the bottom, as they expected. After all, they were meant to profit from the classes on magic theory. It was almost a miracle that Mo Fan had lost money from his class. The lecturers of other factions were already betting on magic jewels. Brianka's faction had earned a fortune by abusing Brianka's reputation in her classes, but First Prince Ben's faction had reclaimed the first spot after winning bets on multiple magic jewels in a row. The faction in third place was the Institute of Liberty from New York. It had a reputable lecturer on magic jewels, Nelson. Their other classes were not popular, but their classes on magic jewels were always full. Not only did they earn a lot from these classes, they had been winning many magic jewels too. Damn it, we worked so hard to organize a trip, yet we only earned 2,500 gold from it. Meanwhile, these people are earning 1,000 or 2,000 just from a single jewel. How crazy were the bets? Zhao Manyang grumbled. How dangerous were the mountain men? They had only earned a few thousand gold, even with a 100% positive rating from their customers, yet if a duel managed to get a lot of attention from the students, the stakes could even go as high as 10,000 gold. The factions involved in these bets would then earn a few thousand gold. They no longer had any motivation to spend too much of their time on the excursions. Do we have any students that are good at fighting? Mo Fan asked. The other factions were earning crazy money with their students. The three of them could not afford to be left behind either. After all, having huge capital meant they could rent a bigger venue, more advanced equipment, and even set up a strong magic barrier. Sometimes, a big class in the Era Sacred Institute was crazier than the concert of a well-known celebrity. There's one. He's pretty strong. We can ask him to be our candidate, Zhao Manyang said. Are you familiar with him? Didn't we split up after crossing the Earthworm Gully? I had around 20 students with me. We weren't just harassed by the mountain men, but we also stumbled into a bunch of mountain ridge beasts that were drinking water nearby. 5 of the students got lost when the mountain ridge beast showed up, but a student called Richie managed to clear away and brought the other 4 back, Zhao Manyang said. By the way, star palaces aren't allowed in the duels, so even if our opponents have students at the super level, we still have a chance to win against them, Mu Bai reminded them. Super spells were too destructive to be used in magic duels. Most barriers could not withstand the power of a star palace, let alone the mags who were involved in the duel. The duel between Mo Fan and Zhu Xiangtian had been held far away from the spectators in an abandoned part of a city. That's good news. There must be students at the super level in the student union. It's a little unfair if they could use their super spells in the duels, Mo Fan said. Ask Richie to meet us. We'll also pick a few others who are reliable. A solo duel was more about how elements countered one another, so it was not too exciting to watch compared to team battles, unless it was a duel between two reputable students. After all, not everyone in the world could reach Mo Fan or Zhu Xiangtian's level. Zhao Manyang asked the student called Richie to meet them, but they were greeted by something unexpected. Lecturers, the Institute of Liberty has invited me to be their forward. They promised to give me 500 gold for every match regardless of the outcome, Richie informed them with a polite smile. He added, as a matter of fact, I wasn't planning to join your excursion in the first place, but my points for excursions aren't enough, so I just randomly picked one. Richie, it's saddening to hear that, Zhao Manyang sighed. Lecturer Zhao Yanzu, you are an outstanding lecturer. You managed to protect so many students while being attacked by so many demon creatures, but the results of the duels are important for our reputation. I want to join the main party of the student union, and once I make a name for myself, I would like to visit China, Richie said. Why China? Zhao Manyang was confused. Aren't you from China? There's a strong fighter in China called Mo Fan who won the World College Tournament. Many people consider him the strongest young mage in the world, and he also beat a famous young judicator in Europe, Zhu Xiangtian, so I want to challenge him on behalf of the Eris Sacred Institute Student Union. I heard he's accepting anyone's challenge at Fanxue Mountain. Richie exclaimed. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai were left speechless. It turned out that Mo Fan was the person Richie wanted to challenge the most. Mo Fan's head hurt. It seemed like his boast had spread all the way to the Americas. However, if Richie was not on their team, their students would be like a sheet of loose sand. The three of them were not close with the student union, unlike most other factions. Sharjah was supposed to be the strongest student since she was the president, but she had clearly told them not to ask for her help with the magic duels. Richie, you have no idea. That Mo Fan you want to beat is actually our disciple. We have taught him a lot about magic dueling. Wasn't he on the national team? We are mentors of the national team too, Zhao Manyang mentioned when he saw Richie was going to leave. Richie halted in his tracks. Is that true? Richie's eyes glittered. Every single word of it. Zhao Manyang quickly signaled Mo Fan. Mo Fan was still absent-minded, but he reacted quickly when Richie looked at him. He inquired thoughtfully, how much do you know about Mo Fan? I know a lot about him. I even watched the World College Tournament. His lightning and fire elements are very impressive. Richie smiled. Oh, so you've watched the World College Tournament. That's great. Richie, you should know that the Sky Lightning Claw is one of Mo Fan's strongest moves. Check out my Sky Lightning Claw, Descent of the Demons. Mo Fan curled his finger. Mo Fan flipped his hand. His fingers were emitting dark lightning even though he did not construct a star constellation. Instantly claws of lightning were flickering across the sky around 50 meters above the training ground, as if enraged demons were trying to tear the sky apart. Chapter 2205. Recruiting Student Fighters. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Richie stared at the Sky Lightning Claw in the sky blankly. It was exactly the same as he had seen during the World College Tournament, except it was even stronger. It felt like the claws could easily tear anything to pieces. What do you think? Mo Fan put his hands behind him and turned his face slightly in case the student might recognize him. That's it, that's the one, Lecturer Mo Yifan. Is that Mo Fan really your student? Did he learn this move from you? Richie blurted out excitedly. Making a name for oneself by dueling and winning the World College Tournament were things most fighters were envious of. Richie was an outstanding mage in the Eris Sacred Institute, but he was nowhere close to reaching Mo Fan's reputation. Therefore, the man who won the World College Tournament had become Rich's idol, and the person he wanted to defeat the most. To Rich's surprise, these 3 lecturers from China turned out to be Mo Fan's mentors. He was obviously going to choose them. Mo Fan was getting into his role. He patted Richie on the shoulder and said with great motivation, "Richie, if you join the Institute of Liberty, you will only be a forward at most, which means you are only playing a supporting role. But if you join us, you will be the main protagonist, the soul of the team. Mo Fan was also the core of the Chinese team, so if you join us, we can definitely make you famous across the world, just like Mo Fan." Richie nodded. He was obviously the simple-minded kind. He was easily convinced when someone promised to help him fulfill his ambitions. "Very well, we'll start training you tomorrow." Mo Fan smiled. Each team in the World College Tournament had 5 students, a standard format for team battles. However, this open tournament was asking for teams of 9. It was a popular format in the Americas. The spectators also enjoyed it greatly. Normally, these team battles with 9 mags on one team were only open for intermediate mags, as the power of intermediate mags was relatively limited. It was easier to choose the venue and handle safety measures for the spectators. The Magic Association had banned duels at the advanced level or above, so it was almost impossible to see an official battle between advanced mags or higher. Most students at the Eris Sacred Institute were advanced mags. They were like an independent country with their own rules, so the Magic Association had no right to interfere with their tournament. The Magic Association did not have a branch nearby, either. The Eris Sacred Institute was their Magic Association. They could just hold any tournament they pleased as long as they were able to handle the safety measures. A battle at the advanced level had a higher requirement on the venue and the protective barrier. Only a place with deep reserves, like the Eris Sacred Institute, could afford to hold such a high-level tournament. A venue suitable for holding such a high-level tournament would cost 100,000 every second. A battle that lasted for 10 minutes would cost 60 million. A battle made up of 9-man teams would normally last for 2 to 3 hours, so the cost of a match alone was a huge fortune. The teams of 9 were the finale of the open tournament. The lecturers could recruit their students for their team in their classes. Before the teams were formed, the solo duels were only treated as a platform for the students to showcase their strength and the lecturers to show off how good they were at teaching, while earning extra income through betting. If Zhao Manyang insisted on recruiting Richie, he had to be quite outstanding. He would become their money-earning machine after they trained him. In addition, with Richie on the team, it would be easier to recruit the remaining teammates for the team. "Berlin, are you sure you want to join our team?" Mo Fan looked at the girl in surprise. I feel like I can learn a lot from you. Didn't Richie already join your team? I believe we have a chance to win the tournament if he's on the team." Berlin confirmed brightly. "That's great. Healers are the hardest to recruit," Zhao Manyang smiled. He kept glancing at Berlin's bust too. "Impressive volumes. Lecturers, I would like to join your team too, but I'm not as impressive as Richie and Berlin," Sunny said softly. Even though Sunny was a high achiever, Berlin and Richie were 2 of the most brilliant students in the school. Sunny was not as capable as them in terms of dueling. That's fine, a sound mage also plays an important role in a team battle. You just need to learn from us, follow orders, and practice how to work together as a team. It's fine if you are not that good at fighting, Mo Fan agreed. A sound mage would greatly restrict the opponent team's destructive mags. Mo Fan had been wariest of the sound mags during the World College Tournament. That means we now have 3 students on our team, Richie, Berlin, and Sunny. We still have to recruit 6 more students for the team, Mu Bai murmured. Each team has 9 members, which means there will be 18 mags in one match. It's going to be thrilling. Even I have the urge to join the tournament. Mo Fan sighed. We won't have to recruit anyone else if you are in it. You can easily defeat 9 people on your own, Zhao Manyang pointed out. You're exaggerating it, but the 3 of us can easily take on 9 people, Mo Fan agreed. You can just let Little Flame Bell handle them all. I almost forgot. Mo Fan turned around and saw Little Flame Bell raising the skull above her head. She was trying to see through the skull under the sun. Little Flame Bell had become ridiculously strong after she reached the adult phase. Mo Fan did not even dare to fight her now. He only had a slim chance of winning despite having so many elements. Richie was indeed impressive. Mo Fan thought he was only a peak advanced mage, but he was actually a super lightning mage. He had only achieved the super level recently, and still lacked control over the super lightning spell, but he had no problem winning duels against students of other factions. He won 5 duels in a row after signing up for them, making him one of the elites. Zhao Manyang used their capital of 2,500 gold to set up bets and earned a significant amount of money from them. Their capital had now increased to 5,000 gold. Their capital had doubled in no time. Richie, if you can win 7 in a row, we'll sponsor you a soul grade wind seed. The wind element might only be your secondary element, but it's impressive how you kept using a spirit grade seed before now, Zhao Manyang offered generously. Richie had won a lot of money for Zhao Manyang. Zhao Manyang was treating the student like his own son. Chapter 2206. Lightning Pentagons. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lecturer, I did gain a soul grade seed which is perfect for my innate talent, but I keep failing to merge it for some reason, Richie said sadly. Failing to merge a soul grade seed is most likely a problem of your body's constitution. Are you using a lightning cultivation tool? Mo Fan asked him. Yes, how did you know? Richie blurted out in astonishment. A cultivation tool was every mage's secret. Richie had never shown it to anyone. He was surprised that Mo Fan could see through him so easily. Mo Fan only had a thoughtful grin. How do I know? You have no idea how many times I've stopped Little Loach from swallowing your cultivation tool. Little Loach had the urge to swallow every magic tool it came across, let alone a cultivation tool imbued with the lightning element. It would be a great supplement to Mo Fan and Little Loach. Mo Fan thought Little Loach would remain in a satisfied state for some time after absorbing Don Kong's soul essence. To his surprise, Little Loach had shown a great appetite lately. It was showing a temptation to swallow all the things it used to ignore, let alone the highest quality of food. Richie owned a very expensive cultivation tool, which was the most likely reason he had achieved the super level at such a young age. Little Loach had long had its eyes on Richie's cultivation tool. Richie would most likely lose his mind if Little Loach took away his precious. The lightning element is an overbearing element, and has a dominating presence over other elements. Your body constitution and soul are influenced by it, since you have been cultivating with it for a long time. Didn't I already explain this in my classes? Different elements are incompatible with one another. The reason why soul seeds are called soul seeds is because they have their own conscience. They will protect themselves subconsciously, so it's likely that the soul grade seed you have isn't willing to merge with you because of the strong presence of the lightning element, Mo Fan informed him. Richie fell into deep thought and eventually realized something. Lecturer, you are so knowledgeable. Why have I never thought of it before? My cultivation tool is made from a lightning pentagon from the sun-gathering peak. It utilizes the imperious nature of the lightning element to refine a demon creature's soul essence, which helps me cultivate a lot quicker than others. However, whenever I cultivate, my body is in great pain, like I'm being struck by lightning. I've never told anyone about it. Lecturer, you are so impressive. Richie was amazed by Mo Fan's explanation. The sun-gathering peak? Where is that? Mo Fan had to ask. It's located at the highest region of the Andes Mountains. A few seniors of my clan brought me there once. The strange thing is, I can still remember the way to it roughly, but I can't recall the things that happened on it. Anyway, we managed to find a rare lightning pentagon and forge it into the cultivation tool I'm using. I was able to overtake a lot of students with it. Richie was very simple-minded. He believed there was no reason to hide his secret from such a knowledgeable lecturer. Lightning pentagons, Mo Fan murmured. Little Loach was most likely interested in these lightning pentagons. Forging a cultivation tool was a challenging task, let alone forging a high-level cultivation tool. Most clans would treat a high-level cultivation tool as an heirloom treasure. A mage cultivation level was extremely important, making cultivation tools extremely valuable. Mo Fan initially thought he could buy cultivation tools on the market so Little Loach would keep growing by devouring them, but he quickly realized the market did not have any high-quality cultivation tools. Even a normal cultivation tool was treated as being quite precious by the smaller clans. Mo Fan recalled how the students had to take turns to rent the magic tools from the school when he was younger. He should have known magic tools were not something he could easily buy on the market, regardless of their quality. Lecturer, do you have any idea how to solve my problem? My secondary element is wind, tertiary element is plant, and quaternary is ice. I can't just stop merging soul-grade seeds for my other elements because of my cultivation tool, Richie said gloomily. It was impossible to win duels with a single element. The lightning element was completely useless against the psychic element and the sound element, and earth mags could easily defend themselves against it, too. Mo Fan, do you have a way to solve his problem? Zhao Manyang asked. I can give it a try, Mo Fan said. How? I have a cultivation tool that likes to absorb the impurities of different elements. If I can absorb the impurities of Rich's cultivation tool, he shouldn't have the problem again, Mo Fan said. Ah? Does something so magical really exist in this world? Richie blurted out. Give me your cultivation tool. All right, Richie nodded, choosing to believe Mo Fan. It was the benefit of being a teacher. Most students would choose to believe their teachers. If it was anyone else, Richie would most likely fight to the death rather than give his cultivation tool away. You two should stay further away. I'm scared of hurting you by accident, Mo Fan directed them. Once Zhao Manyang and Richie left the training ground, Mo Fan placed his hand on the cultivation tool. Little Loach immediately pounced at it like a starving dog before Mo Fan could even do anything. Little Loach, why are you hungry when you devoured a ruler-level soul essence not long ago? You better behave yourself. It's my student's lifeblood. Don't you swallow it. Mo Fan smacked the greedy pendant. Little Loach shuddered and quickly behaved itself. It has a lot of impurities of the lightning element. You can only eat them, instead of anything else. Do you understand? Mo Fan chided it. Little Loach cautiously stretched out to the lightning element in the cultivation tool. The impurities of the lightning element floated out of the cultivation tool in the form of purple gas. Mo Fan eyed Little Loach carefully, in case it tried to cross the line. Little Loach, do you like this? Richie told me it's made from a lightning pentagon on the sun-gathering peak. I wonder if there are more like it on the sun-gathering peak. If you like it, I'll find a chance to visit it and treat you to a feast. Mo Fan promised. Chapter 2207. The Andes Federal Union. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan returned the cultivation tool to Richie after getting rid of its impurities. Richie sat down and started cultivating. He quickly noticed he was no longer feeling any pain from the lightning element and smiled like a little kid. In the past, he felt like he was being hit by 10,000 volts every time he cultivated. He had no choice but to endure the pain every day. He was more confident in himself now that he no longer had to endure the pain. Lecturer Mo Yifan, you are seriously the best teacher I have ever had. My family asked countless forge masters to solve the problem for me, yet none of them could do it. I could only cultivate by enduring the pain. Richie actually burst into tears of gratitude. A Chinese lecturer had solved the problem that had troubled him for such a long time with ease. Richie felt like he had found his true mentor. He was utterly grateful. It's nothing worth mentioning. I'm quite interested in the sun-gathering peak you mentioned before. You can bring us there when we have the chance, Mo Fan suggested. Not a problem. Richie would not blink even if Mo Fan asked him to jump into a volcano now. Mo Fan left in a hurry, finding a deserted corner. Normally, Little Loach would collect soul remnants and refine them into soul essences, but Mo Fan had learned something new about it today. Not only did Little Loach absorb the impurities of the cultivation tool, it further refined the impurities into pure lightning energy, filling Mo Fan's galaxy. The galaxy of his lightning element had expanded slightly because of it. It even had the urge to reach the second tier. Just a little more, if only there were slightly more impurities in a lightning pentagon, I could have reached the second tier today. Mo Fan felt it was a pity. Not only would his supply of lightning energy double after his galaxy expanded to the second tier, the strength of his lightning spells would rise. Mo Fan did not expect to receive such benefits just by lending Richie a hand. It seems the lightning pentagons are something extraordinary. Not only did it feed Little Loach, it also improved my lightning element. Mo Fan swore to pay the Sun-Gathering Peak a visit. If he could find 1 or 2 lightning pentagons, his lightning element could easily reach the second-tier super level, not to mention the increase in his cultivation rate. Mo Fan meditated until midnight, trying to break through to the second-tier super level. He was so close to it. It gave Mo Fan a great headache, like he was unable to ejaculate despite trying all kinds of postures. Mo Fan found himself starving. The dried food in his space bracelet was gone. He had no choice but to walk around the streets to see if there were any convenience stores still open to get a quick bite. Cultivation was a long journey. It was important to accumulate experience. He might only be a step away from reaching the second-tier super level of his lightning element, but he would only produce the opposite of the desired outcome if he tried to force it. Why aren't any of the shops still open? Don't they have a McDonald's, at least? Mo Fan noticed only a few shops were still open. He found a cafe that was still operating toward the end of the street. It was most likely open for students who had the habit of studying at night. The cafe was almost empty when Mo Fan walked into it. He was wondering if the kitchen was still open and if he should just give up and head back when he saw a glamorous blonde sitting in a corner. The weary look on her face gave Mo Fan an urge to approach her to understand her inner inner thoughts. It was Brianka. What a coincidence, he had stumbled into Miss Brianka from the Alps just as he was trying to find a quick bite. He would waste the opportunity that fate had brought him if he did not do something age-restricted to her. Unfortunately, his rational side managed to overcome his inner desires. He immediately turned and headed for the door, as he did not want Brianka to recognize him. "Are you Lecturer Mo Yi Fun?" Brianka called out, catching a glimpse of Mo Fan's back. I guess I am," Mo Fan answered awkwardly. "You are having insomnia too?" Brianka asked politely. "I just finished my meditation. I was thinking of finding a quick bite before going to bed," Mo Fan said. "I happened to order the last serving of steak." "I can give it to you if you want," Brianka said with a gentle smile. Her eyes were glittering cunningly, like a smart snow deer. Mo Fan had no choice but to take the seat across from her. It was obvious Brianka had seen through his disguise. "You have my thanks." Mo Fan scratched his head. Time flies. A certain someone has already become a lecturer of the Era Sacred Institute. Brianka smiled at him. "Miss Brianka, why did you only expose me now if you knew who I was?" Mo Fan asked with a confused face. "I was interested to see what you all are up to," Brianka replied. "Does our disguise suck that badly?" Mo Fan asked regretfully. "Not at all, it's pretty good. But the 3 of you came together, so it was pretty easy for me to guess," Brianka pointed out. Mo Fan realized Brianka did not see through his disguise. She had only guessed their identities by observing their habits. It made a lot of sense. After all, Brianka was quite familiar with them. "We are here for a secret operation, so it's better for us to remain undercover. May I ask Miss Brianka to keep our identities a secret?" Mo Fan said. "Sure, I won't inquire any further." Brianka gave Mo Fan her steak and said, "Here you go, you must be starving." "I'll gladly take it. By the way, Miss Brianka, I can tell you are worried. Is something bothering you? Your classes in the Era Sacred Institute have been successful so far. The students can't even buy a spot for your classes. Unlike us amateurs, we are losing money from our classes." Mo Fan started feasting on the well-done steak. We didn't come here to compete. The Alps Institute has branches across the world which mainly accept orphans who are victims of natural disasters, Brianka answered. It's why I'm very impressed by your school, Mo Fan nodded. The safe zones have shrunk significantly because of the sea monsters. Many villages and towns are being abandoned. A few countries close to the Andes Mountains will soon establish the Andes Federal Union, Brianka said. Isn't that great? Everyone is joining hands to prepare themselves for the upcoming disaster. Mo Fan said brightly. The action of forming a federal union was similar to China's approach of establishing headquarters cities. The military was short on hands when the cities, towns, and villages were too scattered. They would not be able to protect the places that were located in the more remote areas. Chapter 2208. The Quick-Footed Climb Up First. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan had learned to pay attention to the important news across the world. He had heard about the plan to establish the Andes Federal Union. A few days after they arrived at the Eris Sacred Institute, a few countries, including Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, and Chile, decided to form a federal union in South America to fend off the sea monsters of the Pacific Ocean together. It was named after the Andes Mountains. The Andes Federal Union. Many countries along the shore were taking appropriate measures to prepare themselves. China had decided to establish headquarters cities, like Feiniao Headquarters City, Magic City, Shanghai Headquarters City, and Beast Capital, Guangzhou Headquarters City. The people of the cities and towns along the shoreline had been moved to the headquarters cities, making it easier for the government to defend the people while fending off the sea monsters. Countries like Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, and Chile in South America were also targets of the calamity of sea monsters. They could not afford to build a dam tens of thousands of kilometers long. Even the most resourceful country would struggle to build a dam that long. These countries had no choice but to form a federal union to share their resources and information on the sea monsters, helping one another to overcome the calamity together. The establishment of the federal union will strengthen the defense along the coastline, but it also means the efforts our seniors have put in over the past few dozen years are in vain. The orphanages scattered across different regions will be abandoned, but the new federal union doesn't want to allocate a place for the orphans. Around 5,400 orphans will be homeless. The Alps Institute is in Europe, and the laws of Europe and Switzerland do not allow us to take these orphans to the Alps Institute. Besides, we don't even have the resources to shelter so many orphans, Brianka said. More children would be left homeless as the invasion of sea monsters continued. These children did not have proper identities. Meanwhile, the countries in the Americas were having political instabilities. They did not have a proper organization to handle the issue regarding the orphans victimized by the war. The Alps Institute used to have many orphanages to shelter these children, but they would be abandoned when the federal union was established as they were mostly located in dangerous areas. The orphans would have nowhere to go. Brianka was deeply troubled by this. So the reason you came to the Eris Sacred Institute is to help those children? Mo Fan asked. The Eris Sacred Institute has great influence. I was hoping they could discuss the issue with the leaders of the Federal Union and allocate a place in the safe zone for the Alps Institute so we could shelter the orphans, Brianka said. But the Eris Sacred Institute didn't agree with you? Mo Fan asked. I wouldn't feel so troubled if they had, Brianka confirmed helplessly. Why didn't they agree with you? Mo Fan wondered. They claim they won't interfere with other countries' politics, Brianka sighed. How is that even politics? All I can do is help my students win in the open tournament and use my influence to get the local government's attention. What happens next is beyond my control, Brianka shook her head. Mo Fan was lost for words. It was not like he could blame the countries for losing their humanity. Even adults were struggling to find themselves shelter during the invasion of sea monsters. No one would bother caring about orphans who were not going to contribute to the war. The Alps Institute was basically doing some charity work, but it was not going to stop the invasion of sea monsters. There would only be more orphans as the war continued. The Alps Institute was only an educational institute, not a profitable organization. Their resources were mainly from the donations and sponsorship from the clans and factions in Europe. It was difficult for them to handle such a costly and strenuous task on their own. The rich had so much meat and wine that they would never eat it all before their expiry dates, while the poor were starving to death on the streets. Whoever managed to enroll in the Era Sacred Institute would live in paradise without having to worry about necessities, but those who were not qualified could only live in the slums, under the bridges, and in junkyards. Their well-being was none of the school's concern. If the Era Sacred Institute isn't going to help, why don't you contact the Parthenon Temple? They are concerned about the orphans too, Mo Fan told her. The Parthenon Temple. Brianka shook her head. You are well aware of the conflict between our school and the Parthenon Temple. They will only hit us when we are down instead of cooperating with us. Have you tried? Mo Fan pressed. No, but the outcome is pretty obvious, Brianka sighed. So you would rather worry about it, suffer from insomnia, and try to win the open tournament than put the past between you and the Parthenon Temple behind? Mo Fan reiterated. Brianka was startled, and stared at Mo Fan. She did not know what to say. Mo Fan had heard the same thing from Xinxia, who was also troubled by this issue. However, the Parthenon Temple had yet to establish its influence in South America. Most people here were supporters of the Alps Institute. The Alps Institute had put a lot more focus on helping ordinary people, but they lacked the resources to do this job. The Parthenon Temple had plenty of resources, but the people in South America only listened to the Alps Institute. They were hostile to the Parthenon Temple. Xinxia was from China and did not hold a grudge against the Alps Institute, unlike the people of the Parthenon Temple. Mo Fan had already hinted to the Alps Institute to contact Xinxia before, yet they had not taken the first step. Mo Fan had no intention to interfere with the decisions of the authorities on both sides, yet he was annoyed by the fact that they were not getting anything done just because of some conflict in the past. In the end, it was just some charitable work. Getting it done or not did not really matter to either side. However, if it was about their own survival, they would easily leave the past behind. I think it's already too late now, isn't it? Brianka sighed, feeling ashamed. Give it a try, perhaps there's still a chance, Mo Fan encouraged her. Despite everything Mo Fan said, he was still unsure if the Alps Institute was willing to work with the Parthenon Temple. After all, Brianka was not her school's leader, either. However, while eagerly getting ready to pay the Sun-Gathering Peak a visit, Mo Fan received a piece of bad news. The Federal Union's military had already occupied the Sun-Gathering Peak to mine it. Damn it, we were a little late. Mo Fan grumbled. The lightning pentagons are the raw materials for cultivation tools, we should have gone earlier. It's pretty much a gold mine. We could have earned a lot there. Zhao Manyang said in self-pity. Mo Fan was only planning to find a few lightning pentagons on the Sun-Gathering Peak, yet it turned out to be a mine of lightning pentagons. If he had secured it first, he might have been able to become a forbidden lightning mage. Chapter 2209. New Clues. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan's classes did a lot better after the excursion. He was finally profiting from them. Since the classes were about magic theory, Mo Fan could just teach anything he liked, as the school did not have restrictions on the topics. Mo Fan simply shared a manipulated version of his experiences on Mount Kunyu and the bizarre encounter with the giant purple linden with his students. Every student dreamt of going on adventures. The things that Mo Fan shared were nothing like they had heard before. Even books with records of bizarre events did not have anything like them. Mo Fan somehow turned the class on magic theory into his autobiography. Mo Fan was not necessarily teaching new knowledge in his class, but many students were interested in his tales. After all, he had encountered a lot of strange things while he was still a student, very different from the typical students who spent most of their time at school. He could easily talk for the whole morning just by sharing one of his adventures. It was one good thing about being a lecturer in the Era Sacred Institute. The lecturers had total freedom on the topics they wanted to teach, as long as the lecturers were not breaking the rules and the students were willing to attend their classes. Old Zhao, where's Mu Bai? Mo Fan went back to his room and saw Zhao Manyang lying on the couch and watching dramas in boredom, as if the sacred task of being a teacher had greatly hindered his progress of spreading his seed across the world. He must be studying the plant distribution of the Andes Mountains in the study downstairs. I'm not sure why he's so stubborn about the Black Vatican, Zhao Manyang yawned. Tell him to come back here. I have a new discovery, Mo Fan said. Zhao Manyang rose to his feet unwillingly. He only remembered there was a great invention called the cell phone after he reached the door. He glared at Mo Fan before dialing Mu Bai's number. Hey, come up here, why do I hear a girl's voice beside you? You you told me you were going to look for information, but you are hooking up with students instead? King despise hypocrites like you. Zhao Manyang cursed. Mu Bai soon came into the room with a long face. Oh, it was the cleaner. Why were you having such a pleasant chat with her? Zhao Manyang mentioned. I can't be bothered talking to an idiot like you. Why did you call me? Mu Bai demanded. Sit down, one of my students reminded me of something in my class today, Mo Fan began in a serious voice. The two immediately sat on the couch, eager to hear what Mo Fan had discovered. I did some checking. There are lots of farms and plantations close to the edge of the mountain range along the shore, and there are lots of farmers, workers, and gardeners living there. Even though they aren't people of the Era Sacred Institute, they are working for the school. They are usually referred to as laborious, Mo Fan explained. Mu Bai was expecting Mo Fan to tell them a big secret since he immediately gathered them after he was done with his class. Laborious, he asked narrowly. The Era Sacred Institute is like a little palace. There have to be a lot of laborious helping with logistics and stuff considering the luxurious lifestyle here. We have completely overlooked them, Mo Fan said. What about the farms and plantations you mentioned? Mu Bai asked. In addition to the school's plantations in the Andes Mountains, there are over a dozen villages along the shoreline where the laborious of the school live. Not only do they provide the school with necessities, they also plant herbs and provide smithing of magic ores and refinement of magic pendants. Mu Bai smacked his leg when he heard Mo Fan's words. That's right, why did I keep focusing on the people in the Era Sacred Institute? He had not found a single trace of the Black Vatican after so long. The Black Vatican did not have to be students, lecturers, or personnel of the school. They might also hide among the laborious who were working for the Little Kingdom. These laborious might not be considered the Era Sacred Institute citizens, but they were still protected by the school. They were free to enter its territory. One of the students in my class used to be a laborer. He told me a lot about them. I think it's likely the Black Vatican is hiding among them, especially if they are planting the frenzy poppies. They can help plant what the school wants while planting what they want as well. Mo Fan ventured. That makes a lot of sense. I was too focused on the people in the Era Sacred Institute. I completely ignored the possibility. Mu Bai finally realized what went wrong. The Era Sacred Institute did not allow laborious to stay at the school, so Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai, who spent most of their time on the school grounds, had no chance of meeting them. A huge machine consisted of thousands of wheels and parts. They kept focusing on the shiny surface of the machine, instead of looking at the parts inside it. Mu Bai, try filtering out the villages where we might find the Black Vatican. We'll check them out, Mo Fan suggested. I don't think that's a good idea. It's unreasonable for lecturers to visit the villages, but I remember there are field trips where we can bring the students to patrol the coastline. Besides, we aren't done forming our team of 9, Zhao Manyang interjected. Fine. Mu Bai, you will filter out the potential places, while old Zhao and I handle the field trip. You will decide on the route for the field trip. The Black Vatican won't react in time once we find the right place, Mu Bai said. But even if we found the Black Vatican, we shouldn't do anything reckless. The students might end up as victims, Mu Bai warned them both. Don't worry, we'll make sure they are safe. Mubai did not take long to filter out the potential locations. The frenzy poppies had strict requirements. He could easily eliminate the places that lacked suitable soil conditions, temperature, and availability of sunlight. In the end, there were only 4 villages left on the list. This one here that is closer to the sea is a plantation of aloe vera. It mainly provides the school with aloe vera and cacti. It has around 700 registered workers. Mubai drew a circle on a map and continued, this one over here is the rock coral village that handles vegetation on wet ground close to the sea. It's also perfect for planting the frenzy poppies. The other 2 are an olive grove and a cherry orchard, respectively. The frenzy poppies had to be looked after at all times. They were more difficult to plant than orchids, so the Black Vatican would need a lot of workers to plant them. They were indeed looking in the wrong direction when they tried to find the Black Vatican in the Andes Mountains. Mubai was very sure that the Black Vatican was in one of these villages. Chapter 22:10. Patrol. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan and his group immediately registered for a patrol class. Mo Fan could have also registered it as a class on magic theory since they had plenty of funds now. They could easily afford to hold an outdoor class of magic theory that would cost a lot more. A patrol class was different from a class on demon creatures. A patrol class was a practical class where the students patrolled the border of the school and exterminated nests of sea monsters and demon creatures to control their population. It was impossible to kill every demon creature around. They were like weeds that kept on reproducing in the corners where humans could not see, especially the lower-level creatures who only needed a few months to mature. However, if they allowed weeds to grow indefinitely, there would be serious consequences over time. Therefore, the school assigned people to exterminate demon creatures at times. Students could also volunteer to earn some quick gold. A patrol was similar to a cleaning activity held by the school, but the students were not going to be bringing hoes, brooms, or sickles. They were toting full kits of magic ammunition instead. The request for the class was processed smoothly. The school welcomed teachers who were willing to help with the school's affairs and not merely their own benefits. Not many lecturers were willing to lead students on manual tasks like this. The classes on demon creatures mostly focused on dangerous species. Many lecturers would not bother holding a class if it was not related to exciting commander-level creatures. The patrol class mainly focused on lesser creatures in great numbers. They were mostly servant class or warrior-level creatures, so it was not a dangerous job. The students in the Eris Sacred Institute were proud and aloof, and believed they should let the poor mags who were looking for jobs outside of the school to handle such things. They were not willing to waste their time on such tasks. Why do we only have 30 students? Mo Fan asked, feeling disappointed. It's just a patrol class. It's the least favorite class of the students. They consider it a waste of time, since they won't benefit a lot from it, Zhao Manyang replied. The students had to pay for all classes, but the patrol classes were different. Even though they had to pay the lecturers first, they would get double the gold back from the school in the end. The students would still earn gold from them. Such arrogant pricks, why would they assume our class is going to be boring? They will learn a great deal from it. Mo Fan grumbled. Lecturer, it's just how the school is. Most people are selfish. They won't bother wasting their time on things that won't benefit them. The ones who are willing to join this class either lack a formidable background or they're just trying to earn some quick money, Richie informed him. Mo Fan looked at the students and noticed they were less impressive than those who had joined the excursion. Even their pride as students of the Eris Sacred Institute was significantly weaker than those from the student union. Lecturer, the truth is that most students who join patrol classes used to be laborious themselves. On one hand, they are trying to earn a little extra income, while on the other they are helping provide the villagers with a safer environment, Fanding told them. Fanding was the latest student Mo Fan had recruited for the tournament. He was also the student who had told Mo Fan about the laborious. All right, in simpler words, you are grassroots without any background, but don't you worry, I was also a grassroots mage, but I'm now a lecturer of the Heir's Sacred Institute after putting in a lot of hard work. You shouldn't be disheartened by that. Lecturer Zhao, on the other hand, comes from a wealthy family. He's so rich that he can fill the ocean with his money, yet he's just a pitiful lecturer now too. Mo Fan patted Zhao Manyan's shoulder. Why do you sound so glorious, while I'm just a pitiful one, even though we are both lecturers? Zhao Manyang shot back. Don't mind the details, I'm just trying to encourage the students. Some of the students might have come from poor families, but there were also students with wealthy backgrounds who treated the class as an outing. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai treated the job very seriously. They did not spare a single demon creature, but the students differed greatly. Half of them were treating the class seriously, while the other half were treating it as a casual day out. The villages around the Heir's Sacred Institute had great scenery. The students were used to the luxurious halls and shiny floors in the school. It was refreshing to see the beautiful villages and green plants on the outskirts. These students are quite undisciplined, Mo Fan noticed. They are all high-level players paying the rookie village a visit. The demon creatures are too weak for them, Zhao Manyang said helplessly. Why are 2 of the students missing? Mu Bai frowned. It's fine. What do you mean it's fine? We can't afford to let our guard down even if the demon creatures are weak. Mu Bai said. They are shaking the trees in those woods. They should be gone for at least half an hour, Mo Fan smiled. What's shaking the trees? Berlin asked naively. Mo Fan raised his brows. He wondered if Berlin was only pretending to be innocent. He was about to explain to her when he saw the 2 students returning from the woods. The boy looked satisfied while the girl was smiling too, but her lips twisted when she looked in a different direction. Zhao Manyang looked at the girl, who was quite attractive. He looked at his watch and felt sorry for her. That boy was such a disappointment. If he had been doing it, he would have let the hour hand spin half a circle longer. As they reached a wet field, 3 students ran back to the group and told Mo Fan proudly, "Lecturer, we noticed a few demon creatures damaging the crops in the field, so we got rid of them and saved the villagers." The 3 students had been a long way ahead of the group. Mo Fan had let them be since there was not any danger nearby. Well done, I'll write it down and give you bonus marks for the class. Mo Fan took out a notebook and marked the students' names with a plus sign. He was just about to highlight the students' names when he saw a group of farmers heading their way. We already told the farmers there's no need to thank us, yet they still came to express their gratitude, one of the students said. Around 8 villagers came up to them. They yelled when they recognized the 3 students. You little ash asterisk 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 asterisk, you killed the plowing beasts that our village recently bought after saving up for a long time. How could you do that to us? We are just mere farmers, an old farmer scolded them, tears coming down his face. The smiles on the 3 students' faces vanished. Mo Fan's expression stiffened too. Chapter 22:11. The Power to Awaken Elements. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Seriously, couldn't these idiots tell the difference between demon creatures and livestock? The plowing beasts were harmless tamed beasts useful for delicate fieldwork that machines could not handle. The plowing beasts were not common in China, but they were extremely popular in places with low populations, like Australia and South America. The farmers found them more reliable than brainless machines. To his surprise, these students were like people in the city who had no idea what rice paddies were. They had killed all the plowing beasts. How could you do this to us? The plowing beasts were our village's only hope. They are meant to plow the wet fields so we can plant coral. We will file a complaint with the school, the villagers shouted angrily. Fellow villagers, let's calm down. I'm a lecturer of the Heir's Sacred Institute. My students mistook the plowing beasts for demon creatures. They had made a mistake out of goodwill. We'll compensate for your loss. You don't have to complain to the school, Mo Fan said. They also destroyed our fields. What level of spells did you use? Mo Fan turned around and asked them. Advanced level. Mo Fan felt like exploding. Were these students retards or something? The plowing beasts were less dangerous than sea monkey monsters. Even if they lost control and attacked the villagers, ordinary people could easily dodge their attacks, yet these students were using advanced spells against them. It was like using a cannon to kill a bunch of mosquitoes. Were they out of their minds? How much of the fields did you destroy? Mo Fan asked. We have no clue. We were just killing the beasts, so. Pay us 1,000 gold. Those are our village's treasures, yet they have destroyed them all, the old farmer demanded. Say that again? Those wet fields are common along the beach, yet you are asking us to pay 1,000 gold for them? Are you trying to rob us? Mo Fan yelled back. He could only earn a few gold with his classes. These farmers were obviously ripping them off. We'll file a complaint then, the old farmer said stiffly. Fine, we'll pay. Mo Fan clenched his teeth and paid the money. He glared at the three idiotic students. F***K them, it was supposed to be a not-for-profit class helping with public welfare, yet not only was their reputation going to suffer a blow, they had to make up for the losses of the farmers too. Mo Fan had never found himself in such a bad spot. The group passed a town that worked with magic ores. Its people were mainly blacksmiths whose jobs were to process and refine mined materials. The Heir's Sacred Institute had a great demand for refined materials. The school was on the scale of a big city, so the supply chain of materials was enough to require a whole town. The mayor warmly welcomed the group in person when he learned Mo Fan was a lecturer from the Heir's Sacred Institute leading a patrol class. He told Mo Fan there was a nest of monkey beasts that kept preying on their mining areas. He was hoping Mo Fan could exterminate them for the town's sake. Fast gunner, you'll handle it. Mo Fan pointed at the proud student who had gone missing in the woods not long ago. Why me? The boy grumbled. Just go, we didn't ask you to come for an outing. Mo Fan said. The boy unwillingly left the hut and went to the mountain which the cunning mayor mentioned. Don't overdo it and blow up the town's mine. Otherwise, you will take full responsibility for it, Mo Fan reminded him sharply. Got it, how irritating. The boy returned in less than half an hour, flying back with his wing magical equipment. Do you always do things so quickly? Mo Fan was surprised by the student's efficiency. The boy was not aware of Mo Fan's mockery. He harumphed coldly and replied, I've cleaned them up. It was just a bunch of weak demon creatures. Let's keep going. We are off to the aloe vera plantation next, Mo Fan announced. The group continued to patrol the coastline. It turned out that these talented students were definitely overkill for the job. Normally, it would take a hunter group to exterminate a nest or den of demon creatures, but these students could handle the tasks with ease. Mo Fan did not even have to do anything. They did some of the village favors along the coastline before finally reaching the aloe vera plantation Mubai was suspicious of. The village was responsible for planting aloe vera and cacti, mostly some rare and expensive species with high demand among the women in the Heir's Sacred Institute. Some of the products were exported to other countries, too. The plantation even had its own guards in proper uniforms. The more formal it looked, the more suspicious Mubai was. The Black Vatican always had a perfect cover on the surface. Its members were no doubt diligent workers, if it weren't for their twisted beliefs. Let the students go out on their own. We are only here to inspect the place. Don't do anything reckless, even if we see anything suspicious, Mo Fan whispered. Zhao Manyang and Mubai nodded. After all, they had brought a lot of students. They might be using the students as their cover, but they could not afford to place them in danger. They soon noticed a woman kneeling beside the road and cutting a cactus with a pair of scissors at the entrance of the village. She ended up poking herself while she was venting her frustrations. Mo Fan recognized the woman. Isn't that the girl who was sweeping the entrance of the school when we first arrived? How did she end up here? The girl had received them when they first arrived at the Heir's Sacred Institute. Even though she was only sweeping fallen leaves at the entrance, she had still acted proudly, like she was a servant of a royal family. But now, she was no different from another laborer by the roadside. She was wiping her tears as her hand bled, but she continued to do her job.
Oh? Are you sure it's her?
Zhao Manyang had trouble recognizing women who were not good-looking. Mu Bai nodded, indicating it was the same person. You there? Come over here, Mo Fan called. Lily already recognized Mo Fan and the others from far away. She had tried to hide her face with her hair so they would not recognize her. She could no longer pretend she did not recognize them when they approached her. She forced a smile and said, "Honorable lecturer, how can I help you?" "How long have you been working here?" Mo Fan asked. "I was always a laborer here before I worked at the school." "I have to harvest 1,000 cacti every day," Lily grumbled. The difference between a worker in the school and a laborer outside the school was insane. Lily thought she had finally made her way into heaven, yet she had returned to hell in just a few months. She did not want to waste her time harvesting cacti. She wanted to learn magic like the students in the school, who applied aloe vera as face masks and bathed in cacti juices every day. "Bring us around the village," Mo Fan ordered. "No way," Lily said. Her senior had beat the crap out of her because she took these 3 **** around the school. She ended up being sent back to this place, too. "What a bad temper you have. Don't you want to go back to the school?" Mo Fan asked. "Humph, you are just a guest lecturer. You don't have the power to bring me back to school." "I'm not bringing you around, I still have 736 cacti to harvest for today," Lily said. "I might not have the power to bring you back to the school, but I do have the power to help you awaken your first element as a teacher," Mo Fan offered. Lily lifted her gaze. Her eyes were bloodshot from the grudge she had against them, but they glittered as soon as she heard Mo Fan's words. Chapter 22:12. One Step Late. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lily stared at Mo Fan. "Are you being serious?" She was dying to become a mage who was respected by others. She would no longer have to work as a laborer. She wanted to be like the students of the Era Sacred Institute, treated like a princess no matter which country she went to. "Of course, but it's up to you whether you can awaken your first element or not," Mo Fan warned her. "I can do it." The girl was surprisingly confident in herself. "Can you wipe your tears and start bringing us around? Has your village always planted aloe vera in the past?" Mo Fan asked her. Lily was very passionate after she was promised a chance to become a mage, and answered every question they had. She was like a totally different person. It was perfectly normal, since the chance of becoming a mage was extremely rare in the Americas. The Magic Association was in control of the limited awakening stones, and allocated the awakening stones among the schools, government, military, and clans. Lily had not attended a magic school. She was supposed to be satisfied with just having a job. It was almost impossible for her to become a mage. Mo Fan was well aware of her desire, and did not mind giving her a chance. It was part of the power given to the guest lecturers. He could ask the Magic Association for 10 awakening stones every year without going through the school. He could just give them away as he pleased. "Mo Fan, have your tastes deteriorated?" Zhao Manyang observed Lily closely, but he did not notice anything unusual about the girl, except for her bad temper. He had no idea why Mo Fan bothered wasting his time on someone like her. "Is sex the only thing you can relate between a man and a woman? Can you be a little nobler? We are teachers now," Mo Fan said. He. Zhao Manyang scoffed. Lily had grown up in the village. If she was a local, she could live a luxurious life by planting the rarer species, but she was only lodging under her aunt's roof. "My aunt forces me to work every day, while she has fun with different boyfriends." "You don't have to tell us that. We are more interested in the crops here. There must be a reason why the produce here is better than in other places, like a special way of planting the crops." Mu Bai inquired. "A special way of planting the crops? I have no clue, I'm not interested in it. I don't want to be a farmer, Lily replied disdainfully. Does the village export the produce here to other places? Mu Bai asked. I think so, we are working with merchants from Europe. They will come here every season to take the products, Lily nodded. Do you know who they are? Mu Bai's expression shifted a little, yet he remained indifferent on the surface. I have no idea who they are. I only know women in European countries, including Italy, France, England, and Greece, like our produce. My aunt is in charge of receiving the foreign merchants. She always brings me along to their meetings. Humph, does she think I'm unaware of their filthy business? Those old men always look at me in an uncomfortable way. Lily said. Lily, considering your looks, I think they're just here for business, Zhao Manyang pointed out. Yes, you're the good-looking one here. Your kind has always been those muscular men's favorite. Lily shot back. Lecturer, there's nothing to see here. Should we go to the next place? This is boring. It's just a rundown village. It doesn't even have a restaurant. Are we going to eat cacti for lunch? We can head to Norzak City. I heard it's fun there. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai exchanged glances. They were planning to stay a little longer, but the students were asking to leave. It was not a good sign, since there were many places they had yet to visit. How could they possibly find out if the Black Vatican was hiding here? I saw a mountain at the back enclosed with fences. What's that for? Mo Fan pointed. There? I'm not sure either, I guess it's where the more expensive species is planted. We aren't allowed to go in there. I bet they are scared we will destroy crops that are more expensive than gold if we step on them, Lily answered. Can we go take a look? I need to ask my aunt. Lily's aunt was a tanned woman who did a great job maintaining her physique. She was surprised to see the people from the Era's Sacred Institute. You are interested in the rare species on the mountain? Sure, I can bring you there, Lily's aunt received them warmly. She seemed friendly, unlike the old witch Lily kept describing her as. That being said, she was only kind and friendly to the people of the Era's Sacred Institute. Mu Bai insisted on taking a look, despite the complaints from the students. Why aren't there any crops here? Mu Bai looked at the plowed field in disappointment. We have already harvested the crops. The cacti and aloe vera have already been transported to the factories to be manufactured into goods. Look at my skin, it's because I've been applying aloe vera to it for many years, Lily's aunt declared. She even glanced at Zhao Manyang as she was talking. Zhao Manyang shuddered, and pretended he did not notice. The three had no choice but to leave the village, as the students were getting impatient. The village was the most suspicious place where the frenzy poppies might be planted, but they did not see a single stalk of them. Mo Fan began to doubt whether they were looking in the wrong direction again. They proceeded to exterminate a few nests of demon creatures as part of their disguise. At night, the three sat down at the beach gloomily and had some drinks. Did we really have no clues left? Zhao Manyang asked. Perhaps we were a step late, and they already took the frenzy poppies, Mu Bai said. Are you still suspicious of the village? Zhao Manyang said. Yes, they plowed the soil, which doesn't make any sense. Succulents can absorb nutrients and water from a huge area. There's no point in plowing the soil, Mu Bai said. Mu Bai, keep investigating that village. I'll check on another one, Mo Fan said. Another village. The village I paid 1,000 gold in compensation for their losses, Mo Fan said. Why? Are you trying to get your gold back? You just said you are a glorious teacher, yet you are going to do something so shameless. Zhao Manyang said. I was thinking. Why did the students use advanced spells just to kill the plowing beasts? Are the students of the Era's Sacred Institute really that stupid? Mo Fan pointed out. Chapter 22:13. Split up into 3 groups. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan, I have a feeling Lily knows something about it. Didn't she say there are foreign merchants who visit their village? These foreign merchants might be a cover Mr. Lin from Crete was using. You should find a chance to ask her more about it, Mu Bai said. I'm going to help her with the awakening, too. Let me see if I can get her to tell us more information, Mo Fan nodded. Let's split up into 3 groups, then. Mu Bai, you will go after the aloe vera that was harvested. I'll keep an eye on the villagers in the village that plants coral, and the students who destroyed the wet fields with advanced spells. As for Mo Fan, you can have some fun with that ugly chick, since it was you who promised to help her, Zhao Manyang chuckled. They were following 3 leads at once. They would eventually learn something if they were looking in the right direction. Mo Fan was a man of his word. The Heiress Sacred Institute did not have a branch of the Magic Association. The weakest student in the school was already at the intermediate level, so the school had no need for awakening stones of the basic level or the intermediate level. The awakening stones were kept under strict care. Selling awakening stones privately was as serious as counterfeiting money. It was unlikely to find an awakening stone on the market. Can't you just give me an awakening stone and let me awaken my magic in the village? Why must I go to another city with you? Lily seemed nervous. It did not feel right to follow a stranger to another city. Apers, come over here, Mo Fan said. Apers yawned. She was gorgeous even when she was acting lazy. Lily stared at her for a long time. She could not believe such a beautiful young lady existed in the world. Her features were so flawless she could not even feel jealous of her. Lily looked at herself. Only the tiny mole under her eyes was a sign of good fortune. The rest of her face and body were roughly crafted. She's my servant girl. She's not even my lover, so don't you worry about me having a fetish toward young girls. Even if I do, I'll prey on her instead of you, do you understand? Mo Fan said calmly. Coincidentally, Apers had reached the intermediate level, meaning that she was ready for her second awakening. She had awakened the plant element as her first element. Mo Fan had no idea what level her plant element was at now, nor did he know what element she would awaken as her second element. Apers rolled her eyes at Mo Fan. Who the heck wants to be your lover? What a shameless man. Apers, do you have multiple personality disorder or something? Why do you always look at me with disdain, yet you keep hugging my arm? Mo Fan pointed out. Apers enjoyed disguising herself as an approachable little girl who kept calling Mo Fan Big Brother. One day, if you can't hold back anymore, I'll eat you. Apers smiled. Apers, enough with your wild imagination. I've seen a lot of beautiful girls. You will never seduce me, Mo Fan declared. Lily could not hear what the two were saying. However, she suddenly felt like a stormy cloud was looming over her head even when the sky was sunny and clear. How unfair was this world? If she had Apers' appearance and physique, she could get whatever she wanted, even if she did not become a mage. They arrived at Norzak City, the capital of the new Federal Union. The Norzak Magic Association was quite popular in South America. The students of the Heiress Sacred Institute enjoyed visiting Norzak City. The Heiress Sacred Institute was still a school, after all. It lacked the energy of society. Norzak City was extremely lively due to the recent reforms. Buildings were being demolished and reconstructed. Both the officials and workforce were undergoing huge changes. Lily, does your village only plant succulents? Mo Fan asked. Lily was a talkative girl. She would jabber on and on whenever Mo Fan talked to her. What do you want to know? Lily was not stupid at all. She knew Mo Fan was onto something. We noticed something strange in your village, so we are curious to find out the answer from you. Have you heard of poppies? Mo Fan cut straight to the topic since he knew there was no point in hiding it. Lily looked up and stared at Mo Fan. Mo Fan could not tell what she was thinking through her eyes, but Apers was able to read her mind. She told Mo Fan Lily's emotions were fluctuating. He was on the right track. Lily, I believe you are aware that the people of your village are involved in something fishy. The reason why we went to your village is because we have some reliable evidence on our hands, Mo Fan continued to pressuring.
I don't know what you are talking about.
You lied to me and tricked me to come here. You don't want to help with my awakening. Lily yelled. I never lied to you.
I wasn't suspicious when we first arrived at your village, but who do you think we are?
We are the most reputable lecturers in the world. We can tell what your village is planting just by smelling the air. These stairs will lead us to the Magic Association, and you will be registered under my name. I have to make sure you did not do anything against the rules. Otherwise, how can I make sure you won't do bad things after you become a mage? Mo Fan said. I never wanted to stay in that village. I have no idea what they are up to. Lily denied. She's lying, Apis informed Mo Fan. Mo Fan stopped interrogating Lily after seeing her reaction. It was unlikely she was going to tell him the truth. That being said, there was indeed something fishy about the village. Their instincts were on point. You think I'll go astray because you find me annoying, yet do you have any idea how many evil deeds the well-dressed students in the Eris Sacred Institute have committed? Lily continued scathingly. I didn't mean that. Otherwise, why would I bring you here? Mo Fan replied calmly. How would I know? Maybe you just find me pitiful. Maybe you enjoy the feeling of being able to decide a person's fate. Lily sniffed. If you wallowed in the mire with the villagers, you could easily live a luxurious life, just like the students in the Eris Sacred Institute. But you chose to work at the school, despite being bullied by your seniors, instead. It's clear that you know what kind of people the villagers are. The entrance of the Magic Association is right ahead. I can't guarantee you will be a good person after stepping through the door, but I'm very sure you will become scum if you go back to the village and collude with the villagers there. You are the one who will choose your own destiny. Only you can decide your own fate. Chapter 22:14. Evil Herbalist. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan added when he saw Lily hesitating, Lily, things aren't as simple as you think. You might think the village is only planting some illegal plants, but you should know those plants are the ingredients for something called the Frenzy Liquid. The Black Vatican uses it to drive hordes and kingdoms of demon creatures into a frenzy, resulting in great calamities. The Black Vatican once caused a bloodbath in my homeland with the Frenzy Liquid. More than 1 million lives were lost in the tragedy. Do you have any idea how many lives that is? 1 million lives. Lily was so shocked that she was struggling to stand properly. Their village's population was only around 700 to 800 people. The whole Eris Sacred Institute only had around 10,000 people. Nozak City might not have a population of 1 million people, but the people on the streets, and the number of buildings and vehicles was already a lot for her. 1 million lives would include all these people she could see, and a lot more she could not see.
Weren't the dead bodies enough to pile up into mountains and fill the ocean?
I've seen people being slowly brainwashed by the Black Vatican, including adults with strong willpower, officials, and the leaders of countries. Anyone who doesn't stick to their principles will end up as a victim. You were wrong when you said I'm taking pity on you. The truth is, I'm impressed by you. You didn't collude with the villagers when they are benefiting greatly from planting the frenzy poppies. Most people would have compromised, but you chose to stick to your principles. You have saved many lives because of your actions. Lily had never heard these things before. Mo Fan had decided to tell Lily the truth when he asked about the frenzy poppies. Apis was monitoring Lily's thoughts. Even if Lily did not answer Mo Fan's questions, she was pretty sure the village was planting the frenzy poppies the Black Vatican needed. If the villagers were planting the frenzy poppies, the Black Vatican would be giving the villagers a lot of benefits in return. Lily had grown up in the village. It was not a surprise for her to collude with the villagers, but she chose to separate herself from the village and work in the Eris Sacred Institute, despite being bullied. She did not fall into the pit like everyone else in the village. Mo Fan recalled the student called Zhao Pinlin who had joined the Black Vatican on Chongming Island for his own desires. He had even used violence on his classmates. Lily had ticked all the boxes to be recruited by the Black Vatican. She had a lowly background and was bullied by the people around her. She had a great desire to change her circumstances. Mo Fan was quite surprised when Apis told him Lily was not involved in planting the frenzy poppies. He found her determination to stick to her principles very impressive. Knowing the Black Vatican, they would normally easily convince a naive girl to join their ranks. "What do you want to know?" Lily eventually calmed down, realizing that she was caught up in something she could never have imagined. There was indeed something fishy about the village. Lily had learned it long ago. The villagers kept mentioning something about some religion, but Lily knew there was no such thing as free lunch in this world. Lily did not accept her aunt's offer, even though her aunt had even promised she could make that senior pay after Lily was fired by the heiress Sacred Institute. She was afraid of the things the villagers were doing. She was also afraid of being punished for what they did. "So, do you know if they are planting poppies?" Mo Fan asked. "I'm not familiar with plants, but they treat the plants as precious as their lives." "I believe it's the plant you described," Lily said. "How much did they plant?" Mo Fan asked. "They planted it on the mountain enclosed by fences. My aunt never let me get close to it. They said I would die if I learned what was inside without joining them. The heiress Sacred Institute happened to be recruiting workers around that time, so I applied for the job. I was away from the village for a long time. They should have harvested for seasons' worth of the plants by now," Lily answered. "Is your aunt involved too?" Mo Fan asked for clarity. "I'm not too sure, but I think she's helping with the cover-up," Lily ventured. "You mentioned there are foreign merchants who visit your village. Have you seen this man before?" Mo Fan showed a photo of Mr. Lin to Lily on his phone. Lily stared at the screen for a long time. She had a weird expression on her face. Apis told Mo Fan Lily's emotions were fluctuating again. She clearly knew who Mr. Lin was. "What about him?" Lily asked Mo Fan in return instead of answering his question. "He was planting the frenzy poppies back in Greece. We believe he's the one who invented the frenzy poppies. The Black Vatican is killing people with the poison he provided," Mo Fan stated firmly. "He's my foster father. I was searching for food in a junkyard when I was 6. I found him at the brink of death and fed him water and bread. He decided to adopt me when he woke up. I followed him back to the village and he taught me a lot of strange stuff, but I struggled to learn it. He disdained me because of it and stopped contacting me. He did not even bother to see me whenever he came to the village," Lily said. Mo Fan stared at Lily in astonishment. It was something he had never expected. Lily was actually the evil herbalist's adopted daughter. Mr. Lin had to be important to the Black Vatican if Blue Bat came in person to save him. The Reign of Doom was Salon's trump card, so without the Herbalist, she would have trouble using it. Mo Fan did not expect the ugly and tan girl to be so close to a core member of the Black Vatican. Mo Fan was having lingering fears. Thinking about it, he realized why Lily was allowed to leave the village, even though she was reluctant to join the Black Vatican. She was only alive now because she was the man's adopted daughter. Knowing how cautious the Black Vatican was, they would never have let an outsider hang around close to their secret plantation. "Lily, do you know where your foster father is now? He's an important member of the Black Vatican. If we can take him down, the Black Vatican will have trouble causing the same tragedy as they did in the ancient capital again," Mo Fan sighed. "He has long treated me like a pebble on the road." "He won't tell me his whereabouts," Lily admitted sadly. "By the way, did you tell anyone in the village that you have come here for the awakening?" Mo Fan asked. "I only told my aunt, but I don't think she's suspicious, since I have told her many times that I wanted to become a mage. You did the right thing by going to the village with the students. Otherwise, the people in the village would be alert," Lily said. "That's exactly what we thought," Mo Fan agreed. Chapter 22:15. Clues everywhere. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I only know he often visits a private research lab. He brought me there once when I was younger. It was the place where he taught me a lot of strange things, but I forgot where it was, Lily said. Can't you remember? Mo Fan pressed her. The private research lab was obviously where the evil herbalist conducted his experiments. It might be the exact place where he had invented the frenzy liquid and the rain of destruction. I don't remember, but when I went back to the village recently, my aunt told me they invited a master here from China. If things go well, the village's status in South America will rise significantly, Lily told him. A master from China? Mo Fan frowned. What was the Black Vatican up to this time? Was the master one of the few remnants of their branches in China? Salon was from China in the first place. She might have lost her influence in her homeland, but it was still flourishing in other countries. Many criminals treated her as their goddess in places the government had no control over. Are you sure you went there when you were younger? Apers asked. Yes, but that was more than 10 years ago, Lily said. I can help you recall it. Apers walked up to Lily and placed her hand on Lily's forehead. She added, memories are hidden in everyone's mind. They might fade away as time goes by, but they won't disappear completely. I can help you recall your past in the form of a dream. You just focus on remembering every minor detail you can think of. Lily looked at Apers in astonishment. She has the psychic element. It's not suitable doing it here on the stairs. Let's head inside first, Mo Fan said quickly. He did not think Apers had the ability to help someone recall their past. He was lucky that he had picked her as his contracted beast. Mo Fan asked for a room when they went inside the Magic Association. Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai both gave him a call. They seemed to be in a hurry. Mo Fan asked them to meet him in Norzak City so he could also share his great discovery with them. Mo Fan asked the worker not to disturb them after they were allocated a room. The worker looked at Mo Fan like he completely understood what Mo Fan was up to. His strange grin stuck in Mo Fan's mind for a few seconds even after the door closed. What is wrong with people nowadays? He could have just gone to a hotel instead. Why would he come to the Magic Association? What was wrong with being a proper teacher? Apers proceeded to help Lily recall her past. Mo Fan could only sit at the side and wait. Lily's eyes sprang open before Mo Fan felt bored. Her eyes were filled with fear. How was it? Asked Mo Fan. Lily stared at Mo Fan for some time before saying in disbelief, the private research institute is right here. Where? Mo Fan was confused. Was she referring to the Eris Sacred Institute, or Norzak City? Where we are right now, Lily clarified. You mean this Magic Association? Yeah. Mo Fan almost jumped out of his seat. He was almost afraid to set foot on the ground, as if it was covered with strong acid. The research union of this Norzak Magic Association is the Herbalist's lab. Norzak City has developed rapidly during recent years, so the lab was replaced by the research union, Apers added. She had also seen Lily's dream. Mo Fan was dumbfounded once again. He was so close to the Black Vatican. Was Salon's influence in other countries so ridiculous that even an important department of a magic association was her secret drug factory? On second thought, even the enforcement union had spies from the Black Vatican in it. It was not surprising for the research union of a magic association's branch to become the Black Vatican's secret nest, either. Salon's people were always good at disguising themselves. They were just like ordinary people as long as their identities were not exposed, especially those with a vital role in society. They might even be the cleaners on the streets of a city. It was not difficult to condemn evil, but not every bad guy had a label on their head. They were not as ostentatious as the bad guys in Western movies, committing crimes like robbing banks openly. As long as their cover remained intact, they could easily cover their wicked hearts with gentle smiles. Mo Fan was not in a rush to leave the Magic Association. As long as he was undercover, the Black Vatican would have no idea the three of them were going after it. Mo Fan even asked Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai to meet him at the Magic Association. If the Black Vatican enjoyed disguises so much, they would simply discuss how to erase its existence in its own nest. Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai arrived in no time. Mu Bai purposely checked to see if the room was bugged after entering. Mo Fan was not worried at all. Those things would not work as long as Apers was around.
I have a great discovery. Guess what I found?
Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang blurted out at the same time. They immediately glared at one another.
Seriously?
Mo Fan did not believe all of them had found some important clues. Mo Fan, the students who destroyed the wet fields with advanced spells are indeed fishy. I purposely spied on the village that plants coral and investigated their fields. They weren't planting coral, but the frenzy poppies. The students knew we would pass by the village, so they destroyed the wet fields before we arrived. The villagers who came asking for compensation were only putting up an act with them. Zhao Manyang declared confidently.
It was an important clue.
I went deeper into the mountain behind the village that plants succulents. It turns out the area enclosed by the fences are only a small part of the plantation. There's a base that belongs to the Herr Sacred Institute further up the mountain. The whole place was planted with frenzy poppies. The amount was more than 10 times greater than the olive grove in Crete. If we had come half a month ago, we would have seen them harvesting the frenzy poppies, but they were all gone now. Mo Fan, the Black Vatican is definitely up to something. Those frenzy poppies are more than enough to cause a calamity of the same scale as the calamity of the ancient capital. Mu Bai declared. Chapter 22:16.
What rank is she?
Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was lost in thought after hearing Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang's discoveries. They had not been able to find a single clue for such a long time. They were only searching aimlessly like a headless fly, but they had immediately gained 3 important clues after searching in the right direction. Mo Fan was going to show off to them by sharing his discovery, yet both Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang had found important clues too. Cough cough, she's the poppy grower's adopted daughter. We were just helping her to recall her past to find where the man's lab was, Mo Fan said.
Holy crap!
Zhao Manyang thought he had made the biggest discovery among them, yet it turned out Mo Fan had also learned something important. It seems like we are finally on the right track, Mu Bai said softly. It was important to plan their next step. First, the Herbalist was no longer at the Magic Association. The Research Union used to be his lab, but he rarely came to the Magic Association now. They only knew the Black Vatican had infiltrated the Magic Association and was using the Research Union as a cover to produce the frenzy liquid. Second, Zhao Manyang had found a member of the Black Vatican, the student who used advanced spells to destroy the wet fields. He had exposed his identity when he tried to destroy the evidence. It was likely that the student had always been spying at the school. The school rarely had patrol classes. Whenever there was a patrol class, he would sign up for it and destroy any evidence that the group might come upon while patrolling. The student had done a perfect job when no one suspected the Black Vatican was involved, but Mo Fan and his group were already considering the Black Vatican's involvement in the first place. They only realized something was odd because they were suspicious about everything. The people of the Holy Judgment Court would never expect members of the Black Vatican to be hiding at the Herr Sacred Institute. They were abusing the rules of the Herr Sacred Institute to produce their deadly weapon. They had also harvested a huge amount of frenzy poppies. After securing the raw material, the Black Vatican would quickly turn the frenzy poppies into a new batch of frenzy liquid. Based on Mu Bai's rough calculations, the amount of frenzy poppies was enough to provoke a kingdom of demon creatures. They had used the same trick to provoke the undead into attacking the ancient capital. Old Zhao, keep an eye on the student. If you can find a blue deacon through him, we could learn more about their operation, Mo Fan said. Although stalking a man isn't really my expertise, consider it done. Zhao Manyang agreed. Mu Bai, you should stop investigating the village that plants succulents. It's most likely one of their biggest plantations, so the people there must be very cautious. If they notice we are on their tail, we will have a hard time making our next move, Mo Fan warned him. All right, I got it, Mu Bai nodded. He said, there's someone in the Era Sacred Institute who might be a huge breakthrough for us too. I think I'll focus on him instead.
Do you mean Herr Casa?
Mo Fan said.
Yeah. Are you really sure your sister Yangqiu is involved?
Mo Fan asked. You do know that when my uncle Mu his identity was exposed, every member of my family in Bo City was interrogated. Mu Ningxue and Mu Juyan suffered the most from it. There shouldn't be anyone related to the Black Vatican left in our family, but there's one person the Enforcement Union was unaware of, Mu Bai said.
You mean your sister, Yangqiu?
Mo Fan ventured. Yes, only my mother and I knew about her existence. My mother has passed away, so I'm the only one who knows about her. I thought I could have a pleasant reunion with her in Europe after the tragedy our family went through, but I was almost killed because of it, Mu Bai said with a wry smile. Yangqiu had been sent to Europe a long time ago. Even though she was sent there to be a maid, it was Mu He who had made the decision. After Mu He was exposed, almost everyone in the Mu family was interrogated by the Enforcement Union, but Yangqiu was the exception. Even Mu Bai almost forgot he still had a sister in Europe. The reason why he was targeted was pretty obvious. Yangqiu did not want anyone to know of her existence, so Mu Bai was on the top of her kill list. But there wasn't any evidence to prove she was the culprit, right? Mo Fan asked. I had the same thought, too. I shouldn't take precautions against the people around me just because of the things that happened to me in the past. It's the reason why I decided to lower my guard and meet her. I believed she wouldn't hurt me, but you know what happened from there, Mu Bai said. Herr Casa is currently at the Era Sacred Institute, which means she's also hiding at the Era Sacred Institute as his maid. It's pretty obvious that she's with the Black Vatican. It's too much of a coincidence, Zhao Manyang said. He patted Mu Bai on the shoulder and comforted him. Your sister is so vicious, trying to kill you so many times. There's no need for you to go easy on her. We'll find her, and if you can't do it yourself, I'll kill her on your behalf. I'll do it myself. It's not my first time punishing my own family if justice demands it, Mu Bai answered grimly. Zhao Manyang raised his thumb at Mu Bai. Seeing how righteous Mu Bai was, he decided to swallow the words, but there are also things you haven't done before. I was wondering, what position does this Yangqiu hold in the Black Vatican? Mo Fan spoke up. She was a spy Mu He had planted in Europe. She was not involved in the calamity of Bo City and the calamity of the ancient capital that Salon had orchestrated. Salon had been forced to hide in Bo City in the past. She did not have great influence back then, yet Yangqiu had left Bo City around that time. She must have joined the Black Vatican ages ago, yet why was she not involved in Salon's operations? Or perhaps Salon had other plans for her? If Spectre was taking orders from her, her position should be higher than Mu He, right? Zhao Manyang said. Yes, I thought she was only a spy who was taking orders from my uncle Mu He, but there's also a possibility that she is more powerful than my uncle. It's easy for people to lower their guard around women. Salon is the perfect example, Mu Bai pointed out. Mo Fan nodded. He thought Salon was a detestable man before learning her true identity. He had been ready to accept the fact that Salon was a seemingly gentle and kind man on the surface. To his surprise, Salon had been a woman. Chapter 22:17. The Vicious Herr Casa. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. They could not afford to be impatient when going up against the Black Vatican. They still had to maintain their cover as lecturers of the Era Sacred Institute as they continued to follow their leads. Mo Fan helped Lily with her awakening while pretending nothing had happened. If the villagers had already colluded with the Black Vatican, the Magic Association would also be affiliated with the Black Vatican. He had to stick to his plan. Lily's awakening was surprisingly successful. She ended up awakening the wind element as her first element, which was the most ideal element for her. She almost forgot about the Black Vatican when she left the Magic Association with a smile on her face. What should I do next? How do I use my wind magic? Will I suddenly fly into the sky with angelic wings on my back like my seniors? Lily asked several questions all at once. You should calm your thoughts and focus on sensing the stars in your spiritual world. The awakening is only the first step for mags. You still have much to learn before you can cast a spell. You must cultivate diligently. The path to becoming a mage isn't as easy as it seems. Look at her, she was very excited to become a mage like you too, but she's only an intermediate mage after so long, Mofan pointed at Apers. Apers harumphed in disagreement. She had been cultivating diligently too, but as a noble Medusa, she had to have plenty of sleep to have smooth skin and powerful magic. She could only spend the rest of her free time cultivating. She was already making some impressive progress. Stars? What stars? Lily asked. Mubai, can you explain to her since you were the top student in our class? Oh, you're a teacher now too, Mofan said. You teach magic theory, Mubai replied blandly. Screw you, we are from the same class. You know my scores in exams. Just cut the crap and treat the herbalist's adopted daughter nicely. We need her to help for the leads we have on the Black Vatican. Mofan chided him. You are a genius too, if you can score only 6 marks on an exam. You have the guts to teach university students in one of the top schools in the world. If it was me, I would have detonated myself on the spot so I wouldn't embarrass my country, Mubai shot back. Mubai explained the stars properly to Lily despite complaining about it. Luckily, Lily was a smart girl. She was able to pick up the basics very quickly. Ugly chick, I'm telling you, this is only the beginning for you. Making your way into the Era Sacred Institute is like climbing the tallest peak of the Andes Mountains from the ground. Don't act so full of yourself, Zhao Manyang warned her. It's fine. I'm glad that I'm a mage now. One day, I'll own a school badge and attend the classes as a student. I'll be living in a luxurious condo and enjoy my meals in the restaurants with a sea view while chatting with handsome seniors. Lily had high hopes for her future. Zhao Manyang poured a bucket of cold water on her. A dumb girl like you only lasts for a few episodes in a drama or an anime. You also made the biggest mistake, like watching your family's photo before going to war or promising you are going to retire after one last job. People like you always die in the films, especially when you are involved with the Black Vatican. Those guys will kill you without hesitation if things get spicy to protect their secret. I think people who utter too much nonsense like you die the quickest instead. Lily retorted. Lily, the people of the Black Vatican are merciless. You might be related to one of them, but they won't show any mercy when they feel threatened. You should pretend you have gone back to the Era Sacred Institute for work. Apers will be protecting you. Be careful with everything, do you understand? Otherwise, the things you desire are the imagination the little match girl has before she dies in the cold, Mofan said coolly. Lily could not afford to treat her life as a joke. If she sided with them, the Black Vatican would eventually notice them as the trio continued to pry into their business. Lily had no chance of protecting herself, and would die if they failed to keep a close eye on her. Mofan did not want Lily, who had just become a mage, to be sacrificed in their fight against the Black Vatican. I'll keep it in mind. Lily nodded. She was quite friendly toward Mofan now after he had helped her with the awakening. The herbalist had taught her many things, but none of them were to her interest. She had no interest in insects, spiders, toads, and rats. She hated the creatures in sewers. She wanted to stay at the Era Sacred Institute, which was like heaven to her, and enjoy a life as a slutty university student. They went back to the Era Sacred Institute and were about to take a rest when some students carried an injured man up to them. Miyamoto Shin was with them. He told Mofan with a sorry face, I'm sorry, Lecturer Mo Yifun, I tried to stop it, but I wasn't strong enough to stop Herr Casa's attack in time. I'm afraid Richie won't be able to take part in any duels for quite a while. I'm sorry, Lecturer Zhao Yenzu, I lost the duel. Richie was badly beaten up. He was hurting even as he talked because of the wound on his face. Berlin, what happened? Mofan asked with a frown. Richie was in very bad shape. An overwhelming ice magic had damaged his bones, making them very fragile. Even the slightest movement could break them. Berlin had no idea how to treat his injuries. Richie stumbled into Herr Casa in a duel. Herr Casa used it to get his revenge on Richie. He was using his strange ice magic to inflict serious injuries on Richie so he couldn't recover in the near future. The ice magic drives my healing spirits away when I tried to heal him, Berlin reported grimly. Normally, the healing element was only ineffective against injuries inflicted with dark magic, as both the healing light and healing spirits would dissipate quickly under the strong influence of any dark magic. It was rare to see the ice magic hindering the healing element. Even the medicine that Xinxia gave Mo Fan was only a little helpful to Richie. He can't move now. His bones would break if he tried to move his finger, Berlin said. That Herr Casa is pretty vicious to go so far in just a duel. Fan Ding snarled. Chapter 22:18. Being headstrong for having many elements. Being headstrong for having many elements. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It's Herr Casa's innate talent that is preventing the injuries from healing. He always says he couldn't really control his power, but he just can't be bothered to control it, Sharja told everyone after she arrived. President Sharja, Herr Casa has treated a student so roughly when he's a member of the student union's main party. Can't you punish him for that? Fan Ding asked. If Richie didn't agree to the duel, I might be able to punish him, but the duel was held as part of a class. I don't have the right to punish him if the lecturer who was handling the class didn't say anything, Sharja sighed. Did the lecturer say something? Zhao Manyang asked. No. Who was in charge of the class? Mo Fan asked. It was Nelson from the Institute of Liberty. He was holding a grudge against us because Richie didn't join his team, and purposely sent Herr Casa to teach Richie a lesson. He even mocked us and claimed a talented student like Richie shouldn't waste his time by joining a faction led by useless lecturers. He's only going to bury his own talents, Berlin informed them. Herr Casa and I have always been enemies. It's not lecturer Nelson's fault, Richie said. Richie, look at you. You're still talking on behalf of that narrow-minded lecturer. Berlin snapped angrily. Screw them, I've been teaching in many schools. Only my students are allowed to bully others. They are seriously forcing me to do it the hard way whenever I try to keep a low profile. Mo Fan immediately lost his temper. If it wasn't for the fact that he had an important mission to focus on, he would have trampled the different factions. The countries who thought they were unbeatable in the World College Tournament had been badly beaten by him, too. Did they think he was no longer the Demon King after he became a lecturer? He would still be their father no matter where he went. If he did not teach that son of a B****ch Nelson a lesson in the next class, he would write his name in reverse. I'll handle Rich's injuries. I happen to invent a new species that helps with the regrowth of bones. I was planning to experiment with it on lecturer Zhao, but I can use it on Richie instead. It will help strengthen his bones too, Mu Bai said after inspecting Rich's injuries. It was like Zhao Manyan's face was smeared with tomato sauce when he recalled Mu Bai's insects. Mu Bai had used the same method to treat his injuries when his bones were broken. It was the last thing he wanted to experience again. Richie, don't worry about the tournament. Lecturer Mu here is an expert at treating bone-related injuries. His insects are rich in calcium and iron. You will be back to normal in a few days, and when you do, we'll get our revenge. Zhao Manyang encouraged him shamelessly. Forget it, both Herr Casa and lecturer Nelson aren't people we want to mess with. I'm satisfied if I can recover from the injuries, Richie smiled wryly. Are you kidding me? So they think they can just mess with us instead? Zhao Manyang spat. Richie, you should know that we won't let you feel wronged once you decided to join us. The rest of you too. China is a country with etiquette. We are used to being humble and modest in a new environment, but it doesn't mean we will submit to humiliation in silence. We'll help you get your revenge in the next class. Mo Fan promised. It's next Friday, Shah just supplied helpfully. That means we will have some special training this week. Seriously, you can't possibly lose duels if you are my students. Mo Fan promised. Lecturer Mo Yifan, do you really teach magic theory? Berlin asked suspiciously. Why can't I be an all-arounder? Mo Fan replied promptly. Who said that a physical education teacher could not teach math too? A real teacher had to know both calculus and Taikai. Mo Fan, are you really going to beat Nelson up next week? Mu Bai asked. Isn't that obvious? Mo Fan said. It's too blatant if you use your lightning and fire elements. We aren't sure if Herr Casa is involved with the Black Vatican, but there are certainly other spies in the school. They can easily guess who you are after seeing your capabilities, Mu Bai pointed out. Nelson was also a guest lecturer. He was a strong mage, without a doubt. Mo Fan would have to fight with his full strength if he wanted to beat the lecturer from the Institute of Liberty. Don't you worry, I won't use my usual abilities and elements which are going to expose who I am. My cover is a super mage with the lightning, earth, shadow, and chaos elements. I will only use those elements in the fight against Nelson. I can easily alter my lightning element to prevent them from recognizing me, Mo Fan explained. Lightning, earth, shadow, and chaos. Mo Fan had awakened the earth and chaos elements at the super level. Not many people had seen him use those two elements. He might have used them briefly in the duel against Zhu Xiangqian, but no one could possibly memorize all his abilities at once. It was impossible to record a magic duel, too. Even if someone had watched the duel in person, they could not possibly link all the spells with Mo Fan. After all, the spells of different mags could be very similar to one another. He did not have to hesitate in using the chaos and earth elements. The shadow element had many forms, too. He was not worried about exposing himself, even if he had used it many times in the past. He would not have any trouble using the lightning element either, as long as he avoided using his trademark moves. We aren't allowed to use super spells in the duels, so I'm very confident in these for elements. Mo Fan declared. Mo Fan was already unbeatable with his shadow element, not to mention the earth element with a heaven inferior seed. There was no reason for him to be afraid. Fine, you can do whatever you want, just because you have so many elements, Mu Bai grumbled. It was unlikely someone would recognize Mo Fan as long as he did not use his fire and summoning elements. My lightning element has had a slight breakthrough recently. My earth element is a lot more reliable now, too. That's one of the problems of being a lecturer. I can't easily start a fight because of my identity, but students can just fight whoever they think is an eyesore, Mo Fan complained. Most organizations were more lenient toward younger mags, since the competition was very effective at motivating them to become stronger. Mo Fan was struggling to find a worthy opponent among the students. It was time for him to challenge the next level. Herr Casa's ice magic is a little strange. It might be helpful if you can force him to use his ice magic for me to understand how it works, Mu Bai said. Didn't Shah say Herr Casa's strength is comparable to most lecturers at the school? We should figure out a way to deal with him. Otherwise, I'm afraid he will be able to take on our students alone in the tournament. Creator's thoughts. Chapter 22:19. Kicking Classes, Part 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan's classes on magic theory did not have good attendance, but he could not have cared less about that. Ever since he had learned that they were allowed to combine the three classes into one, he had asked Mu Bai to handle magic theory while he focused on magic duels and demon creatures. The shift was extremely effective. The public class for magic duels would be held the next Friday. Being a public class not only meant all students were allowed to participate in it, but even other lecturers and leaders of the school could attend. It was an important class at the school. The quality and scale of the class would decide the lecturer's reputation. Mo Fan's group held another excursion before the public class. A lot more students showed up this time. Almost all of them were eager to see the Earthworm Gully, as rumors about the previous excursion had already spread wildly among the students. More students signing up for the excursion meant more money for them. When Richie lost to Herr Casa, Zhao Manyang had lost half of the gold he had saved up for them. He decided to earn a portion of it back through the excursion. Otherwise, they might not have the capital to take part in the betting for the upcoming class. We've earned 10,000 gold from the excursion. Those not only am I going to beat the crap out of them and ruin their reputation, I'll make them lose all their gold too. Zhao Manyang promised. They put in a lot more effort in the excursion to satisfy the students. Not only did they bring the students out to see the rare half-lunar bone beasts, every student also went back to the school with full hands. Their only goal was to get revenge. They were representing their country as part of their cover. They could not afford to shame their country's name. It was finally Friday. Nelson, hailing from the Institute of Liberty, was a reputable teacher of magic dueling. Almost every young mage who was interested in becoming a fighter wanted him to be their teacher. Mo Fan could not help but scoff at the statement. What a bunch of idiots! One could only learn the necessary skills to be a fighter by going through real wars and ferocious battles. If they really wanted to become fighters, they should go roaming in the wilderness alone or fight against the hordes and kingdoms of demon creatures. They would easily learn a great deal as long as they could come out alive. Bai Hongfei was an unreliable guy like that at first, but his temperament had changed completely after he paid a visit to West China. If he had not been a few years behind them and had a weaker cultivation, his strength would be on par with theirs now. One had to be covered in blood before they could become unbeatable. Mo Fan had been through all kinds of situations. Meanwhile, Nelson was living like a prince while using his mouth to teach. Why would he be afraid of Nelson? The public class was being held in a huge stadium. The students were seated around the dueling ground like the Colosseum. The stadium was easily big enough to hold an international tournament. Nelson and two eye-catching assistants stood at the center of the dueling ground. The two assistants were wearing tight-fitted fighting outfits which delicately displayed their impressive curves, making the other lecturers envious of Nelson. They had no idea if Nelson had coerced the two assistants for sexual favors, but they would be satisfied if they also had assistants like them standing at their sides on such a big occasion. Today! Nelson's voice echoed in the stadium. There were over 1,000 students in the stadium. The front rows were occupied by the school personnel and the lecturers from other factions. They all treated Nelson with great respect. I'll be demonstrating magic seals to everyone. What are magic seals? First, let's conduct a simple experiment. Is there any student who's willing to volunteer for this? Nelson asked. A lot of teachers and students quickly raised their hands to volunteer for the experiment. Nelson picked a male student in the end. Mo Fan knew who the student was. It was the same guy who tried to mess with him with a difficult question on his first class, Simpkins. Simpkins walked to the center of the stadium calmly, like he was used to staying in the limelight, yet his eyes were glittering proudly. Lecturer Nelson, what should I do? Simpkins asked respectfully. Attack my assistant with a few intermediate spells, Nelson said. Got it. Simpkins looked at the two assistants and decided to target the brunette on the left. Simpkins started channeling intermediate spells. He purposely added some fancy light to his spells to show off his outstanding control. The spells looked spectacular and dangerous. The brunette was a wind mage. She moved as agilely as a gust of wind. She had no trouble dodging Simpkins' spells, regardless of their speed and accuracy. Simpkins was not pleased with the outcome. He began to attack with his quickest spells, yet the brunette was able to dodge them easily, even when the spells sprang forward with the speed of light. The other assistant suddenly appeared behind Simpkins, diving at him with a beastly aura. It took Simpkins by surprise. He was forced to withdraw his attacks and defend himself. As you all have observed, many spells have difficulty landing on the enemies when they are moving at high speed. Spells that are slow are completely useless. However, if you focus too much on speeding up your spells, you might overlook the potential threats around you, Nelson said. The students nodded. Not being able to land their spells was a very serious problem. Most spells had obvious signs when they were being channeled: the star patterns, star constellations, and star palaces. Not many people could attack their enemies without alerting them. If their enemies were smart, including demon creatures, they could dodge the spells by observing their signs. It was often a struggle to land spells on agile targets. Today, I'll be teaching you an advanced technique, the imprint magic I've invented myself. There are many kinds of magic seals. The simplest kind are the seals that contain our will. When we focus on a single target, we can see through its movements with ease, but when we are going up against multiple enemies, we can't focus on a single target for a long time. Therefore, I've invented the seal tagging technique. It works by tagging the enemies with a seal so you can lock your spells on the target to improve your accuracy. Chapter 22-20. Kicking Classes, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I believe most students in the Era Sacred Institute have already learned how to accumulate elemental magic. You learned there are different elements in the air when you first learned about domains. A domain allows you to quickly accumulate the energy of its respective element so you can cast spells quicker, and it will also strengthen your spells. What happens if you gather the energy around the enemy instead? Nelson proposed. Gathering energy around the enemy? Wasn't that a pretty stupid move? They were supposed to use the energy to cast their own spells, so they should accumulate the energy around themselves instead. You can form a seal by gathering some of the particles around the enemy. When you are casting your spells, even if you can't see your enemy, you can easily sense the distribution of energy particles. Your target will glow like a luminescent light amid the darkness, which will greatly improve your spell's accuracy. Nelson said. He seemed very proud of his invention. By attaching the particles onto his enemies, he could tell his enemies' whereabouts instantly, even if they tried to hide or move around at high speed. He would know where they were even with his eyes closed. The words were followed by a round of applause. Most people had never tried the technique before. Nelson then explained how to gather the magic particles and attached them to the enemy to form a seal. Simpkins followed the steps on the dueling ground. He subconsciously straightened his chest as he left the dueling ground, like he was already better than others. As expected of lecturer Nelson, he has taught everyone such a great technique for free, right at the start of the class. Many lecturers prefer to hide their secret techniques, but lecturer Nelson is willing to teach everyone the technique selflessly. He's indeed a great role model for us. Every student learned something new in each of Nelson's classes. No wonder his classes were always packed. Not bad, he does have some tricks up in his sleeves. Mo Fan nodded when the class was done. Not bad, my ass, you're here to kick his ass, not to compliment him. Zhao Manyang yelled. We can't just deny someone's talents just because we aren't pleased with him, Mo Fan retorted. Since when are you such a saint? Zhao Manyang mocked him instantly. We should be more open-minded. That way, we'll feel a lot better whenever we beat up some Ash *******. Enough with your nonsense, go beat him up. What useless technique was that? Only students who have mastered a domain can use it. How many people in the world had a domain when they were only students? The technique is only useful for these rich students of the Era Sacred Institute. It's useless for students from other schools. Zhao Manyang repudiated instantly. Mo Fan nodded. Zhao Manyang was right. Nelson's technique might be useful, but it was only applicable to a certain group of people. A soul grade seed was only common at the advanced level. Those with a domain were already experts among the advanced mags. It would be perfect if the technique was applicable for basic mags, intermediate mags, and advanced mags without a soul grade seed. It could be included in the magic textbooks across the world. All right, does anyone have any questions? Nelson asked. I do. Mo Fan said. He was seated with the rest of the lecturers, so it was unlikely Nelson would ignore him. Nelson had always treated Mo-Fan with disdain. He did not mind Mo-Fan trying to mess with him in his class. "Lecturer Mo-Yifan, go ahead," he replied calmly. "Well, one of my students was badly injured in your class. He couldn't recover from the injuries because of the unique magic effects of the guy who did it. He's currently in bad shape. I was wondering, shouldn't you interfere with the duel when the students are overdoing it?" Mo-Fan cut straight to the topic. He did not bother running in circles. Others would prefer to settle their personal conflict privately, but Mo-Fan enjoyed doing it right in front of the crowd. "Lecturer Mo-Yifan, we shouldn't discuss this in a public class. We'll talk about it after the class is done," another lecturer who was teaching the class frowned. Many leaders of the school holding great authority had attended the class. This one did not want Mo-Fan to ruin the atmosphere. The other leaders of the school did not speak. They watched silently, as if they were looking forward to something exciting. Why would they interfere with the conflict between two guest lecturers? Richie was one of the talented students I had my eyes on, but he ended up joining your team for some reason. I was quite disappointed when he did not seize a better opportunity. It's normal for students to be injured in a duel. The more he suffered, the greater the motivation for him to become stronger would be. I was hoping to motivate him. "I meant no harm," Nelson replied calmly. But his injuries were so serious that he couldn't even take care of himself now. He might even miss out on the tournament and the golden period for him to achieve a great height in the next few years. "I'm not too sure if you are motivating him or you were trying to turn him into a cripple," Mo-Fan shot back. "Lecturer Mo-Yifan, you are over-exaggerating it. Like I said, I was just trying to motivate him. It's the only way I can motivate him to work harder since I'm no longer his teacher. I've worked in the Sacred Hall of Liberty for 20 years as an instructor. I have faith in my teaching skills," Nelson said proudly. Mo-Fan was about to say something when Herr Casa rose to his feet and interrupted Mo-Fan. "Lecturer Mo-Yifan, I'm the one who injured Richie. It was my fault for not controlling my power appropriately. The students always described Richie as a genius, so I thought he could withstand my attacks at full strength. If Lecturer Mo-Yifan isn't pleased with it, I will bear full responsibility for it." "You shouldn't blame Lecturer Nelson for it," Herr Casa said in a gentle yet aloof tone. Mo-Fan glanced at Herr Casa and harumphed coldly. "Who gave you the permission to interrupt us when we two lecturers are talking?" "Shut your mouth." Herr Casa's face darkened. He almost lost his temper when he was scolded in front of over 1,000 students and the leaders of the school. This lecturer was out of his mind. Chapter 22-21. The Fight Between Lecturers. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I'm a member of the student union's main party. In terms of strength, I doubt a lecturer will have an advantage over me," Herr Casa declared with a long face. "Richie will settle the score with you in the tournament. As a lecturer, I won't bother wasting my time on a cruel and narrow-minded guy like you. Piss off, I'm here to teach your lecturer Nelson a lesson." Mo-Fan rebuked him. Herr Casa's face was as dark as the student from Africa who was sitting beside him. Everyone knew he was not just an ordinary student. Many of the lecturers of the Eris Sacred Institute had to treat him with respect. Was this guest lecturer tired of living? Herr Casa, he's a guest lecturer after all. Don't provoke him, the elemental chief of the Eris Sacred Institute warned him. The man had a brown beard, and only his deep eyes were visible. His long robe covered his skinny figure. He looked like a scarecrow in the middle of a field. Herr Casa was going to talk back to the elemental chief, but decided to withhold his anger instead. "Interesting. You are going to teach me a lesson." Nelson was amused by Mo-Fan's words. Nelson looked around him and discovered the leaders of the school at the front rows had no intention of interfering with their argument. They seemed quite interested instead. As expected of the Eris Sacred Institute, the school would not interfere with fights between teachers, even if they were happening in front of the students. They couldn't care less about the image and discipline of the school. They wanted the guest lecturers to fight one another instead. Chief, we are having a public class. The guest lecturer is being disrespectful to the school too, Youre spoke up. She had long held a grudge against Mound. She did not want to allow him to do anything reckless on a public occasion. The elemental chief ignored Youqian's complaint. He resumed his seat and said, Lecturer Mound, I believe you must be very interested in the technique Nelson has taught us, so you want to test it out in a duel, right? Mound was quite surprised that someone was speaking up on his behalf while he was planning to stir trouble. The man had found a valid excuse for Mound to challenge Nelson to a duel. Yeah, I would like to see if the things he taught being useful in a practical fight. Of course, that's only part of the reason. I'm mainly here because of my student. Either way, Richie is just a student. He didn't do anything unforgivable, yet Nelson there allowed a student to sustain such serious injuries. I find it very disgusting. Mound replied loudly. Lecturer Nelson is a reputable teacher of magic dueling. Are you sure you can take him on as a lecturer of magic theory? The elemental chief asked. Of course, do you think I'm here to make a fool out of myself? Mound replied breezily. Very well, Lecturer Nelson is almost done with his class. It's important to demonstrate the things he has taught to his students. Lecturer Mound will verify the efficiency of the techniques on behalf of the students. Our students will be able to learn a great deal from the fight. Lecturer Nelson, you don't mind showing us your skills, do you? The elemental chief laughed hard enough that his beard was shaking. I don't mind at all. I actually prefer to demonstrate the techniques directly in my class, so I'm glad someone is willing to challenge me to a fight. Nelson was laughing too. He had finally found a valid reason to beat up the guy who had come to mess with him. Since the two guest lecturers have agreed to take part in the duel, the cost of the barrier is on me. Feel free to fight one another without worrying about the safety of the students. That being said, you shouldn't use super spells in the duel. I don't get paid that much, despite being a chief in the school. The elemental chief, whose name was Green, encouraged them. Chief Green, the lecturers are having a duel in front of the students. The students are the ones benefiting from it. How can I possibly let you cover the cost? Don't worry, the school will pay the cost for the barrier. As a matter of fact, I'm looking forward to the duel between our reputable guest lecturers too. It will be a great loss if we couldn't see them fight in person, a dean in a white robe chimed in. The elemental chief and the dean were powerful authorities of the school. The others had no opinions if the two of them allowed the duel to take place. The students started cheering when they heard the school had agreed to the duel. A verbal argument was nowhere near as spectacular as a magic duel, not to mention it was a duel between two guest lecturers. They were glad they had enrolled in the public class. I've met a lot of reckless young mags like you in America. They always make stupid decisions which benefit me in the end. I'm grateful to them for giving me my current status as a teacher of magic dueling. Therefore, I would like to thank you before the duel. If it weren't for reckless people like you, my career wouldn't have been a success, Nelson said smugly. He was glad that someone ignorant had come to challenge him to a duel. It would be difficult for him to build his reputation in the Eris Sacred Institute if he did not use the other guest lecturers as his stepping stones. You two may start once the student union is done calculating the sum for the bet, the elemental chief said. He was serving as the witness to the duel. There's a bet for this? Mound asked. Of course, there are bets on the duels between students. We are more than willing to set up bets for duels between teachers too. Lecturer Mound, please do your best. I've bet 1,000 gold on you winning the duel, Chief Green said. Why are you betting on me? It's only our first time meeting one another, Mound was surprised. Why not? I've also bet for 1,000 gold on Nelson, Green said. Mound pulled a long face. All right, it's done, the odds are 10 to 1, what a large disparity. I can win my money back with 1,000 gold even if I lose 4,000 of them betting on Nelson. Lecturer Mound, please do your best. Green said after looking at the tablet in his hand. Nelson looked up and checked the odds of the duel on the screen above the stadium. Betting were legal and encouraged in the Era's Sacred Institute. It seems like 1/10 of the people are clueless about the outcome, Nelson smiled. Perhaps some of the people think you aren't worthy enough, Mofan replied, unconcerned. You will regret saying that soon. Chapter 22-22. Stardust. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A teacher of magic theory was challenging a teacher of magic duels to a fight. It was actually quite impressive that the odds were only 10-1. It meant the students had been very impressed by his strength during the excursions. Let's begin, Chief Green proclaimed. Nelson was a man of formalities, and did not attack Mofan right away. He was treating the fight as a chance to demonstrate the techniques he had just taught in the class. He established a wind domain, and visible gusts of wind began circling him like gigantic eels. They were currently in a defensive posture but seemed ready to lunge forward at the enemy and tear them into pieces at any second. Nelson did not attack with the domain. He was displaying his seal-tagging magic to the students. He gathered the wind particles around Mofan. Nelson's wind was turbid, so the seal that was meant to be invisible on Mofan was surprisingly obvious. It looked like Mofan had just walked out of a sandstorm. I have also done a lot of experiments on domains. Mofan retained a confident smile even when he saw the obvious wind seal on him. He did not bother to dispel the seal that had been attached to him. You will be running for your life like a white mouse in a cage. Nelson raised his hand. A wind eel quickly left the whirlwind around him. The wind eel sprang at Mofan when Nelson pointed. It was inches away from Mofan in the blink of an eye. The wind eel was not actually flying. Its undulating body was made up of ferocious wind blades, fully capable of shattering the sturdy rocks along the ground, let alone human flesh. Students, he can only defend himself or dodge the attack, but my seal is constantly updating me on his movements. I can even use the seal to predict where he's going next, allowing me to cut off his escape. Nelson explained his intentions as he was making his move. The first wind eel was just meant to probe Mofan to see if he was going to dodge the attack or defend himself. If Mofan decided to defend himself, Nelson would send out a few more wind eels to attack him. If Mofan tried to dodge the spell, he would fall into the trap Nelson had set up. Mofan remained unmoving with a calm smile. Defend? Dodge? Why must it be either of those two? How does he know his attacks are going to land at all? Mofan's eyes gradually darkened. It seemed like something was flowing in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on the wind eel that was flying right at him. The wind eel suddenly flew off at a different angle. It was initially going to knock Mofan into the air, but it suddenly flew upward when it was still a meter away from him. If it went a step further, it would have hit him. It felt like the wind eel was just playing around. It had completely missed the attack. It missed. He didn't even move. How did the spell miss? Mofan did not move as the wind eel continued to fly higher into the air. It looked like Nelson had made a mistake after he miscalculated the distance between himself and Mofan. Nelson frowned. He was explaining his moves to the students confidently a moment ago, but now he stopped talking. It did not matter if the first wind eel had missed, as he still had a few more of them left. He used the same move again, since his opponent did not bother dodging or defending. Rise! Nelson yelled. A few wind eels swiftly combined into a bigger wind version. The gigantic wind eel was howling deafeningly. Nelson did not give Mofan any time to react. He immediately fired the huge wind eel at Mofan. Take this! Nelson hissed. Mofan remained unmoving as the wind eel sprang at him. He soon found himself in the middle of a sandstorm. Break! Mofan uttered only a single word. The gigantic wind eel suddenly broke into pieces, as if it had been struck by a powerful blow, when it was about 10 meters away. The gigantic wind eel split into smaller wind eels. The smaller eels missed Mofan by a meter or two as they streamed at him. They were like a school of fish who just so happened to swim past Mofan without hurting him. What's going on? Did Lecturer Nelson drink before the class? Why does he keep missing his attacks? The students started discussing with one another. Nelson had missed his second attempt too, even though he was teaching the students how to improve the accuracy of their spells in the class. He had ended up embarrassing himself. Nelson was also dumbfounded. Normally, he could land 90% of his spells on a target who was evading at the speed of wind, let alone an unmoving target like Mofan. He was able to control the path of the wind eels freely. He was sure the spells were going to hit Mofan, so why did they all miss? Could it be that he's a wind mage too? Did he alter the flow of my wind magic? Nelson considered. Lecturer Nelson, since you are a wind mage, can you tell me how accurate my spells are? Mofan grinned as he stomped the ground. Shards of rock immediately bounced into the air around him, like the fangs of huge beasts. Rock Fang Impale. The splinters sprang forward. Their speed increased continuously as they sped forwards. Nelson dashed and dodged the shards to his left with ease. Another shard plummeted from the sky. Nelson took a step back, and the stone tooth landed on the ground. You won't hit me even if they have double the speed, Nelson declared. You shouldn't be so full of yourself. Look out! Mofan warned him kindly. Nelson looked ahead and noticed 3 splinters flying at him. They had sealed off his escape routes to his left, to his right, and above him. Nelson was already on the move, backing away at the same speed as the stone shards. He suddenly sensed a strange airflow behind him, as if something was approaching him rapidly. Nelson turned around and noticed the first shard he had dodged was flying right at him. What's going on? Did the spell turn around after missing me? Is it a boomerang? Nelson did not notice the pointed stone behind him until it was too late. His plan to create some distance between him and the shards by moving backward had trapped him between the 4 shards instead. Nelson had no choice but to summon a gust of wind around him. The wind shredded the rocks into dust. So that's your plan when you fail to dodge my spells? Mofan mocked him. Why should I stick to my dogmatic techniques when your attacks are completely out of order? Nelson said. So you are admitting that your dogmatic techniques aren't that useful in a practical fight? Mofan continued to provoke Nelson. Enough with your nonsense. It's time for me to show you my true skills, since we are having a duel right now. Nelson retorted angrily. Nelson was anxious after being slapped in the face. He had failed to land his spells even though he was teaching the students how to improve their magic accuracy. Nelson just wanted to trample this guy under his feet now. Tornado Slash. A huge roiling wind emerged. From a safe distance, it looked like a cluster of clouds looming over Nelson's head. It was a certain distance above him, but it was completely under Nelson's control. The wind started moving, and quickly covered the whole dueling ground. The wind started destroying everything in its path after it moved away from Nelson. It was slowly forcing Mofan into a corner. Magic accuracy was no longer that important at their level. It was more about AoE attacks. Nelson did not believe his spell was going to miss again. Chaos Vortex. Mofan raised his hands, a vortex slowly forming above him. It went from the size of his palm to the size of a roof. The slashing wind was like huge raindrops falling on a lake when it made contact with the vortex. It did not cause any damage, save for some energy ripples. So he has the chaos element, Nelson harumphed coldly. Nelson was an experienced fighter. He immediately realized what had gone wrong after seeing Mofan's spell. The order manipulation of the chaos element was able to manipulate the structure of magic, including the parts of elemental magic. It was obvious that his wind eels had missed because they were manipulated by the chaos element. Mofan had also used the chaos element to fire the shard at him like a boomerang. The chaos element was like magical sleight of hand. An opponent would easily be tricked if they did not understand its principles. Reverse. Mofan tossed the chaos vortex back at Nelson. The chaos vortex spun rapidly while firing out the wind slashes it had just absorbed. The wind blades that had been targeting Mofan previously were now heading toward Nelson. Nelson had a thin layer of wind draped over him like a coat. It expanded as the wind blades were fired at him. The wind slashes crashed loudly against the blocking magic, as if they had just struck a piece of metal. Nelson was very good at controlling his wind element, and nullified Mofan's counterattack with ease. "There's no way we can end the duel if it's wind against chaos," Nelson pointed out. The chaos element. It was a troublesome element to fight against, one of the elements which Nelson hated going against the most. He might not lose to a chaos mage, but he found the power of the chaos element very annoying, as it could disintegrate or absorb his spells, or manipulate their form. "I don't mind switching to other elements," Mofan offered blandly. "I had high hopes in Richie because he is a lightning mage like me," Nelson replied. "What a coincidence, I have the lightning element too," Mofan stated evenly. "Let's see whose lightning is stronger." Nelson was perfectly calm for a moment, but suddenly unleashed a dozen terrifying lightning bolts in the next second. Some of the lightning bolts flew into the sky and created terrifying flashes. Some flew right past Mofan and landed on the barrier. Others swept across the ground, leaving intimidating spiderwebs behind. Nelson's aura had changed completely. He was now imbued with a dangerous aura of lightning magic. The students had an urge to back away after seeing his transformation. They could sense the intimidating presence of the lightning element even with the barrier in front of them, and were afraid that the lightning might strike them unintentionally. Mofan frowned. Nelson's lightning magic was very strong. His lightning domain was surprisingly stronger than the lightning tyrant's, too. He must have a top-grade lightning soul seed, Mofan mused. The lightning element was very straightforward. It was easy to tell whose lightning element was stronger. Mofan had initially planned to use his lightning element, but since his soul grade seed was already inferior to his opponent's, he would only expose himself if he used the blessing of the God Seal. Not many people in the world had the blessing of the God Seal. Mofan did not think his lightning element was weaker than Nelson's, but someone might recognize him if he fought with his lightning element at full strength. The earth element is good against lightning. There's no need for me to meet force with force. Mofan did not forget his mission even though he was trying to avenge his student. It was unnecessary to fight the guy with his lightning element. He decided to use his earth element instead. Stardust! Mofan activated the domain of his earth element. Stardust was the domain of Mofan's heaven-inferior earth seed. It would rapidly gather the earth magic within 500 meters around Mofan, protecting him like a cloud of stardust. Mofan was not a fan of defense, but the stardust was just as useful for offense. He could easily fire hundreds of rock fangs at an enemy. The stardust would rapidly replenish the energy that was consumed and grant Mofan infinite ammo. The earth element also served as an electrical insulator. The stardust was able to stop Nelson's lightning, even when it was not moving. "My lightning can penetrate everything," Nelson yelled, as if he had already won the duel after unleashing his lightning element. Chapter 22-23. Steal your energy and slap you in the face. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Nelson took a step back. The lightning magic he was accumulating surged in all directions in the form of lightning orbs bouncing around rapidly in the air. Their paths were unpredictable. Some of the lightning orbs were not heading toward Mofan at first, yet they might suddenly fly at him after their next bounce and fire lightning bolts at him like the thorns of a cactus. Nelson was not worried when he saw Mofan using the earth element. The earth element was effective against most lightning mags, but the lightning bolts of his lightning orbs could penetrate sturdy objects like needles. Why is Lecturer Nelson's lightning different from ours? Why is his lightning as thin as needles? It takes outstanding control to reshape the lightning magic into thin needles. Its penetrative ability is 10 times stronger than a normal lightning bolt. Nelson looked like he was focused on controlling the lightning orbs, but he was actually preparing the lightning needles that would pierce through Mo-Fan's defense once the lightning orbs exploded. The lightning orbs would not just explode in front of Mo-Fan. They might hover above Mo-Fan or float behind him. They might even be hiding under the ground. Mo-Fan would be drowned in lightning needles as the lightning orbs exploded continuously. Even the strongest defense of the earth element would crumble to his lightning spell. Mo-Fan was surrounded by the stardust. The particles consolidated into a round shell that enclosed Mo-Fan as soon as the lightning needles appeared. However, the sturdy shell lasted for less than 4 seconds before holes began to surface across it. Mo-Fan shuddered as the lightning needles pierced his skin. If it wasn't for his outstanding lightning resistance, the lightning needles that broke through his defense would have left him with holes. Mo-Fan's lightning resistance was still not effective enough against the lightning needles. It was similar to a man throwing punches at him. The injuries he sustained were only minimal as long as his muscles were sturdy, but if his opponent was using needles, they could easily penetrate his flesh and puncture the blood vessels. He might even die if the needles punctured his vital organs. Nelson was a strong opponent. It was extremely difficult to refine the lightning magic into such thin and sharp forms. Not only did it require outstanding control over the lightning element, he also had to practice diligently. Mo-Fan could refine his lightning into the form he intended in a short period of time, but his lightning would not retain a fixed shape like Nelson's lightning magic. If I use the shadow element now, it means I've accepted my defeat. Mo-Fan clenched his teeth. Mo-Fan had decided to only use a single element whenever his opponent switched to another element. However, Mo-Fan was still lacking some basic practice in his defenses. It was like a rider who was used to charging into the battlefield headfirst being reassigned to the role of a shield soldier. Mo-Fan might be holding a high-quality shield in his hand, but his weaknesses were exposed against an experienced fighter. The lightning needles kept stabbing Mo-Fan after penetrating the stardust. It felt like a dozen Rome Momos were torturing him with their deadliest weapon from all angles. TL note: Rome Momo is a fictional character in the TV show, My Fair Princess. She's well known for the meme of using a needle. Mo-Fan had no choice but to switch elements as he was about to reach his limit. The shadow element was perfect for his situation. However, he abruptly noticed the dueling ground was full of shards of the Circle of Crystal Teeth. The shards had appeared because of the second unique ability of his heaven-inferior Earth Seed, the Divine Rock. Every spell cast within a certain distance of him would form a shard. Once the shards reached a certain number, they would form a circle of crystal teeth, which Mo-Fan could manipulate as he pleased. Even though the star dust only contained a fixed amount of energy when it was established, the energy gathered by the second unique ability and the star dust were able to complement one another. In other words, he could use the shards to replenish the energy of the star dust. Didn't Nelson only cast a single spell? Why are there so many shards around me? Does that mean he's actually casting spells continuously? Is he channeling the spell constantly? Or did he hide the star patterns? Mo-Fan wondered as he grinned. Nelson's attack shared the same principles as a Gatling gun. He was wondering why Nelson's spell was so powerful when he was not constructing any star palaces. The second unique ability of the Divine Rock was very effective against enemies who were consuming their energy at a high rate. It would steal a portion of the enemy's energy every time they attacked. Accumulate. Mo-Fan's stardust was being scattered by the lightning needles, but now its energy was replenished by the Circle of Crystal Teeth. The holes in the shell were fixed instantly, providing Mo-Fan with a safe environment. Mo-Fan was relieved when the holes of his leaking roof were fixed. The wild storm would still destroy the roof, but Mo-Fan's automatic worker bees fixed the holes right away. There might be a few leaks at times, but they were within Mo-Fan's tolerance now. Nelson continued to fire his lightning needles at Mo-Fan inside his stardust shelter. Only Mo-Fan could see the Circle of Crystal Teeth, so it looked like Mo-Fan was constantly fixing the barrier with his own energy. Even a Gatling gun would eventually overheat after firing bullets over a certain period of time. Nelson's attack was like a ferocious tide at first, but it eventually weakened after a while. A Mage's mental state was like a reservoir. The tide released when the dam opened would cause massive destruction at first, but once the water level of the reservoir dropped, the following waves were no longer as deadly. If a mage consumed too much of their energy within a short period of time, they would enter a brief state of not being able to use their magic, no matter how great the capacity of their energy was. They might even feel lightheaded. Every time Nelson thought Mo Fan's defense had already reached its limit, it would recover instantly. He had never seen a man who could last longer than him. Little did Nelson know, Mo Fan was stealing his energy to replenish the barrier. Mo Fan was using his enemy's energy to defend himself. He was not even consuming his own energy. Lecturer Nelson, you might need to practice more. Your lightning is like a drizzle to me. Mo Fan smiled widely. Mo Fan liked his heaven-inferior earth seed even more the more he used it. Stealing others' energy to slap them in the face. As expected of a heaven-grade seed. Chapter 22-24. Heaven-grade seed is the king. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Nelson was about to lose his mind. Was he fighting a 1,000-year-old turtle? There were two kinds of destructive mags, the explosive kind and the endurance kind. Nelson's lightning needle orbs were more of the latter kind. Only a few people in America could defend against it. Many experienced defensive mags chose to avoid him instead. Meanwhile, the young Chinese lecturer was not even famous internationally. Nelson had never heard of him before. How did he manage to defend himself from the lightning needles? Humph, my lightning has obviously beaten your earth element. It's not that impressive for you to defend yourself with the chaos element. Nelson snarled. Nelson assumed Mo Fan was only unharmed because he was using the chaos element. The chaos element was too unpredictable. An advanced chaos mage might even be able to make a super spell vanish like a magic trick. The chaos element was insanely useful if the mage was good at it. I won't cheat if I'm planning to teach you a lesson. If you argue we won't be able to decide who's better because of my chaos element, I won't use it. You shouldn't judge me just because you are narrow-minded yourself, Mo Fan chided him right back. There's no way your domain of the earth element can stop my lightning needles if you aren't using the chaos element. Even the defense of a super mage doesn't stand a chance against my lightning. Do you think I'm that stupid? Nelson argued angrily. Nelson was very confident in his lightning magic. He strongly believed Mo Fan had used the chaos element. Otherwise, how did the energy of his star dust replenish so endlessly? Wasn't that one of the chaos element abilities? Nelson was not clueless about the capabilities of the chaos element. He knew a powerful chaos mage could recover a destroyed object. He was not sure about its principles, but he knew it was something that could be done. Then I'm afraid you are an idiot, Mo Fan responded simply. Nelson was brimming with anger. He turned to Chief Green instead of continuing on with the duel. Chief, since you are the witness of the duel, can you please say something? Otherwise, the students may think I'm not as strong as they think. Lecturer Nelson, are you sure about that? Chief Green asked. Yes, there's no way my lightning can't break down his petty defense. Nelson declared. Lecturer Nelson, I've been watching the fight closely. I think you have misunderstood Lecturer Mo Yifan. He wasn't using the chaos element. Then he must be relying on other equipment. Nelson argued. That's not the case, either, Chief Green stated. Impossible, I didn't notice him expending his energy either. How is it possible for the barrier to recover continuously on its own? I hope Chief Green isn't being biased in front of so many students and teachers. Nelson exclaimed. Chief Green frowned. Were all Americans like him? Would he only admit he was wrong after smashing his head into the wall? He already answered the man's question, yet he insisted on getting to the bottom of it. Did he not realize he could have saved himself some face? Chief Green had no choice if Nelson did not want to save himself some face. He did not want the students to think he was not a fair witness. Lecturer Nelson, you shouldn't just focus on your own lightning. Your lightning thorn is indeed one of the strongest soul-grade seeds I've seen, but did you ever consider that your opponent's earth seed is stronger than yours? Chief Green went on while fondling his beard. Nelson did not understand what he meant. As a matter of fact, the students had no clue what he was saying, either. You should observe the earth particles around lecturer Mo Yifan closely. I believe you can discern the truth right away, Chief Green added. Nelson stared at Mo Fan, and even used his senses to observe the magic particles closely. He was so shocked that he took a step back after he saw how closely packed the magic particles were. A heaven-grade seed. It's a heaven-grade earth seed. The pride that Nelson had so strongly protected crumbled instantly. He never thought the young mage he was fighting would own an extremely rare heaven-grade seed. The difference between a spirit-grade seed and a soul-grade seed was already remarkable, let alone the difference between a soul-grade seed and a heaven-grade seed. Some resourceful advanced mags still had a chance to secure a soul-grade seed to strengthen their elements, but only a few lucky super mags would own a heaven-grade seed. To think that he was fighting an earth mage with a heaven-grade seed. The earth element was naturally dominant against the lightning element. Nelson thought his lightning element was unstoppable, so he did not treat his opponent's soul-grade seed seriously. However, if his opponent had a heaven-grade seed, in simpler words, the heaven-grade earth seed was like a king before a soul-grade lightning seed. Is it really a heaven-grade seed? Lecturer Mo Yifan has a heaven-grade earth seed? No wonder Lecturer Nelson's lightning seed couldn't hurt him at all. I didn't expect a lecturer on magic theory to be so strong. One can never judge a book by its cover. The students completely lost their minds. Not many people knew about heaven-grade seeds, since the Magic Association had yet to publish the new classification. Everyone thought soul-grade seeds were already the ceiling. The students had only learned about heaven-grade seeds a short time ago, let alone seen one in action. They had finally seen a mage with a heaven-grade seed, and it was during an epic duel between two guest lecturers. It seems like Lecturer Nelson has messed with the wrong guy. Speaking of which, Youre, why didn't you mention there's a strong teacher from China to me before? The dean inquired. I think he prefers to keep a low profile, Youre answered awkwardly. That means I should thank Lecturer Nelson for punishing his student inappropriately. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a chance to enjoy such a spectacular duel, the dean murmured. Yes, Youre nodded quickly, agreeing with everything her superior said. Miss Youre, you didn't really get what I mean. Richie is only a student, after all. If Lecturer Mo Yifan, who prefers to keep a low profile, has interfered with the public class because of him, it means the student is in very bad shape. Shouldn't you do something about it? The dean went on with a gentle smile. Youre was afraid of the dean's gentle smile. She nodded hastily and stated firmly, I'll look into it right away. Chapter 22-25. My rocks are indestructible. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Nelson flushed. He had been slapped in the face in front of so many students. How was he supposed to teach them in the upcoming classes? He had to make up for it. He no longer bothered using only one element at a time in this duel, and began using different domains and abilities. He just needed to win the duel. His wind element was nullified by his opponent's chaos element. His lightning element was useless against his opponent's heaven-grade earth seed. However, the outcome of the duel was still undecided, since they were both super mags with 4 elements. Nelson backed away slightly after coming up with a plan. He was using the spells of other elements to buy him some time. His focus was a little worn out after channeling the lightning orb of needles for such a long period. He could no longer cast spells that required star constellations and above. He needed to catch his breath while his opponent was not attacking him. Unfortunately for Nelson, Mo Fan was not Zhao Manyang. Mo Fan was not going to just encourage an enemy to keep attacking. Nelson had gone all out with the lightning orb of needles a moment ago, yet he had suddenly gone easy on the duel. His energy had obviously been depleted. It was the perfect time for Mo Fan to beat the crap out of Nelson. Mo Fan was still full of energy. Ambush of rockfish. Mo Fan yelled while constructing a star constellation of the earth element. A ripple appeared under Mo Fan's feet. The sturdy ground softened suddenly and surged forward in waves. A fish made of rock, with a mouth that resembled an axe, burst out of the ground. It made a little arc in the air before falling back into the ground, like a normal fish having fun in the sea. The softened ground suddenly became restless as more fish with strange shapes flew into the air. The ground splashed wildly, like fierce waves were tearing at it. There were rockfish with mouths of axes, rock sharks with exposed fangs, and enormous rock whales. The fish were leaping across the ground in a huge migration. Nelson had backed away to the edge of the stage. His face turned pale when he saw the school of rockfish heading toward him. He could easily defend himself under normal circumstances. He just needed to construct a star palace to destroy half of the fish, yet he could not even construct a single star constellation in his current state. His head would spin if he forcibly used his magic. How could he not panic when the school of terrifying rockfish was coming at him? Mo Fan had a heaven-grade earth seed, which was significantly stronger than normal soul seeds. Nelson was at his limit. It was unlikely he could defend himself, so he had no choice but to rely on his magic equipment. It was a piece of dark silver equipment in the shape of a canopy. A helmet enlarged several times over encapsulated him. Why is he using a piece of magic equipment? Is Nelson at his limit? I thought we aren't allowed to use magic equipment in a duel, the students wondered aloud. Nelson was clearly aware of the rule. He was cheating if he used his magic equipment. Nelson did not mind at all. The witness of the duel, Green, did not mention that magic equipment was not allowed. Nelson was only temporarily fatigued. As long as his energy recovered, he could easily turn the tables around. Everything was fine as long as he won the duel, but if he lost, he would be too ashamed to teach at the Eris Sacred Institute. Do you think your magic equipment is going to make a difference? Mo Fan called out. Nelson was the typical kind of fool who stuck their head to the tip of a gun. If he had used defensive equipment imbued with the wind, light, or plant elements, he might have managed to defend himself, but his magic equipment was a piece of armor. The first unique ability of Mo Fan's heaven-grade earth seed was being most effective against rigid defenses. Sturdy strike. Solid objects were as fragile as glass against Mo Fan's earth element, which was as hard as diamond. Nelson had such tough luck, making the worst decision twice in a row. The duel that was supposed to last a little longer soon came to an end. My rocks are indestructible. Mo Fan slammed his palms on the ground. A school of rockfish double the size of the previous school emerged from the ground. It felt like the whole dueling ground had turned into a gathering place for the creatures. It was spectacular when they all jumped out of the ground. Not only did their numbers increase, their speed had increased too. Nelson's armor was soon broken into pieces after the fish kept slamming into it. It took Nelson by surprise. He tried to run away from the creatures with his wind element, but there were just too many of them. He was soon covered in injuries. A fish's tail whacked him on the chest, knocking him to the edge of the barrier. Falling out of the barrier meant he had lost the duel. Nelson stood behind the barrier and hugged his chest. His clothes were ragged. He could still fight, but this duel was not a fight of life and death. He had already lost the duel, and could only glare at Mo Fan. The students around the stage cheered. Not everyone was cheering for Mo Fan's victory, mainly because most of the students had bet their gold on Nelson. They had thought the outcome was very obvious. To their surprise, Nelson had lost the duel. Lecturer Mo Yifan from China had emerged victorious. If the students were to rank the guest lecturers in terms of their reliability, Mo Fan would definitely have come last. He did not have any knowledge of magic theory, and his classes on merging different elements were only conceptual. And yet, such an unreliable lecturer turned out to be such a good fighter. I'm rich, Lecturer Mo Yifan is the coolest teacher I ever have. I feel like marrying him. Berlin cried out in joy. Berlin hated Nelson's guts after what he did to Richie, so she bet almost all her gold on Mo Fan for the duel. She was only venting her frustration, yet Mo Fan had won the duel in the end. The odds were 10 to 1. Berlin had bet a lot of her gold, meaning that she had earned a fortune from the fight. As expected of Mo Fan, that made me feel a lot better. Old Zhao, count how much we have earned from the bet, quick! Mu Bai nudged Zhao Manyang. Zhao Manyang was still lost in thought. Mu Bai adjusted his glasses and frowned when he saw Zhao Manyang's reaction. Don't tell me you placed your bet on Nelson. Chapter 22-26. Can you please work harder? Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Manyang was stammering like a little girl. How much did you bet? Mu Bai asked in a low voice. Well, I'll handle it, Zhao Manyang asked awkwardly. Old Zhao, if Mo Fan finds out about it, he will definitely throw you off a building so you can keep Richie company. I didn't know that Nelson was so useless, despite his reputation. Both Chief Green and the Dean rose to their feet and clapped their hands. The rest of the teachers immediately gave Mo Fan a round of applause too. The outcome of the duel had surprised them all. The guest lecturers from China were so impressive, yet they had not even treated them seriously before. You still think Richie is wasting his talents by joining us? Mo Fan taunted Nelson. Your elements happen to restrain mine. Besides, do you really think you could beat me if it weren't for the rules? Your cultivation is weaker than mine. Nelson was unwilling to admit his defeat. Nelson had 3 elements at the super level. His wind and lightning elements had even reached the second tier of the super level. Every tier in the super level was a huge gap, so Nelson had assumed Mo Fan had no chance of beating him if they were fighting with super spells. It doesn't matter, I won the duel, Mo Fan replied cheerfully. Richie is the only talented student your team has. Make sure your students are ready to suffer in the tournament. I will ask Herr Casa to show no mercy. Nelson said in a soft voice that only the two of them could hear. So you're going to get your revenge by hurting my students? Mo Fan asked for clarity. I don't care. You've embarrassed me in front of everyone today. I swear I'll cripple your students in the tournament. Make sure you have enough stretchers to carry them. Nelson promised. I guess I couldn't stop you, but make sure you have a stretcher for yourself too. I only taught you a lesson for hurting one of my students, but if you dare hurt all my students, I won't let you off the hook so easily like today. Mo Fan was not afraid of Nelson's threats. Ha ha ha, are you sure you can make me pay? Nelson laughed, yet he almost vomited blood because of the pain from his ribs as he was laughing. Mo Fan was too lazy to answer Nelson's question. The injuries Nelson had sustained were already answering his question, yet the man still did not realize it. Mo Fan felt extremely pleased with himself as he left under the admiring gaze of the students. Keeping a low profile was definitely not his style. So many arrogant people were waiting for him to step on their faces. He had a hard time turning their offers down. Lecturer Mo Yifan, is your team full? I'm interested in joining your team. I'm a high achiever in the school. I've won 13 duels in a row in the past. Can you please accept me? Lecturer, when is your next class? Remember to set the price higher. I'm not short on gold, but if the class is too cheap, everyone can register for it. Only brilliant students like me are fit to be in your class, one of the students called out. Mo Fan was left speechless. He had only won a duel. How realistic were these students? They were already asking about his classes, while Nelson's public class had not yet ended. How ashamed would Nelson be? Pay attention to the class. Lecturer Nelson is a good teacher, too. I'm just a teacher of magic theory, Mo Fan called back. Mo Fan was talking very loudly. Nelson almost vomited blood when he heard the words. That son of a B****ch kept emphasizing he was only a teacher of magic theory after winning the duel. Brianka's eyes were fixed on Mo Fan as he passed her by. Mo Fan fondled his chin. He looked a little vulgar. Miss Brianka, don't tell me you have fallen in love with me. Mo Fan asked with a smile. The Chaos element and Earth element aren't your strongest elements. I'm surprised by how much stronger you've become, Brianka complimented him softly. I'm still no match for you. Mo Fan might have sounded humble, but he was obviously pleased with himself. The only thing he lacked was a banner with "I'm the best" on his back. Brianka was amused by Mo Fan's reaction, but did not speak to him any further, or people might realize they knew one another. Mo Fan remained the focus wherever he went. The students would greet him when they saw him on the campus, even though most had ignored him in the previous weeks, except for Sharjah, who was utterly respectful to him. Even those who had attended his classes were only there for padding the numbers. Lecturer, I'm begging you to give me a high distinction. I watched the duel between you and Lecturer Nelson. You were so cool. The woman who had bullied Lily, Bulma, purposely came to Mo Fan's office. Mo Fan was preparing for his next class in the office. He was going to visit Lily in the afternoon. Apa's ability to help someone recall their past through a dream put the person under a lot of stress. They had to wait for a good half a month for Lily to recover before they could learn more clues from her. If not, Lily might suffer from schizophrenia from the stress of Apa's psychic magic. Mo Fan was just on his way when Bulma, who had slapped Lily heavily in the face, came. She was wearing her usual makeup, and her heels were setting off her alluring figure. You're asking for a high distinction when your results aren't even that good? I'm busy. Get out of my way, Mo Fan said impatiently. Lecturer, I can do anything you want if you're willing to give me a high distinction. Bulma lowered her voice. She was giving Mo Fan a strong hint. Mo Fan observed Bulma carefully. Whatever I want, he asked. Bulma lowered her head. Bulma's heart was pounding heavily. She had never done anything like this, but when she recalled how cool Mo Fan was in the duel, she was willing to give it a try. Then can you please work harder? Mo Fan left the office after saying those words, leaving Bulma alone in the cold wind. What is wrong with the students nowadays? Do they assume every teacher is a dressed-up animal? Mo Fan sincerely wanted to be an honorable teacher after coming to the Era's Sacred Institute. He had never studied for his classes when he was a student, yet he was actually working diligently to prepare for his classes now. Chapter 22-27 Zhao Youqian's Fiancée. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was on his way to the training ground. He had just left his room when he saw Zhao Manyang, who was dressed up fashionably. His bleach blonde hair was nicely groomed, while his eyes were dazzling like the stars in the sky from his contact lenses, or so Zhao Manyang thought. Zhao Manyang knew how to put on makeup to cover the blemishes on his face. As a pure man, Mo Fan was not fond of that. What are you up to now? Mo Fan asked him. I'm on a mission. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on the students who might be affiliated with the Black Vatican? He's going to a ball tonight, so I have to blend in too, Zhao Manyang said cheerfully. I'll check on Lily and see if she has any new clues for us. Don't just focus on satisfying your lower body, Mo Fan warned him. Who do you think I am? I don't see you as a human. Zhao Manyang ignored Mo Fan and continued on his way like a true gentleman. The ball was being held in the Era's Sacred Institute's main building. Many students in garish and beautiful clothes were entering the hall. The EDM playing in the hall was loud and clear outside the building. Zhao Manyang was already grooving to the beats before he even reached the hall. Zhao Manyang shook his head in rhythm and snapped his fingers to the beat as he went inside the hall. The lights in the hall were mainly purple and red. They were flashing like lightning in the hall, vaguely showing alluring legs and tightly clad buttocks on the dance floor. Every man there could feel their adrenaline rush just watching them. Zhao Manyang wove through the heady mist of perfume. It had been a while since he had last enjoyed an atmosphere like this. He subconsciously pulled off his best moves. As a prince of nightclubs, how could he live up to his reputation if he did not have the necessary skills? After some energetic dancing, Zhao Manyang found himself in a quiet corner for a quick rest. A woman was playing on her phone in the same corner. Her hair was tied above her head, with fringes on both sides. It was simple yet delicate. I'm guessing that you don't know how to dance, but the next song is a duet dance. I guess I'll have to ask someone else, Zhao Manyang spoke up. The woman looked up at Zhao Manyang and replied with a smile, I know how to dance, but I already have a dance partner. He's not here yet, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be playing with your phone, Zhao Manyang noted. Maybe he forgot the time, the woman said. We can't let such a good song go to waste. It's my favorite song, listen, Zhao Manyang started singing as the song's prelude was playing. His gentle voice was very close to the woman's ears. Zhao Manyang had already reached his hand forward before the woman could react. The woman rose to her feet after only a slight hesitation. The duet was a great success. Zhao Manyang appropriately maintained his distance from the woman throughout the dance. He did not place his hand below the woman's waist, nor did he stick his chest out to rub her bust. As an experienced man who had shared intimate contact with many women, he knew when to be straightforward and when to be a gentleman. Many women were willing to have a dance with a stranger in the Americas, including the beautiful ones, but getting them to sleep with you in the same bed was as difficult as hiking a cold mountain. Being handsome alone was not enough to guarantee him a free ticket. Apologies for coming late, Prince Benny happened to see Zhao Manyang helping the woman down the stage as he arrived. He was not displeased by it. He went up to Zhao Manyang and said politely, "Thank you for keeping Miss Sancha entertained before I came. I'll handle the rest from here." Zhao Manyang smiled and left without any hesitation. Prince Benny squinted while staring at Zhao Manyang's back. "Do you know him?" Prince Benny asked the woman. "He looks a little familiar," Sancha replied. "He's a guest lecturer from China. I don't remember his name. I'm sorry for coming late, but that guy isn't worth your time. I heard he has a bad reputation. He already had dealings with some of the girls not long after he came to the Heiress Sacred Institute," Prince Benny said. "You sound like my fiancé," Sancha pouted. "Ha ha, Zhao Youqian is an old friend of mine, so I'm obliged to keep an eye out for him," Prince Benny said. "I don't like being watched all the time. His values as a Chinese man are quite annoying sometimes. It's like I'm committing a crime when I'm only dancing with a stranger," Sancha huffed. "He cares about you. Let's not talk about that. Shall we dance? I have a few things to discuss with you. The Andes Federation isn't officially established yet, but the Andes International Bank has already secured a foothold in it. I bet many people are fawning after you, since you are the daughter of the bank's CEO. Just be more cautious for now and try to avoid strangers," Prince Benny said firmly. Sancha found the ball pretty boring and meaningless, except for the gentle voice that had intrigued her. Sancha did not let Prince Benny walk her home after the ball. For some reason, Sancha had a feeling Prince Benny had ulterior motives toward her. Even though he always claimed he was her fiancé's best friend, Sancha noticed Prince Benny would unintentionally cross the line when he was dancing with her. She felt like the stranger had been more of a gentleman than Prince Benny. Sancha left the hall and walked away leisurely under the night sky, enjoying the breeze. She noticed two figures passing by in the distance. She took a closer look and recognized it was the stranger who danced with her at the start of the ball. He was with a girl, who seemed to be a student of the Heiress Sacred Institute. Sancha happened to know the student too. Her name was Beatrice. As the vice head of the school's disciplinary committee, Sancha was aware that Beatrice was about to be expelled by the school. Sancha was quite disappointed. It turned out that the man was just as Prince Benny had said, he had certain dealings with the female students in the school. Sancha was disappointed that Beatrice was trying to use such a shameless way to earn a better score in her classes. She was also disappointed that the stranger who had danced with her was such a shameless guy. Chapter 22-28. The plan to ApproaChapter someone. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Sancha was about to turn around and leave, her expression cold. Improper dealings were very common in the Heiress Sacred Institute. She did not want to intervene with their enjoyable time. "Thank you. If you hadn't helped me, the school was definitely going to expel me. My father has always been strict with me. If he finds out the school has expelled me, he's going to beat me to death." Beatrice's voice was very clear in the quiet night. Sancha was heading in the opposite direction, yet she could still hear Beatrice's voice. She subconsciously slowed down. "Don't do that next time. Do you understand? You must look after yourself. Even if someone like Michelson is threatening you with your score, you should tell the disciplinary committee immediately. Do you think Michelson will let you off the hook, knowing the kind of person he is? He's going to keep doing it to you, since you have no way out. You will only feel more ashamed of yourself," Zhao Manyang chided her. Sir, I'll study harder. Thank you for saving me from that scum. I thought you were like him." "I'm sorry," Beatrice apologized. "Being cautious is a must, especially when you are a girl," Zhao Manyang warned her again. "But there are bad rumors about you spreading through the school. Do they bother you?" "I can help clear your name," Beatrice offered. "More people are going to believe the rumors if you do that." "Why would I be bothered by them when I know they are not true?" Zhao Manyang said airily. Sancha slowed even further. She had a frown on her face. If teachers were abusing their power to force students into something they were not willing, she, as a member of the disciplinary committee, would report them to the dean immediately. Sancha knew who Michelson was. He was a pervert who had tried to pick on her once. She did not expect that he was already preying on his students. A girl like Sancha who was about to be expelled by the school because of her poor results was an easy target for him. She would not dare to say anything, even if Michelson crossed the line. "It's you. What a coincidence, out for a walk." Zhao Manyang's voice came from behind Sancha. The voice shocked Sancha. She turned around and saw the man's handsome face less than a meter away from her. It was dark in the hall. Sancha could barely see the man's face there. She knew he was quite handsome based on her first impressions, but she realized he was a lot more handsome than she thought under the bright streetlight. His face was as perfect as a work of art. I was just taking a walk." "Was that girl Beatrice?" Sancha asked him. "Oh, you know her?" "Yeah, I feel sorry for her. I wonder what the disciplinary committee is doing. If they aren't doing their job properly, many girls like her will be victimized. Beatrice might have a little bad behavior among the students, but it doesn't mean others can just prey on her," Zhao Manyang said. "I'm a member of the disciplinary committee. I'm actually the vice chair. The name is Sancha." Sancha introduced herself. Zhao Manyang pretended to be shocked. Zhao Manyang knew who she was from the very first day he had set foot into the Heiress Sacred Institute. As a matter of fact, Zhao Manyang was acting on purpose in front of Sancha. It was not easy to tackle a cautious woman, yet he had to leave her with good first and second impressions. A woman's first impression of a man was very important, but the second impression was even more important. Not every woman would fall for a handsome man right away, so the second impression was the key. He must prove to the woman that he was a kind-hearted person while she was not that interested in his body. With these two impressions, it was a lot easier for her to fall into his trap. Zhao Manyang knew she was Sancha. He also knew she was the vice chair of the disciplinary committee. Most importantly, he knew she was his future sister-in-law, too, as she was Zhao Youqian's fiancée. However, Zhao Manyang was very curious about the reason why Zhao Youqian would choose the vice head of the disciplinary committee of the Heiress Sacred Institute as his fiancée, knowing how selfish the man was. Zhao Manyang would never believe Zhao Youqian was interested in the academic scene. All he was thinking of was to make more money and gain more power. Therefore, Zhao Manyang was interested in learning Sancha's background. However, Sancha was very good at hiding it. He had yet to learn anything useful from his investigation. Zhao Manyang had no choice but to sacrifice himself in order to dig deeper. No one was better at approaching a woman than him. Beatrice doesn't have solid evidence to report Michelson. I just happened to pass by when he tried to make his move, so I doubt you're going to find anything, even if you investigate Michelson, Zhao Manyang replied helplessly. Our investigation doesn't only rely on evidence. The Heiress Sacred Institute has its own laws, Sancha stated. But what if it was just an act? The girl might seem unwilling, yet she was beyond redemption too. She managed to prevent herself from being expelled without letting Michelson get his way, Zhao Manyang commented. Sancha was startled. She had not thought of that possibility. You are very calm about it all, Sancha noticed. I've seen many different kinds of people, so I won't judge a person so easily. People will also change because of their surroundings, don't you think? Zhao Manyang said. You are not wrong, Sancha nodded. If the woman really was a victim, she should seek help from the disciplinary committee, instead of through another teacher. Forget it, it's a pleasant night, we shouldn't waste our time on such annoying stuff. By the way, where's your little boyfriend? If I remember correctly, isn't he Prince Benny? An identity whom many respect and are envious of, but it makes total sense as only a prince is worthy of a gorgeous girl like you. Zhao Manyang quickly switched the topic. He's not my boyfriend. He's just a friend, a dance partner for the ball, Sancha sighed. Zhao Manyang put on a happy face. He was pretending to be happy in front of Sancha, but he was totally overjoyed inside. She did not mention her fiancé. It meant she was not trying to chase him away. His plan of leaving a good first and second impression had worked perfectly. Otherwise, she would just tell him to leave by saying she already had a fiancé. Chapter 22-29. Going to a music concert. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Manyang noticed Sancha was a very talkative woman and knowledgeable in a variety of fields, whether it was music or traveling. They had a lot of common interests. Zhao Manyang did not have to fawn over Sancha on purpose. The two walked along the sandy white beach. They knew the pleasant time would end when they reached the place where the lecturers of the Heiress Sacred Institute were staying, but they still enjoyed the process. She combed her hair and said with a smile, "Nice to have met you. It's been a long time since I met an interesting guy like you," while standing in front of her unit's door. Normally, Zhao Manyang would definitely request a cup of coffee or borrow the washroom after walking a girl back home. Seriously, everyone had been working so hard on their cultivation. It would be disrespectful if he did not go with her into her bedroom or her living room to have some relaxing moments together. However, Zhao Manyang did not ask to go to her room. It was not because she might be his future sister-in-law, but he realized the person whom he had approached was far more interesting than he had thought. It was just as Sancha had said, it had been a while since she had last met an interesting guy like him. He had the same thought. There's a concert the day after tomorrow. Why don't we attend it together, instead of arguing whether the pianist Dale is skillful or not? We'll be able to tell if we listen to him live. That being said, my opinion still hold, Zhao Manyang offered. How did you know I was planning to go to the concert? Sancha asked suspiciously. Who? Perhaps I've been planning to approach you from the very beginning. Are you afraid? Zhao Manyang answered easily. Sancha did not answer the question, turning and going into her apartment. Zhao Manyang smiled. They both already knew the truth. Either way, he just needed to suit up and wait here 3 hours before the concert. They would grab dinner together before entering the hall to enjoy the feeling of their souls being cleansed by the pleasant music. Zhao Manyang went back to his own room. Their buildings were only a street apart. Zhao Manyang was humming pleasantly when he stumbled into Mo Fan, who had just came back from the training ground. How did it go? Zhao Manyang asked him. Not too bad, Lily recalled another place. I'll investigate it during the next few days to see if it has any useful clues. What about you? Mo Fan asked in turn. It's great, I wasn't exposed yet, Zhao Manyang answered easily. For some reason, I can see a coquettish grin on your face. Are you sure you are following your lead? Mo Fan was suspicious. They had been housemates for quite a while. Mo Fan could easily tell what Zhao Manyang was up to as soon as he smelled his cologne, let alone observing his expression. "I'll be going to the city the day after tomorrow," Zhao Manyang said and went back to his room. "Be careful, don't poke around too deep. The Black Vatican fights back very fiercely," Mo Fan warned him. "I will be fine." Zhao Manyang prepared in advance for the weekend. He was waiting in front of Sancha's building when it was still early for dinner. Sancha came out in a beautiful white dress. She was not surprised to see Zhao Manyang and greeted him with a smile. Zhao Manyang had already booked their seats in a restaurant. It was in Banlo City, which was around 100 kilometers away from the Era Sacred Institute. Banlo City was an important city in the Andes Federation. It might become the Andes Federation's capital once the Federation was truly established. The city itself was modern and huge, a central point between many countries and the main junction for railways, sea transportation, roads, and flight paths leading to other cities in the Andes Federation. Zhao Manyang and Sancha arrived at Banlo City soon enough. The Era Sacred Institute was only a school despite its luxurious grounds, incomparable to a modern city. The towering buildings of different heights were glowing magnificently under the orange sky in the evening. It was a familiar sight to Zhao Manyang, who was used to living in Shanghai. He felt a little uneasy living in the more open Era Sacred Institute. The city was congested, but not because there were a lot of vehicles on the road. Many of the roads were sealed because a huge protest was taking place. Protests were very common in foreign countries. Whenever some organization's interests were affected by a new policy, lots of people would hold a protest on the streets, as if it was going to make any difference. Has Banlo City always been this lively? It was Zhao Manyang's first time here, and they were traveling by road. He felt it would be quicker to just fly to their destination. It has been like this since the countries decided to establish the Andes Federations. Two different people will have conflicts and contradicting views, not to mention merging different countries with over 100 million people, Sancha said helplessly. "That's true, I heard the Andes Federation has a few factions. The competition is quite fierce between them," Zhao Manyang agreed thoughtfully. "There are two main parties currently. One is the Greens, which used to be the old government. Their flag is green, hence their name. They are hoping each country will retain their jurisdiction. In simpler words, they are against the idea of forming a federation. They think some of the countries can't adapt to the new laws, which will also greatly restrict the operations of their own countries. The other party is the Yellows. The new flag for the Andes Federation is yellow. They are hoping every country will sign the agreement to establish the federation. They can form a superpower country that dominates South America, like the United States does North America," Sancha said. "The ideas are good," Zhao Manyang observed. "The Andes Mountains have a lot of mines. Many mines have had clear boundaries in the past to decide their ownership, but there was a huge fight over the ownership of a lightning Pentagons mine on the Sun-gathering peak recently. The policymakers have rushed the decision to form the federation because of the invasion of sea monsters, but they need to consider a lot of other aspects, or its society will have a lot of problems." Sancha was visibly worried about the future of the federation. Zhao Manyang could not have cared less about other countries' business. Not every country was as peaceful as his. It was very common for countries in South America and Africa to turn over a new government. "We went from discussing musicians to policymakers. We are worried about a lot of things." Zhao Manyang switched the topic adroitly. He did not want to waste too much time on the Andes Federation's problems. It would only slow his progress of establishing a closer relationship with this woman. Chapter 2230. The Murderous Conductor. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Banlo Opera House was in the center of the city, to the east of its central park. Its backdrop was a few tall mountains. The two walked past the central park. To their relief, the protest parade did not come through the park, or it would have been crowded too. The concert would have been much less enjoyable if they were soaked in sweat by the time they reached the opera hall. Even though going to an opera was mainly an audible experience, the process was important too. Dressing up for the concert, putting on some perfume to blend in with the wealthy of the city while being on a date with a woman he admired. It did not matter whether they were just friends or a couple. The sense of art was more important than being fickle, impatient, anxious, and uncivilized. Zhao Manyang was the son of the richest man in his homeland. He cared about the social details more than anyone else. Sancha was obviously a perfectionist, too. They were standing out among the crowd of finely-dressed people in the Central Park. The brightly lit concert hall was extravagantly decorated. Golden musical instruments were shining on the stage. The glamorous ladies took their seats first, followed by the gentlemen. The strange thing was that Sancha would normally see a few familiar faces around at an important concert like this. They also indulged in the pleasure of enjoying musical concerts, yet she did not see any of her old friends. Sancha was actually a little relieved for some reason. She would have no idea how to introduce lecturer Zhao to her friends. They did not have to be a couple to attend a concert together, but she knew her fiancé was a suspicious person. She did not want those she knew to trouble lecturer Zhao after the concert. She also did not want her fiancé to intervene in her personal life, but it was a taboo for someone's girlfriend to go out with a stranger in China. Sancha shook her head to clear her thoughts. The concert hall was built to contain around 500 people. It was not a huge concert venue, but it was definitely comfortable inside the hall, feeling more like a private hearing. Even the seats were high-quality sofas. The piano started playing. Sancha and Zhao Manyang were ready to enjoy the concert. However, they both frowned after a while. Zhao Manyang whispered after exchanging glances with Sancha, "Something doesn't sound right." "You noticed it too?" "It's not the piece we are familiar with," Sancha murmured back. Sancha purposely observed other people's reactions as they were talking. The others seemed to be enjoying the music, as if nothing was wrong with it. However, something was obviously wrong with the piece. The pianist was barely a professional, let alone a master. Is there something wrong with our hearing? Sancha wondered. There were around 500 people in the hall. Not everyone was used to first-class music, but it was strange that no one except for them had noticed the pianist's errors. "I don't think so." Zhao Manyang was confused too. The pianist soon played a confusing melody. Both Sancha and Zhao Manyang picked up the presence of magic. The notes being played suddenly felt murderous, as if they were lunging at the two. "It's the sound element." Zhao Manyang was astounded. What were the performers doing? They were attacking the audience with the sound element. They were going to ruin their careers. The shockwave created by the piano knocked the musical instruments to the ground. The strings were emitting piercing noises. Sancha tried to cast a defensive spell, but the piercing noise broke the links of her star pattern. Light protection. Zhao Manyang's will was a lot stronger than Sancha's. He managed to complete a light star pattern under the disturbance of the noise. The light formed a golden rampart in front of Zhao Manyang and Sancha. However, the shockwave easily penetrated his first layer of defense. It was difficult to stop the sound element. Zhao Manyang was only trying to weaken the attack. Their ears were hurting like they were being stabbed with needles, followed by heavy blows to their heads. "Damn it!" Zhao Manyang cursed. He had been watching the student who was likely a spy from the Black Vatican closely. He noticed the student kept watching Sancha's every move. It was possible that the Black Vatican was interested in her, so Zhao Manyang had decided to approach Sancha to see what the Black Vatican was up to. He thought the Black Vatican would not make their move at such a luxurious concert in the middle of the city, but he was wrong. "Who are you?" Sancha pointed at the performers angrily. The conductor in a tuxedo had a wild grin as he played with his silver baton. They had no idea why he looked so pleased with himself. "Miss Sancha, we have put in a lot of effort just to set up this meeting. Are you enjoying the concert that we've specifically prepared for you so far?" the conductor asked smugly. "You are in the middle of Banlo City. There are so many people here too. Do you think you will get your way? I didn't expect the Greens would act so shamelessly." Sancha seemed to recognize the man. "We just want your father's vote." We aren't asking too much. As the CEO of the bank who has control over the economy of a few countries, he can earn money from either the Andes Federation or the Andes Rebellion. You businessmen will always be the winner as long as society is stable, the conductor said as he left the stage. Sancha ignored the man. She told Zhao Manyang, Lecturer Zhao, we must leave this place at once. Don't worry, there are other people here. That man is competing in the election. He won't dare harm innocent people. I'm afraid not, these upper-class citizens. I'm afraid they are all actors whom that man has hired, Zhao Manyang smiled wryly. Chapter 2231. I'm not leaving. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. They might have had a chance to escape if they had realized the audience was not real earlier, but they had now fallen into a trap which their enemies had planned so thoroughly. It was unlikely that their enemies would hesitate to proceed with their plan. Sancha looked around her and noticed the audience was not surprised by the conductor's reckless behavior. They all rose to their feet and looked at her instead. They bought out every ticket for the concert and waited for you to take the bait. Everyone here is their people, no wonder they didn't notice the errors. They weren't here for the concert, they were here for you, Zhao Manyang stated grimly. These people had planned a lot to kidnap the daughter of someone who might influence the decision of establishing the Andes Federation. They had organized a high-class concert and disguised themselves as the guests. Zhao Manyang somehow felt like the 100,000 he had spent on the ticket was well worth it. The only problem was that he was just trying to approach Sancha to find out what the Black Vatican wanted from her. On the other hand, he was also trying to take some revenge on Zhao Youqian. He did not expect to be involved in such a mess. Miss Sancha, we didn't have a choice either. We have nowhere to go once the Andes Federation is established, the conductor stepped closer. So you decided to kidnap me to blackmail my father? Sancha snarled. It's just an option. Just think of yourself as Chile's goddess. You can lend us a hand and save us all, the conductor replied evenly. Not going to happen. You are trying to hold on to your power out of greed. You can only blame yourself for it, Sancha said stiffly. Then I guess we don't have a choice. I hope you will like the concert we have prepared for you, the conductor said coldly. Do it, leave Miss Sancha alive and kill the other. Zhao Manyang's eyes widened when he heard those words. What the heck was going on? He was just a passerby. If they felt like he was a nuisance, he could just leave on his own and pretend nothing had happened. Why did they have to silence him? I'm sorry for involving you in this mess, Sancha told Zhao Manyang apologetically. Now is not really the time for it, but I think the man is right. They are the martyrs of a revolution. They will be charged with treason if they lose. Why don't you give them a chance? Zhao Manyang said. They won't let me leave even if I agree to their condition. They will continue to blackmail my father as long as I'm alive, Sancha said. Being alive isn't that bad, Zhao Manyang had to say. Sancha shook her head. She did not want to cause more unrest in South America. Guess I don't have a choice either, Zhao Manyang shook his head helplessly when he saw Sancha was unwilling to change her mind. I can keep them at bay for a while. I bet someone as important as you will have bodyguards nearby. I can hold on until they arrive. There are so many of them. How are you going to last until they arrive? Sancha asked. Stop worrying so much. Just call for backup. We are in the middle of the city. They won't be able to cover up the presence of their magic even if they have occupied the entire venue, Zhao Manyang ordered her. Sancha was hoping Zhao Manyang would run away on his own. These people had come for her. Zhao Manyang should be able to protect himself. However, Zhao Manyang did not run away, and remained by her side. The people in the hall began channeling their spells, like hundreds of battle horns pouring at them from all directions. Sancha felt like she was going to suffocate under the pressure. Moon Shell. It was a piece of magic equipment which could provide him with the energy to cast a super light spell. Zhao Manyang knew the conductor would not give him a chance to construct a star palace, so he activated the tool right away. The magic equipment immediately supplied Zhao Manyang with an enormous amount of energy so he could cast a super spell. A bright light burst out of the moon shell and enclosed the area Zhao Manyang and Sancha were standing in. There were sparkles across the place. The luxurious decorations in the concert hall shattered into pieces, and the comfortable sofas were no exception. Even the stairs leading to the seats had collapsed. "Control your magic," the conductor instructed his men. He did not want Sancha to end up dead in the blast. Otherwise, not only would they fail to earn her father's support, he would do everything to avenge his daughter. However, the conductor saw that Zhao Manyang and Sancha were perfectly unharmed after the smoke cleared. A silver light had encapsulated them. The light had dimmed, with some cracks around it, yet not a single spell had managed to penetrate it. "Is the light he summoned made of steel?" "Keep attacking," the conductor commanded anxiously. More star constellations appeared across the hall. Their light was brighter than the lighting in the hall. The whole place began to shake vigorously, yet the people on the central plaza were not surprised, since the hall shook whenever the drums were rolling during a concert. "Control your magic," the conductor reminded them when he noticed the hall shaking so violently. They were currently at the center of the city. The auras of their magic were going to attract the attention of nearby mags. They would have a hard time leaving if mags responsible for policing the city arrived. Around 100 of the mags established barriers along the walls of the hall to prevent the building from collapsing. A huge cloud of smoke rose following the blasts. Many of them thought the man and the woman had evaporated in the middle of the blasts. They might not even find their corpses. To their surprise, a blue barrier gradually appeared to them. The man and woman were standing close to one another inside it, perfectly unharmed. The mags almost lost their minds. Did they fire their spells into space or something? How did the two not even have a single bruise? "Damn it, who are you? Why are you interfering with our business?" the conductor snarled. "I'm a lecturer at the Eris Sacred Institute." Zhao Manyang replied forthrightly. "I don't care who you are. You should leave at once. Those who oppose us never have a good ending," the conductor yelled. "F***K me, weren't you the one who asked who I am?" Zhao Manyang lost his temper. "You were threatening to silence me permanently just a moment ago, and now you are asking me to leave? Are you treating me like a dog you can ask to come and go as you please? I decided, I'm not leaving. Let's see what you are going to do to me." Zhao Manyang shouted right back. Chapter 2232. Escaping with Water. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. They only have 5 minutes at most. I have a device that will send a signal to my nearest bodyguards once in a while. I can turn it off if something goes wrong. They will realize I'm in danger if they don't receive the signal. However, I'm worried that you can't fend them off for 5 minutes, considering their numbers. Sancha said quietly. Sancha was extremely touched that Zhao Manyang was willing to stay for her sake. She might look tough, but she was still a woman, after all. She would be troubled if someone was trying to harm her, let alone these martyrs who were willing to do anything to achieve their goals. There were around 500 people in the hall who were coming after her. 5 minutes? It shouldn't be a problem. These people have to go easy on the building, too. They wouldn't dare use spells that are too powerful, Zhao Manyang calculated quickly. Zhao Manyang activated another piece of magic equipment as he was talking. A half-transparent blue armor with gold edges fell over them. The armor was not very big, so Zhao Manyang had to carry Sancha in his arms so the mantle could cover both of them. They can't force you to do something you don't want as long as I'm around. Zhao Manyang looked into Sancha's eyes. He had a mature and firm air about him that was different from his usual handsome appearance. Sancha did not expect the young and handsome lecturer to be so reliable. She was perfectly safe even while a few hundred mags were attacking them. It was like a peaceful bird's nest by the edge of a cliff. It was dry, comfortable, and warm inside, despite the wild storm on the outside. The conductor almost snapped his silver baton in half. Those two were being lovey-dovey in front of them. Were they seriously treating them like idiots? "Try defending against my magic concerto," the conductor yelled. Cook looked like a typical magician in the Americas as he waved his silver baton around. He was still dressed in a black tuxedo, wielding the baton in his hand. Cook did not need an orchestra. It was like he could play every instrument by himself. The drum rolls came first, followed by heavy metal and rock, which were the complete opposite of the jazz instruments on the stage. The beats and melody of the heavy metal and rock poured into Zhao Manyan's mind, but they were not just plain music. It felt like devils with metal musical instruments were pounding his head non-stop. His skull was about to break because of it. It felt like a bunch of rascals had just invaded his calm mind and spiritual world while smashing everything they came upon. Every vein and bone in his mind was being tortured. It would be surprising if he did not end up in a vegetative state because of the torture, let alone using his magic. Zhao Manyang never liked facing a sound mage, as their abilities were totally unreasonable. "I have a heart-calming talisman," Sancha exclaimed. "Quick!" Zhao Manyang gasped. Sancha attached the talisman to Zhao Manyan's chest. A soothing chime rang inside his messed-up mind to purge the noise. His mind had never felt so calm. Even the stars and galaxies in his spiritual world began shining brightly. The talisman was even enhancing his magic. It was the best thing that Zhao Manyang could ask for. "We won't last for 5 minutes as long as the sound mage is here. Come with me," Zhao Manyang said. Sancha nodded, trusting him. The mantle did not last for another half a minute. It was soon filled with cracks as lightning began penetrating it like drills. The magic of other elements poured in from all directions as soon as the mantle disappeared. There was no escape from them. Zhao Manyang hugged Sancha tightly. His eyes were rippling like water. His body was transforming too. Water was flowing through every part of his body and pouring at Sancha too. The elements mixed with one another and caused rapid explosions, but Zhao Manyang and Sancha merely sank into the ground like water amid all the attacks. Water was flowing inside the concert hall, that was now beyond recognition as it was immersed. Both Zhao Manyan's and Sancha's bodies blended with the water and began flowing away from the blasting spells. Cook thought his men had overdone it and blasted the two into a pool of blood, but he realized it might be their way of escaping when he noticed the water was not evaporating, even when there were flames around. Cook had never seen a trick like this. Only shadow mags were able to blend into other substances. Water was flowing out of the building toward the fountain. Two faces surfaced on the clear water, which slowly rose into the air and outlined the silhouette of a man. The water clouded up and slowly gained color. The water began falling off like a coat, revealing Zhao Manyang in his suit. "Are you all right?" Zhao Manyang reached his hand into the water and pulled Sancha out like a magic trick. The water on her fell off as she was rising, leaving her dress perfectly clean and white. "I'm fine, you are better than I thought." Sancha was overjoyed. She did not expect to escape in one piece. The concert hall had felt like an inescapable dungeon to her. If she had gone on her own, she would never have been able to escape safely. She was very impressed by Zhao Manyan's strength. It was rare to find a strong man with great taste nowadays. "Are they going to chase us?" Zhao Manyang looked at the concert hall worriedly. "No, they only dared to act recklessly inside the building." Sancha harumphed coldly. "What a concert that was. We should head back to the Era Sacred Institute and have a cup of coffee to get over the shock," Zhao Manyang suggested, as if this happened every day. Chapter 2233. Is your place convenient? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The mags under Cook did not leave the concert hall. They knew they were at the center of Banlo City. If they used their magic outside of the concert hall, they would be asking for death. Both the Magic Association and the leaders in Banlo City would execute them right on the spot. Zhao Manyang looked back at the concert hall. He saw the conductor in a tuxedo, Cook, standing on top of the building. He combed back his disheveled fringe of hair, revealing vicious eyes filled with resentment. He was staring at Zhao Manyang, who had ruined everything. Let's hope their faction doesn't win. Otherwise, I might die very soon. Zhao Manyang rubbed his nose. They won't. Sancha heard a strange noise coming from the concert hall after she finished the sentence. Cook was holding a dagger in his hand, and had stabbed himself in the throat. His blood was pouring down like a spring. The fresh blood stained Cook's tuxedo, yet his eyes were still glaring at Zhao Manyang, as if he was about to turn into a vengeful spirit. His life drained away rapidly. He eventually fell from the building into the fountain outside the hall. He was dead. It looks like he doesn't want to implicate his superiors. Zhao Manyang was not surprised by Cook's decision. Their political parties were known to the public, and they might become leaders of the countries around the Andes Mountains. The Yellows had gone to extreme measures in trying to kidnap the daughter of a bank CEO for his vote. The man who controlled the economy of the Andes Federation was surely going to make the Yellows pay in less than a day. Cook was leading the operation. He had no chance of survival under the pressure of someone so powerful. Unfortunately for him, his operation had failed. Killing himself meant he was bearing full responsibility for his actions. It had nothing to do with his party. Either way, he was already a dead man. They are like a bunch of lunatics. They will do anything to achieve their goals. I'm not planning to tell my father what happened, Sancha sighed. You are worried that your father might do something reckless? Zhao Manyang asked. Sancha shook her head and replied, the truth is, a kidnapping won't alter my father's decision. His eyes are only focused on the Andes Federation. I'm just a tool for him to gather more resources through marriage. She sighed. Forget it, you will never understand it, since you don't have a background like mine. I have no intention to involve you in my mess, either. Zhao Manyang smiled. He would never understand? His family might be richer than hers. The marriage she had mentioned was obviously an arranged marriage between families that were well matched in terms of social status. The Zhao financial group was cooperating with the Andes Federation Bank. They were using the marriage between Zhao Youqian and Sancha to build trust on both sides. Zhao Manyang was well aware of Sancha's situation from the very beginning. He also realized why Zhao Youqian had chosen Sancha as his fiancée. Let's go back to the Era Sacred Institute. It's safer there. Sancha did not even bother looking at Cook's corpse. Sancha knew making the incident public would only cause more conflicts. She had no choice but to keep quiet about it, despite the shock and humiliation she had gone through. It was enough relief that she was unharmed. However, she had no clue if she would be so lucky as to have a reliable mage by her side the next time. I'll escort you home, Zhao Manyang said. Zhao Manyang helped Sancha as they walked through the central plaza. A man in a jacket came up to them in a panic. Miss Sancha, are you all right? I didn't receive the signal from you, the man exclaimed. I'm fine, I turned it off by accident. I didn't want it to disturb me while I was enjoying the concert, Sancha replied smoothly. Oh, that's great, you must be Lecturer Zhao Yanzu. I was in your patrol class, the man said with a smile. Aren't you the guy who destroyed the fields of a village? Zhao Manyang blurted out in surprise. Yes, that was my bad. Actually, I'm Miss Sancha's bodyguard. I know you are a powerful mage, so I didn't follow you too very closely. Miss Sancha prefers to have some personal space, the student said sincerely. You are dismissed, Sancha waved her hand. She did not want to talk too much with the bodyguard. Understood, about the concert. I don't want you to utter nonsense in front of my father, Sancha glared at him. Understood. Either way, I should thank Lecturer Zhao Yanzu for his help, the student agreed promptly. Zhao Manyang fell into deep thought as he watched the student leave. He still had no clue what the student was up to. Was he using the identity of a bodyguard to hide his affiliation with the Black Vatican? Or was he pretending to be a bodyguard to approach Sancha? After all, Zhao Manyang had yet to see him do anything suspicious, except for destroying the fields that had been planted with frenzy poppies to get rid of the evidence. If he's a bodyguard, he should be stronger than he seems if he's disguising himself as a student. I wonder what level he is in the Black Vatican, Zhao Manyang mumbled to himself.
Do you feel like you are being watched?
If you are uncomfortable with it, Sancha said apologetically after she noticed the frown on Zhao Manyang's face. I don't mind it since I enjoyed my time with you. That being said, your bodyguard is a little slow to react. Those people might have turned the concert hall into an enclosed cage, but it took him so long just to arrive. I'm not sure if he's a capable bodyguard, Zhao Manyang warned her. I should really thank you, Sancha forced a smile.
You don't have to. If you really want to repay my kindness, you may perform a piece for me.
I believe your skills are on par with the masters who perform on stage. I might be able to forget the unpleasant stuff today if I can enjoy your performance alone, Zhao Manyang suggested.
Where should we go then? Is your place convenient?
Sure, Sancha nodded after a slight hesitation. Zhao Manyang remained calm on the surface, but the song of victory was already playing in his heart. He should thank the martyrs for lending him a hand to speed up his progress. Chapter 2234. Your Two Husbands. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The sunny season suited the Era's sacred institute the most. The sunlight and blossoming flowers were essential to set off the school's charm, like a sky garden from ancient Babylon. The scent of the flowers lingered in every corner of the school. When they opened the windows in the morning, the pleasant scent was greeting them like a woman whom they were fond of jumping into their arms.
You're an animal.
You're a king animal. People like you were locked up with the pigs in ancient times, Mu Bai went on. Mo Fan looked at Mu Bai. He could not think of a more suitable term to describe Zhao Manyang. He simply added, you're an animal. We were just sharing our interest in music, Zhao Manyang argued. For the whole night? Mo Fan asked. Not really, we also discuss red wine, coffee beans, and culinary arts, things that people like you aren't fancy about, Zhao Manyang answered. How many times in total? Mo Fan pressed. Just 2, our relationship is pure and innocent. Did you wear a condom? It's her safe time. Zhao Manyang sighed, that's enough, it's really not what you are thinking. I might have had ulterior motives when I approached her in the first place. I was trying to get my revenge on my brother through my future sister-in-law, but I realized we have a lot in common, like she's my soulmate. She can immediately understand me when I briefly touch upon a topic. It's obvious that she doesn't like Zhao Youqian, that *****. Luckily, I met her in time to prevent a brilliant woman like her from falling into the hands of a vicious man with poor tastes. Anyway, it's true love between us, Zhao Manyang pontificated. Pan Jinlian and Wu Dielang said the same thing too, Mo Fan nodded. TL note. Wu Dielang was murdered by his adulterous wife, Pan Jinlian. Zhao Manyang could no longer keep calm. He snapped, a man like you who keeps thinking of having 2 wives has no right to judge me. As for you, you don't even have a girlfriend. You have no idea what true love is. Fine, we are both animals, Mo Fan spread his arms. He had nothing else to say if Zhao Manyang insisted on taking him down too. Why does it have anything to do with me? Mu Bai complained. He did not do anything at all. You are worse than an animal, both Zhao Manyang and Mo Fan shouted at the same time. Humans were very realistic. Ever since Mo Fan had beaten the crap out of Nelson, his classes were always fully booked. After all, magic theory had to be compatible with practical skills. Most people only believed in what they saw. They did not care about Mo Fan's advanced ideas. Mo Fan adjusted his glasses after finishing a class that was now full of students. He was very pleased with himself. A genius like him could easily dominate every field to which he devoted his time. He went to the coffee house and rested for the afternoon. He enjoyed coming to the coffee house. The reasons were simple. He could lay on the spacious balcony that was covered in white sand and enjoy the view of the blue sea. Most importantly, the female students would come here in their bikinis and sunbathe. They might even untie the strings on their backs to make sure the tan was perfect. Some might even place their bras to the side so others could tell their cup sizes just by looking at them. A sunbath was no different from a picnic in the park if the girls were not comparing their cup sizes. It was one of the good things about foreign women. They were open-minded enough to share their good things with others. Mo Fan looked around the beach and quickly noticed a pair of adorable peach-colored bras that were roughly the size of an E-cup placed beside their owner. The owner turned her head to the side to grab something and noticed Mo Fan's gaze. Mo Fan froze with an awkward expression. He was a teacher, yet he was caught in his shameless act. "Hey, aren't you lecturer Mo Yifan?" the girl blurted out in surprise. She did not mind Mo Fan's gaze at all. "Hello there, your badges are hindering my preparation for my next class," Mo Fan said. "My bust size was already a D when I was 10. I'm 20 now, but my breasts haven't grown a lot more. I don't think we've met before." "I'm Winnie, a student from lecturer Brianka's faction," Winnie said. She reached out like she was going to shake Mo Fan's hand. Mo Fan looked surprised. He quickly said, "Well, it's a little inconvenient for us to shake hands. Why don't you give me a hug?" Winnie realized she had found a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, a man in a suit and another in casual clothes approached them, going straight up to Winnie. The former shared the exciting things he had encountered during the day, while the other started applying sunscreen to Winnie's back. Mo Fan felt extremely awkward, and placed his attention on his book instead. He caught a glimpse of Winnie kissing the man who was applying sunscreen on her back before kissing the talkative man in a suit. Mo Fan's eyes widened. Holy crap, they are having a threesome in broad daylight. The student seriously deserved a scolding for doing it in public. "Lecturer Mo Yifan, these are my two husbands. I bet you won't remember their names even if I tell you. Why don't we continue with our conversation?" Winnie asked him. "Say what?" Mo Fan was stunned. What did she mean by her two husbands? Did I hear that right? Mo Fan blurted out. "What do you mean?" "Your TWO husbands." Mo Fan emphasized. "Yeah, what's wrong with it?" Winnie asked naturally. She quickly explained after she realized something. "I can tell you are really clueless. The Era Sacred Institute does not restrict the number of husbands and wives of its citizens. I'm not a playgirl like you think. They are both my legal husbands." Legal husbands? It sounded oddly thrilling. Zhao Manyang had mocked his dream earlier today, yet Mo Fan had immediately learned such a shocking piece of information. "This country doesn't practice monogamy?" Mo Fan asked softly, with a hint of excitement. "You can be polygamous if you want. It's up to you. There's no such thing as the one and only in this world. The Era Sacred Institute doesn't restrict human nature. Speaking of which, I'm looking for my third husband. My two husbands aren't bad, but I always feel like I'm taking the lead. As a woman, I'm hoping to find a man who's stronger than me in many areas." "Well, he must at least be a stronger mage than me," Winnie said, staring at Mo Fan enticingly. Chapter 2235. The Skull on Your Shoulder. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan went back to his apartment and told Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai the exciting news. Mu Bai acted like he already knew about it, but Zhao Manyang had a strange expression. "She told me she had a fiancé yesterday, but she didn't really mind." Did she mean Zhao Manyang was too scared to think about it? "It's very likely she baited you instead," Mo Fan confirmed. Zhao Manyang almost lost his mind. It meant Sancha did not mind having a relationship with both him and his brother. Zhao Manyang was planning to get some revenge by hooking up with Zhao Youqian's fiancée, yet it was him who was tricked in the end. It was like roars of thunder were echoing across the sunny sky. Zhao Manyang went back to his room. He felt like he was not ready to face such an evil world for the time being. Mo Fan went to the dean's office that evening. To his surprise, the dean, who rarely stayed in his office, was there. The elemental chief, Green, was in the office, too. They seemed to be discussing something important. The Andes Federation's decision is really troublesome for us, Schierling, the dean of the Eris Sacred Institute, commented. We'll give them our answer in a few days. I think Lecturer Mo Yifan is outside. It looks like he's here for something urgent, Green noticed. They ended their conversation and invited Mo Fan into the office. Mo Fan saw them with pleased faces, like two elderly men who enjoyed reading newspapers while enjoying a cup of tea. They seemed to be admiring him a bit. A talented man will be popular wherever he goes, Mo Fan thought. Dean, may I apply for a position as a long-term lecturer? Mo Fan asked. Ah, you would like to join the Eris Sacred Institute? Did our school's marvelous vision convince you to join us? That's great, the doors of the Eris Sacred Institute are always open for a talent like you, Green said. Not really, I just want to have 2 wives, Mo Fan said honestly. All right, that's also part of our school's vision, Green managed to say awkwardly. Lecturer Mo Yifan, if you join our school, it means you are going to become a citizen of the Eris Sacred Institute too, the dean pointed out. Who? Mo Fan scratched his head. His homeland had nurtured him well. He might have to reconsider before changing his citizenship. One was his dream, while the other was his nationality. He was struggling to make a decision. Lecturer Mo Yifan, we do accept dual nationality, Green spoke up. But my homeland doesn't allow it, Mo Fan sighed. Then I guess we can't help you. You will have to make the call yourself, Green said helplessly. Dean knew Mo Fan was not willing to forfeit his Chinese citizenship. He said patiently, there's always a way. Lecturer Mo Yifan, do you support multi-faith? What do you mean? Mo Fan was confused. The Eris Sacred Institute has its own religion, too. You can also enjoy the benefits of a citizen by registering yourself as a disciple of our religion. Your country doesn't restrict your religion, does it? Dean said. You're right. Thank you for your guidance, Mo Fan spoke up agreeably. There's always a way indeed. Green smiled. The dean nodded. He looked at Mo Fan's shoulder and saw something lustrous like a jade, yet it resembled a skull when he took a closer look. Lecturer Mo Yifan, that thing on your shoulder, Dean asked. I'm carrying the honorable mission of the Eris Sacred Institute on my shoulders. Mo Fan declared firmly. The dean coughed and emphasized, I'm asking about the object on your shoulder. Oh, I thought you were asking me to devote myself. It's a skull. I found it in the Hillman's cave during an excursion. I can't seem to destroy it with my flames, so I find it quite interesting. I took it as a souvenir, Mo Fan answered. Oh, little flame bell, it was already quite spooky that you enjoyed playing with a skull, yet you didn't put your toy away after you were done playing with it. No wonder the girls were looking at me weirdly on the way here. The Hillmen have always given our school a huge headache. They are like a bunch of devils preying on our school's sacred land, Green sighed. Can you give the skull to me, the dean requested of him. Who? Mo Fan did not expect the dean to ask for the skull. It was a difficult decision to make. Little Flame Bell had enjoyed matching her strength against the skull lately. She might leave home again if he gave away her favorite toy. His daughter's temper had worsened after she grew up. It was not easy to trick her as he had in the past. I can't tell you what its uses are, but I sincerely hope you can give it to me. Oh, it's not part of your request to join our school. How about this? I'll trade it for something else. It's a blessing that you are willing to join our school. The skull is just a personal deal between us, the dean assured him. Well, Mo Fan was even more troubled. I have a piece of amber that I obtained when I held a position in the Holy Judgment Court. It's as useful as the lightning Pentagons, which have been a hot topic lately. Do you think it's a fair trade? The dean took out a piece of amber that was emitting white steam. Mo Fan was going to appraise it when Little Loach pendant started shaking vigorously. It might even have lunged at the piece of amber right away if there were no outsiders around. Can't it behave more like a pendant? Was it so difficult to behave itself? It is acting like it just saw a pretty girl. Mo Fan withheld the Little Loach pendant's urge and said with a troubled face, if the Dean fancies the skull, I don't mind agreeing with the trade. Thank you so much. The Dean was overjoyed. You're welcome. Mo Fan quickly found a quiet corner after leaving the Dean's office. Little Loach only needed a little more energy to upgrade his lightning element to the second tier of the super level. He was having trouble finding another lightning pentagon after the mine was taken over by the Federation. To his surprise, the Dean had a similar piece that was of the fire element. It did not really matter. It was still beneficial for him if Little Loach ended up improving his fire element after refining the amber. His fire element was less stable than his lightning element. He could use this as a chance to improve his fire element. Ling Tilda, Little Flame Bell, woke up from her nap. She flew back and forth in the room. Her insane speed using the space element made it look like there were over a dozen of her moving inside the room. Little Flame Bell, I told you to put your toy away whenever you are done playing with it so you won't lose it. Humph, I have a piece of rock. Little Loach has absorbed its energy. You can play with it instead. Ling Tilda Little Flame Bell nodded in joy. Little did she know, Mo Fan was basically tricking her, the equivalent of saying, I'll help you keep your money until you have graduated from high school. Chapter 2236. The Ninth Mound. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Knock knock knock. Mo Fan was thinking of taking a nap when he heard the loud knocks on his door. He had been a lot busier ever since he became a teacher, as students with ulterior motives would keep visiting him with whatever excuse they could think of. Sighing, he considered that the way he had been acting was definitely not worthy to be called an animal. Lecturer, I just recalled something. Lily blurted out excitedly after the door was opened. Mo Fan was disappointed. Why did it have to be this ugly chick? What did you recall? He asked politely. There's a place where you might find the clues you want. Lily spoke up. Where is it? Mo Fan's eyes glittered. The Black Vatican was done harvesting the frenzy poppies. He had no idea how much frenzy liquid the Black Vatican could produce from the frenzy poppies. There was no way Salon would wash her hands in a gold basin so easily. The incident she was responsible for in China had raised her reputation as a goddess of death across the world. She was already brewing another conspiracy, and it was very likely to take place in the Americas. The problem was that they had no idea which city was her next target, given the size of the Americas. The clues they had found had yet to lead them to a key person in the Black Vatican. A mound in the Andes Mountains, Lily declared. Mo Fan immediately called Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang over. Mu Bai filtered out the special places the Eris Sacred Institute had established in the Andes Mountains, and found 13 mounds scattered across the mountains. What are these mounds used for? Zhao Manyang asked, looking confused. The kingdom of the demon creatures in the Andes Mountains is comparable to Mount Kunlun. The Eris Sacred Institute is very close to the Andes Mountains, without any cities nearby. Even if the school has a solid defense, there's a den of demon creatures covering over 10,000 square kilometers outside it. These mounds serve as fire beacon towers between the territory of the school and the Andes Mountains. The school can observe the movement of the demon creatures in the Andes Mountains through these mounds, like whether the demon creatures are gathering or roaming, or if demon creatures above the commander level are on the move. The mounds will reflect this information to the school right away so it can react accordingly, Mu Bai told them all. These 13 mounds are like the school's alarm system in the wild, but aren't some of them a little too deep in the mountains? They are located on some of the taller mountains. Does the school assign people to these mounds? Even super mags might not survive on those mountains. Zhao Manyang pointed at a few of the dots on the map. These mounds are more like posts the school uses to observe the Andes kingdom of demon creatures. It's hard to say if they are occupied all the time. The place Lily recalled is the 9th Mound. Mubai pointed at a location with uneven terrain. Aren't the lecturers responsible for patrolling these mounds? They were also considered the most difficult patrols. Mo Fan remembered. Patrolling the mounds was no different from invading the dens of some demon creatures. Most importantly, even though the fire beacon towers were mainly used for observing the demon creatures, there were no reinforcements if anything went wrong. I'll get more information about these mounds from the school, Mubai proposed. Mubai went to the school's security department, which was focused on the school's safety. The mounds were under their management. Mubai found a clerk in the office, who was trimming her nails. She was currently in her 30s, at the point where she was only wasting her money trying to conserve her youthful looks, which she should have done at a younger age. Hi, I'm a guest lecturer of the school, Mu Han. My colleagues and I are thinking of earning some extra money. We heard the Mount patrols have the highest pay, so we are interested in them, Mubai asked. If the Black Vatican had spies in the school, they had to stick to their disguises as teachers of the school. Dean Zhao had made the smart choice of suggesting they disguise themselves as guest lecturers. If they were students, they would struggle to get things done. What do you want to know? The clerk answered lazily. Mubai was just about to ask some questions when he caught a pungent smell. He glanced at the nail polish the clerk was using, yet the smell did not seem to come from it. Could it be the woman had put on enough perfume to marinate her flesh? What's behind there? Is it a storage area? Mubai pointed at a door behind the clerk's desk. The smell was coming from there. Yeah, resources are stored here before they are transported to the mountains. Is there any problem? The clerk continued to apply her nail polish. May I take a look at them? Mubai asked her. Go ahead. A strong smell assailed Mubai's nostrils as he approached the door. He almost broke out in tears from it. Mubai was very sensitive to odors as a poison and plant mage. The clerk might think the smell was soothing, yet it felt like a slow poison to Mubai. The storage area was empty when Mubai walked inside, but the odor that lingered on the floor and the walls were too strong. Mubai had been conducting experiments on the frenzy poppies lately, so he was very sensitive to their scent. Damn it, it's the Black Vatican. Mubai had a cold expression as he stared into the empty storage area. Mubai had always thought the Black Vatican had transported the frenzy poppies to a secret factory in a hidden place. To his surprise, the Black Vatican was bold enough to store the frenzy poppies right inside the school, in the storage area of the security department. The fact that the lingering smell was so strong meant the frenzy poppies had been stored here for quite some time. The frenzy poppies looked just like normal poppies on the surface. The Era Sacred Institute did not have strict control over poppies. They only treated poppies as medicinal herbs which were commonly used to make painkillers. It was common for battles to take place at the mounds. The people stationed at the mounds were always injured, so it was not strange to transport poppies to the mounds. Mo Fan and his group had forgotten something important. The Black Vatican was very good at hiding their crimes under the cover of normal lives. They even let the school, which was the last thing anyone would suspect, hide and transport their goods. Where did they move the things in this room to? Mubai asked quickly. The 9th Mound. Chapter 2237. If the World Isnt Peaceful. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. So you are saying that the Black Vatican moved the frenzy poppies that had been harvested straight to the school and stored them casually in security. They even let the school transport their stuff to the 9th Mound. Mo Fan repeated what Mubai had said. Mubai nodded. Why do I feel like our minds are being rubbed on the floor again? Zhao Manyang smiled wryly. The people leading the Black Vatican had always been very smart. If only they used their intelligence to do proper business. What should we do now? Mubai was struggling to make a decision. They had been searching for the frenzy poppies for a long time, and it turned out they had been stored less than a kilometer away from their apartments. They were only sent to the 9th Mound recently. What else can we do? We will tackle the root of the problem. Mo Fan said. They would only be played like a fiddle if they kept going in circles with the Black Vatican. Mubai had already mentioned that the trickiest part was planting the frenzy poppies. If the Black Vatican had already mastered the skills needed to refine the frenzy liquid, it would not take long for them to produce the frenzy liquid once they had the raw material. Salen would have access to a new batch of the frenzy liquid. It was up to her if she wanted to repeat the calamity of the ancient capital. The problem was that Salen was an emotionally unstable woman. Perhaps she might think the sandy white beaches around the Andes Mountains were too sunny, so a rain was needed to dampen them down. The area would immediately turn into hell, where blood was scattered across the place and demons roamed. I've asked around. The frenzy poppies weren't transported to the 9th Mound using manual labor. The 9th Mound is over 100 kilometers away from the school. It would be tricky to transport the goods safely, even with an elite troop, Mubai said. How did they do it, then? Zhao Manyang asked. With teleportation portals. The 8th Mound and the 12th Mound each have a teleportation portal connected to the Eris Sacred Institute. It can transport objects over 100 kilometers away, but the portals can only transport non-living things. Living things will die instantly if they step into the portals, Mubai informed him. Damn it, why does the school have to be so rich? Otherwise, we might have had a chance to catch up to them. Mo Fan complained. That's why we must set out as soon as possible. We must stop the Black Vatican before they produce the frenzy liquid and stop whatever they are up to. The only problem is, these 13 mounds aren't just fire beacon towers in the Andes Mountains. They are also important road signs in the mountains that are basically a maze, like white poplars in a desert. We can only find the way to the 2nd Mound from the 1st Mound, and the way to the 3rd Mound from the 2nd Mound, Mubai went on. Are you serious? They are taking a plane straight to the 8th Mound and the next mound will be their destination, while we have to go on foot. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. To make matters even worse, the school has lost contact with the 6th Mound for a few days, whether or not the Black Vatican was behind it. Something must have happened to it. The school is organizing a group to check it out, so even if we are going to the 9th Mound, we have to resolve the problem that is occurring at the 6th Mound first. Mubai frowned. Holy crap, does that mean we will only retrieve the corpses of innocent people at this rate? Zhao Manyang wondered. Where are the portals? Mo Fan asked. Mo Fan, what are you trying to do? Mubai and Zhao Manyang asked simultaneously. I'll teleport to the 8th Mound right away, Mo Fan declared. You're going to get yourself killed. Those portals are meant for non-living things. No one knows what's going to happen to a living thing. You might be able to reach the 8th Mound, but your body might end up in several segments. We should just follow the mounds instead. It's not our fault if we don't make it in time. We have made a lot more progress than the Magic Association and the Holy Judgment Court, who always notice something is wrong after it's already too late, Zhao Manyang yelled at him. There were many kinds of teleportation portals. The principles of a portal used to transport goods were different from those that could teleport a person. It did not matter if goods were disintegrated in the spatial rift. For example, if they were transporting potatoes and jerky, it would still be fine if they ended up as potato chips and mincemeat at the destination. However, it was not the same for a living thing. I'm a space mage. I can look after myself in the spatial rift. If everything goes smoothly, I can go straight to the 8th Mound. It's even better if I can find the evil herbalist and send him to heaven with my flames, giving the world its peace back, Mo Fan replied confidently. Mo Fan, you are smashing an apple against a Nokia. Who knows which one is going to last until the very end? Zhao Manyang warned him. I have to take the bet. I've never taken a flight like this before, let's not waste any more time. You two aren't space mags, so don't follow me into the portal, I won't be able to protect you. Just start from the 1st Mound and try to back me up. I'll head to the 8th Mound first. We are always one step behind the Black Vatican throughout this operation. We almost captured the evil herbalist who is such an important asset for Salen in Greece, yet he ran away right under our noses. If we don't try harder, we'll still be a step late. I don't want a city to end up in a bloodbath because of us, Mo Fan said. The Americas owe you a Nobel Peace Prize, Zhao Manyang declared. Mo Fan could not help it. He only had a few hobbies in his life. If the world was not peaceful, how could he read a book on the sandy white shore pretending he was preparing for his classes while enjoying the view of ladies in their bikinis? If the world was not peaceful, how could he go wild with his lover on a bed inside the Parthenon temple until the sun rose the next day? If the world was not peaceful, the delicacies he loved would soon be drowned in the ocean, like his favorite restaurant that served crayfish in Pudong. Fighting a war was not necessarily scarier than losing the things he loved, so he had no choice but to fight now. The 8th Mound had a teleportation portal that was used to transport goods. No one had ever tried using it to travel through it. It felt like he was walking toward his reincarnation, the way of the animal, to be precise. He had no clue which species he would turn into. Mu Bai always found Mo Fan's courage impressive. If Mo Fan made it to the 8th Mound in one piece, he would only be a dozen kilometers away from the 9th Mound. He might be able to stop the evil herbalist in time. Mo Fan, do you know people who are involved in high-risk work will write their last words every month in case their families can't take their possessions if they die a sudden death? Can you tell me if you have written a similar entry in your diary lately, before going inside the portal? Zhao Manyang inquired of him blithely. Mo Fan already placed one of his feet inside the portal. Silver strings began to circle him rapidly, forming a polygon. It was like Mo Fan was standing between two mirrors facing one another. His reflection was being projected in multiple dimensions. Zhao Manyang saw Mo Fan talking as he entered the spatial rift, but his voice was sucked into the spatial rift. He could only guess what Mo Fan was saying by reading his lips. It was more like Mo Fan was telling Zhao Manyang to send his regards to Chen Yi, rather than leaving his last words. Chapter 2238. Bowing Together. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan kept hearing the rustling of leaves. It was familiar yet strange, but it immediately put Mo Fan on alert, as if something terrifying was going to happen whenever he heard the sound. His vision was as narrow as a crack. He was struggling to open his eyes, as if his eyelids were stuck together. A while later, he finally realized he was badly wounded when he felt the pain across his body. As he had expected, a trip with such huge risks was meant to go wrong. It was like he had been in a plane that had crashed. Where the hell am I? The 8th Mound? Why am I seeing? Sigh, my head is on the ground. No wonder I couldn't see anything. Mo Fan finally realized the posture he had landed in after his vision recovered a little. He must have hit his face on the ground. His eyes were most likely swollen by now, hence the struggle he had opening them. Something soft landed on him. There were many of them, and they were quick, yet they were not deadly. He felt a sharp pain whenever the things landed on his wounds. He could not move his body. It felt like he was twisted around like a pretzel. Mo Fan could not remember what he had been through. He swore he would never enter the spatial rift again. He had almost killed himself. Is there anyone here? Anyone? Is this the 8th Mound? I'm Lecturer Mo Yifan, who just crashed my plane. If someone would be kind enough to treat my injuries, the soil here stinks. Why does it smell like dog poop? There was no answer, except for the sound of the drizzling rain. Mo Fan suddenly heard heavy breathing beside him, and was overjoyed. Someone finally showed up. What a blessing from the heavens. Every heroic martial artist who fell down a cliff would obtain a peerless martial art and encounter a beautiful innocent lady. Mo Fan was only asking for a helping hand. The person who was approaching Mo Fan let out a deep groan. Its voice was strange, yet familiar for some reason. Mo Fan worked very hard to turn his head. He saw a pair of hairy legs. The bare feet looked like they were made of rocks. The hair on the legs was like a pair of rugged, filthy trousers. A bone axe was dangling beside the owner's waist. It still had bloodstains on it, which were being washed away as water drops fell from its tip. Mo Fan's heart skipped a beat. Seriously? He was asking for a living human who was able to help him up, not a hillman who could kill him with a single swing of its axe. Was karma at play here? Was this the result after he had wiped out an entire nest of hillmen? Brother Hillman, I might not be able to move for now, but I can still use most of my spells. You should stay away from me if you have the slightest common sense. Otherwise, I'll skin you and rub you on the ground. Mo Fan snarled. The hillman laughed like a squealing pig, as if it could understand Mo Fan. You dare laugh at me? Telekinesis arrows. Mo Fan was enraged. He modified his will to take the shape of an arrow and fired it at the hillman. The telekinesis arrow flew at the back of the hillman's head rapidly. The hillman was still laughing, but it suddenly stopped when it saw the arrow between its eyes, after it had pierced its head from behind. Bang! The hillman fell beside Mo Fan. Its brain fluids were flowing out of the hole on its head. Its face happened to be facing Mo Fan's. I might not be able to move, but it doesn't mean I can't use my magic. Idiot! Mo Fan swore at it. The hillman was holding its last breath. It glared at Mo Fan with a weird expression. Mo Fan was utterly confused by the hillman's reaction until he heard more footsteps approaching around him. He immediately saw more pairs of bare feet coming closer, followed by heaving breaths. What the heck is going on? Didn't he teleport to the 8th mound? How did he end up in a den of hillmen? Were they having a meeting here? Is it too late for me to apologize? Brother Hillman, hang in there. Mo Fan yelled at the hillman lying beside him. A second later, the hillman's head tilted to the side and lay still. It was unlikely to answer Mo Fan's question. Mo Fan was left speechless. Why did he never bother fixing his bad temper? Why did he have to blast a hole on the creature's head with a telekinesis arrow for no reason? Couldn't he leave the warrior-level creature with some dignity? Mo Fan shook his head. He promised himself he would try to settle conflicts peacefully from today onward, even when he was facing demon creatures. He could now turn his head around. What a relief, he could now control his will more freely to lock onto the targets around him. Screw it, there was no way he would settle a dispute peacefully with these savages. Didn't they want to kill him? He would let them give him kowtows and apologize to him first. Telekinesis, inextricable links. The same arrows with blurred outlines floated in the air amid the rain. They followed Mo Fan's gaze and flew at the hillmen who were eyeing Mo Fan so covetously. Mo Fan was a man of his words, and deliberately fired the arrows at the hillmen's knees. Blood splattered out of the hillmen's legs as they all fell to their knees, like they had just stumbled into their king as he was wandering the mountains. Bow! The arrows grew longer under Mo Fan's control. They were more like spears now, diving at the hillmen's heads the moment they fell to the ground and nailing their skulls to the ground. The hillmen's bodies shook vigorously as their heads were nailed to the ground. Blood was pouring out from the wounds and soon blended with the rain. The hillmen were forced to stay in the same posture around Mo Fan, like displayed specimens. The strange thing was, Mo Fan, who was being worshipped by the hillmen, was in a similar posture himself. He had been in a kneeling posture since he landed. Is there anyone? Come give me a hand. Where the hell am I, any kind demon creatures in these mountains that are willing to lend me a hand? I'm here to save the world. I can't afford to waste too much time here. The scent of blood spread through the air and soon attracted a huge number of demon creatures. Mo Fan's bones had yet to recover. He could only bow with the hillmen who had turned into display specimens. The demon creatures who were attracted by the scent of blood were well behaved, and only picked on the corpses of the hillmen. They left Mo Fan alone, as if they knew they did not want to mess with the human who was stuck in such a weird posture. Chapter 2239. Fight Until Death. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The demon creatures did not forget to bow to Mo Fan after they were done eating. Mo Fan felt an urge to break into tears. He regretted taking the cargo flight. Since he could not move, he decided to cultivate instead. It had been a while since he had last visited the Demon Elements Galaxy. The demon element was dark red in color as it spun quietly in his spiritual world, observing the rest of the elements like an evil concubine. It remained calm and collected even when the Lightning Queen possessed great power and the Fire Concubine was acting recklessly. It was acting like everything was under its control. The demon element was different from the rest of the elements. It did not have the system of star dust, nebula, galaxy, and star ocean. It did not even have stars. It was just a crack that resembled a wormhole, connected to somewhere far away. The demon element did not welcome Mo Fan when he tried to approach it, as if it was not bothered by his presence. Being aloof isn't the trend anymore. I'm currently injured. Can't you give me some other useful passives, since you have only provided me with a transformation skill with a cooldown that lasts for half a century? Mo Fan complained to it. Communication was the key. It was possible to communicate with everything in the world, including a puff of energy. The demon element started emitting a faint glow. Mo Fan felt a layer of warmth encapsulating his body, like he had fallen into a pool of mud that had been exposed under the sun for an entire afternoon. It was sticky yet comfortable. It was that easy to convince it. Mo Fan was surprised. He had thought he would need to have a prolonged argument with the demon element, with a lot of begging and pleading, yet it was willing to lend him a hand where he was only suggesting it indifferently. The demon element had strengthened his flesh and given him an outstanding ability to self-recover. Mo Fan had sustained great injuries from the crash. He might have been stuck in the same posture for a few days without the help of a healer, but Mo Fan could already feel his bones after receiving the help from the demon element. He was now able to move his arms around. What a surprise! The demon element might seem aloof, but it had failed to withstand the slightest provocation. All Mo Fan did was take a quick tour of its territory, and it immediately poured out its energy to nurture him. Mo Fan was finally able to stand. He tried moving his stiff joints. His injuries recovered quicker than he had expected. He was soon as healthy as an ox after applying the whole bag of ointments and medicine Xinxia had given him over his entire body. Is it possible that the turbulent flow of space has teleported me somewhere else? I was supposed to land on the 8th mound, despite my injuries. How did I end up here? Mo Fan murmured. Mo Fan took a few steps forward as he was murmuring to himself. The ground suddenly sank and revealed the entrance of an underground structure. Huge banana leaves were blocking Mo Fan's vision. He was greeted by a shocking sight as he pried the leaves. He had arrived at the 8th mound, but the place was already in ruins. The walls around the irregular terrain were made of light green rocks. Some of them spread out like a fan, while others were stacked in layers like stairs. They had surrounded the mound like a valley. A few defensive buildings were constructed along the walls. They were most likely connected to some caves, allowing their occupants to escape in an emergency. Mo Fan could roughly see the outline of the structures, but both the walls and the buildings were now in ruins. The mounds are supposed to be the alert system of the school. How come the school is unaware that the 8th mound has been destroyed? Mo Fan was shocked. The Eris Sacred Institute was constructed at the edge of the Andes Mountains. In other words, it was located right outside the entrance of a demon creature's den. The misbehaving demon creatures often gathered in groups to expand their territories. If the Eris Sacred Institute was unaware of the movement of demon creatures beforehand, it was possible for the school to be completely surrounded by demon creatures within a night. The mounds were similar to the outposts, sentry towers, and fortresses around a city. Mu Bai had mentioned that something was wrong with the 6th mound. It turned out that the 8th mound had long been destroyed, yet the people of the Eris Sacred Institute had no idea what was going on. If the demon creatures were on the move, it would be too late for the people to react once the demon creatures reached the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd mounds. Was the Black Vatican behind it? Mo Fan thought grimly. Destroying the mounds was the same as destroying the alarm system of the Eris Sacred Institute. There was something else too. It had been raining for a long time. It was supposed to be a sunny season, but rain was sweeping across the mountains. Mo Fan's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, isn't this a sign that the Black Vatican is on the move? The rain, the breakdown of the city's defenses, followed by a huge tide of demon creatures attacking the city. The disaster came as the people were still preoccupied by their comfortable lives. There was enough blood to flow like rivers, while the land was littered with corpses. Their target is the Heir's Sacred Institute. The Black Vatican had been hiding in the Heir's Sacred Institute and had even planted the frenzy poppies in its territory. It was even producing the frenzy liquid at its facility to wipe out the school itself. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai were too focused on the main cities in the Andes Federation. They had assumed Salin was going to target one of the cities, yet she was aiming the cannon at the school instead. Damn those of the Black Vatican. He would never let them get what they wanted. Where could he look for such a tolerant marriage law in the world once the Heir's Sacred Institute was razed to the ground? He had always wondered why he was so incompatible with the Black Vatican. It turned out to be his destiny. Screw the Black Vatican and Salin. He would fight them until his death. Mo Fan looked around, but did not find a single corpse at the 8th mound. It was likely that the demon creatures and hillmen that were roaming nearby had cleaned them up. He was unable to ask anyone about the current situation. Luckily, Mo Fan had come prepared. He knew how to get to the 9th mound from the 8th mound. If Lily said she had been to the 9th mound in the past, it meant the evil herbalist had moved his lab to the 9th mound. Everything would be straightforward once Mo Fan found his way to the 9th mound. Come to think of it, how did the Black Vatican make the rain? Even if they are relying on water mags, the rain would only cover a distance of 10 kilometers at most, yet this rain is covering an area of at least 100 kilometers. Do they worship the rain of God? Chapter 2240. Razing the School to the Ground. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan had no idea what the rain might cause. He did not dare waste a single second, and quickly headed to the 9th mound. The 9th mound was around a dozen kilometers from the 8th mound. The Black Vatican had destroyed the 8th mound and planned to bury it with the rain to prevent the people of the Heir's Sacred Institute from finding the 9th mound. Luckily, Mo Fan had decided to take the risky path. The path to the 8th mound would have been filled with mud and soil if he took the old-fashioned way. They would never have found its precise location. The path ahead was undulating, and Mo Fan had a poor sense of direction. It would be surprising if he did not lose his way among the mountains, let alone find the 9th mound. The light green rocks were the only connection between the 8th mound and the 9th mound. Mo Fan called them cuckold rocks. Ed note, this is a reference to the green-hatted man saying. The cuckold rocks were scattered across the mountain. It was unlikely the Black Vatican could clear every single one of them. Mo Fan had no idea where he was currently, and was blindly following the cuckold rocks, hoping they would bring him to the 9th mound. I think I'm in the right way. Is that? Mo Fan moved his foot and picked up a dirty petal he had just stepped on. It was a petal from the frenzy poppies. The Black Vatican must have followed the cuckold rocks to the 9th mound too. They had accidentally dropped the petal along the way. The rain should still be clean. Let's hope they aren't done refining the frenzy liquid, Mo Fan muttered after sniffing the rain. Strange, the cuckold rocks are gone. They must be destroying the path to prevent people from intervening with the refinement process. This is bad, I'm only a few kilometers away. Mo Fan could not find any more cuckold rocks, unable to see a single one in the area. They were the only things that would lead him to the 9th mound. A few kilometers in the wilderness was not far, but the terrain in the mountains was too complicated, made up of caves, peaks, canyons, cliffs, and valleys. The 9th mound was not like a fortress or a village. It was just a sentry outpost that was well hidden to enhance its safety. It might be located in a hidden cave with plants covering its entrance, or on top of some dense trees. Summoning Gate, Army of Wolves. Mo Fan constructed a lunar white star constellation and opened a gate connected to the summoned beast plane. The restless wolves rushed out of the gate and scanned the area for enemies. They were rubbing their claws, preparing for an intense battle. Put your claws away. I only need your noses.
Come over here and sniff around. Holy crap, will you take turns instead? Are you trying to squeeze me to death?
Mo Fan felt like a shepherd with a pack of white sheep around him. The wolves did look rather adorable when they put their claws and fangs away. Old wolf, bring a troop with you and find those scum of the Black Vatican, even if you have to dig 3 inches deep into the ground. Mo Fan commanded the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was in low spirits, as it had been a long time since he was pampered. Mo Fan could not help it. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf's cultivation was stuck at peak commander level. If he could not achieve the ruler level, he would have no chance of adapting to the battles Mo Fan was fighting nowadays. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf felt helpless, as there was nothing he could do. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf howled, asking Mo Fan a question. Did everything I feed you go to waste? Does it matter if we are in the Andes Mountains? Are you telling me you don't dare to cause a scene in other creatures' territory? Mo Fan yelled back. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf felt wronged. Just screw them all up. I don't care if there are the hordes living in the Andes Mountains or a little pack within 5 kilometers of where we are. You aren't a good dog if you aren't an ambitious white wolf who wants to be the king of beasts. Mo Fan scolded him. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf almost burst into tears. They were currently in the Andes Mountains, which had a kingdom of demon creatures. This place was not necessarily any friendlier than Mount Kunlun. Even the tribal chiefs in the summoned beast plain would behave themselves when they heard about the Andes Mountains. It was fine if the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was on his own, but he was bringing 300 wolves with him to scout the mountains. They were obviously trying to compete for territory with the local tyrants. Things were doomed to go south. Enough with your nonsense and start looking. If you can find the Black Vatican's nest, I'll do everything to help you grow stronger. I'll also help you to take over the Mountain of 9 Fangs you have been struggling to invade. Mo Fan promised him. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was instantly motivated. The other wolves grew restless when they heard Mo Fan was going to help them to claim a new territory. They quickly formed a dozen packs and started searching the area thoroughly. They were more efficient than a well-trained army. Mo Fan summoned Apers and ordered the yawning snake lady, Apers, keep an eye on them. Don't let the local tyrants kill them. So I'm a wolf keeper now? Apers retorted unwillingly. The Andes Mountains had many species of demon creatures. Even a single pine tree might have 3 species competing for its ownership. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf and the army of white wolves were outsiders here. Their numbers could easily alert the demon creatures in the area. However, they hesitated to make a move under Apers' pressure. The 6th Mound. The mound was like a building lying horizontally across the entrance of a canyon on a barren mountain. A few people in the uniforms of the Eris Sacred Institute Security Department were busy investigating something when Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang arrived. They seemed to have an emergency. Mu Bai went up to them and asked, "What happened here?" The person in charge was an old man. He was wearing the Eris Sacred Institute's uniform, but he did not seem reliable enough to assume full responsibility for the place. The 6th Mound and the 7th Mound are connected by a river, but it's been raining heavily so suddenly. The strong current has destroyed the bridge along the river. Some of the areas are underwater after the flash flood, the old man began. Why didn't you tell the security department immediately? Mu Bai demanded. There's an excursion class trapped out there because of the flash flood. I didn't want to lose my job. I was planning to tell the school after we rescued them. The old man had no choice but to admit. Are you king out of your mind? Not only are you putting the lives of the students in danger, you are placing the school in danger too. Mu Bai swore scathingly. Mu Bai rarely scolded anyone, but he was so angry that he felt like beating the crap out of the old man when he heard his ridiculous excuse. It had been a few days since the problem had occurred. They could have resolved it sooner if they had told the school right away. However, the paths had been destroyed by the flash flood, making it impossible to find the way to the 7th Mound. In other words, they could no longer back Mo Fan up. He was going to have to invade the Black Vatican's nest by himself. Chapter 2241. Magistrate Schierling. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A woo! A wolf's howl came from the distance. It sounded like Fourth Wolf, whose nose was more sensitive than the rest of the wolves. Mo Fan immediately headed that way. He heard burbling after moving half a kilometer in that direction. It grew louder as he drew closer. Is it a waterfall? Mo Fan followed Fourth Wolf. Fourth Wolf led the way. They were very close to the waterfall. It turned out that the 9th mound was located at the waterfall. Mo Fan looked around and saw a wide river which was partially cut off by a mound. The water was falling into a deep lake below like a white dragon. The 9th mound was located above the waterfall, right by the river bank. It had been established on top of a huge rock, which served as its foundation. The rock was around the size of a basketball court, with the structure atop it. So this is the place. Mo Fan stared at the building above the waterfall. It did not look like a secret factory that belonged to the Black Vatican. He imagined the factory would have lots of chimneys and be on a spacious ground patrolled by armed guards. I don't see anyone around. Mo Fan crept closer. It felt like the rapid current of the river could knock the mound to the bottom of the waterfall at any second. Mo Fan knocked on the wooden door after he reached the mound. Is anyone here? I'm a lecturer at the Era Sacred Institute. I lost my way while I was hunting in the woods. Can anyone show me the way back to the school? Hello? Is anyone in there? Mo Fan shouted, but received no answer. Mo Fan decided to break his way in instead of wasting his time. Squeak! The door slowly swung open as Mo Fan was about to force his way in. Mo Fan was greeted by hair dangling in front of a chubby face with a sleepy expression, followed by a pleasant scent. A young woman? Why would a young woman be taking a nap inside a mound that served as an important security checkpoint so deep in the woods? It feels great taking a nap when it's raining. Mister, do you want to take a nap with me? The woman asked with a smile. Her alluring eyes enticed any man to strip her on the spot. Cough cough, I just happened to lose my way in the woods. I'm not interested in taking a nap right now. I just want to ask if you have seen any strange people around here, like a plump middle-aged man who hides in the sewers and brews cooking oil with dead bodies, Mo Fan replied blandly. Not really, but there's a little witch that brews potions in her pajamas. Does that intrigue you? The woman who had referred to herself as a witch answered. What potions? Can I take a look? Mo Fan raised his eyebrows. Sure, I like to show people my work. The little witch opened the door and invited Mo Fan in. Mo Fan went inside without any hesitation. He immediately noticed the dead body on the dining table. It was not a human corpse, but the dead body of a hairy hillman. Its organs were exposed. A few spotlights were shining on it, so it was easier to observe it. It's very interesting. It will go berserk when I feed it my potion. It will attack anything that comes into view, the witch explained happily. There must be a lot of hillmen in the Andes Mountains, Mo Fan murmured. I think so, so I was wondering whether the Era Sacred Institute would survive if I mixed my potion with the rain, the witch said with a charming smile. I bet it will end up as a burial ground, Mo Fan judged. Ha ha, Mo Fan, are you willing to witness that spectacular sight with me? The witch asked lightly. I haven't introduced myself, Mo Fan frowned at her. You got the better of me, but you still owe me a favor. If I hadn't killed the woman with the cold prince, you wouldn't have been able to fight him with your full strength. It's impressive that you were able to find this place. Why don't you pretend you didn't see a thing here to repay my favor? The witch suggested. Blue Bat, it's not the first time we have met. Your boring act isn't going to work. How about this? If you hand over the frenzy liquid, I will go easy on you by leaving your corpse intact, Mo Fan replied gravely. How bad of you, are you really not going to leave my corpse alone? Blue Bat simpered. Blue Bat was Salon's proud student, but she had an unpredictable personality. She had been an expressionless woman when she was working for the Cold Prince. She had even come up with a pitiful background to trick him. Where's your boss? Mo Fan asked. Master has been busy lately, so I'm in charge here, Blue Bat answered. Are you the mastermind behind the plan to raze the Era's Sacred Institute to the ground? Mo Fan blurted out in astonishment. How could you underestimate me? I'm the one who used you to get rid of the Cold Prince. I might not be comparable to a Red Cardinal after taking out the Cold Prince, but I'm at least at the same level as the Chief Extraditor, Blue Bat complained to him. Who's the Chief Extraditor? Mo Fan bantered back. I'm not an idiot. I won't answer your questions. I do like kids, so if you are willing to give me a son so I can raise him into a Red Cardinal to replace the Cold Prince, I'll tell you who the Chief Extraditor is. Blue Bat replied cheerfully. 1. How did the Era's Sacred Institute step on your tail? Mo Fan continued, ignoring Blue Bat's nonsense. I can tell you that for free. Blue Bat sat on the table, completely ignoring the filthy dead body on it. She kicked her legs playfully and explaining to Mo Fan patiently, before Master takes over the role of the Supreme Pontiff, she would like to settle the debts of her past life. As a result, those who voted with a black stone must die. You mean the magistrates who judged Wen Tai guilty? Mo Fan was stunned. Not too long ago, Schierling had told Mo Fan he used to be a magistrate of the Holy Judgment Court. He had gotten that fire amber piece when he was still a magistrate. Mo Fan did not expect him to be one of the magistrates who were involved in Wen Tai's case. So you weren't aware of Master's motives even after so long? I mean, Master's path of redemption. Blue Bat corrected herself. Mo Fan suddenly noticed something odd. You mentioned your master is planning to settle the debts of her past life. Is she dead, or is she an undead? Idiot, Master has claimed the title of the God of Death, so her identity before she became the God of Death is considered her past life. Wasn't a son-in-law of Master's aware of her past life? Blue Bat shot back. Mo Fan's face darkened. What the heck? Chapter 2242. Underground Factory. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. You should just settle it with the person responsible. It was Schierling who voted with the Stone of Guilt. Just take him out. Why do you have to bring a bloodbath to the Era's Sacred Institute? Won't it just make your work harder? Mo Fan protested. Killing one is a crime. Killing a bunch is a crime, too. What's the difference? Blue Bat answered easily. Mo Fan scratched his head. He had been a teacher for a while. How could he convince Blue Bat to repent? Forget it, it was meaningless to waste his time on her. The look in Mo Fan's eyes shifted. He was not going to fool around with Blue Bat anymore. Blue Bat's status had to be higher than a Blue Deacon. He could stop the operation by taking her out. Do you really think a delicate girl like me would stay in the wild by myself? Blue Bat quickly realized Mo Fan's intentions. It's fine, I will kill every single one of you. Mo Fan clenched his hands into claws. His eyes turned purple as sharp lightning flickered between his fingers. The lightning did not dissipate or lunge at his enemy, remaining around Mo Fan's fingers. When he swept his hands through a cross, the lightning tore at Blue Bat's face like the claws of a demon. Blue Bat remained smiling as her face was shattered by the lightning like a piece of glass. The pieces fell to the ground. However, Mo Fan could still hear her laughter coming from a corner in the room. The laughter was discontinuous, like she was moving around. Are you so impatient, my little man? Blue Bat was still inside the room, yet Mo Fan was struggling to find her. Lightning-rending claws. Mo Fan stuck his fingers into a few spots where the presence of lightning was the strongest and tore them apart. Thick lightning-rending claws swept across the structure and destroyed it like popping a bubble. The disintegrated walls collapsed and fell into their surroundings. Even the foundation was left with lots of gouges all over it. The flowing river was temporarily cut off. Mo Fan jumped out from the debris and fixed his eyes on a shadow in the river. The shadow was like a thin piece of clothing that had fallen into the river accidentally. People would assume it was just a piece of plastic if they were not looking closely. Mo Fan gathered the lightning around him without any hesitation. He combined the arcs of lightning into a lightning spear and threw it at the shadow in the water. Bang! The lightning spear exploded after landing on the top of the river. The lightning arcs surged like wild and sharp blades in the water. Seriously, you've torn my favorite shirt to pieces, Blue Bat taunted him. She was weaving through the lightning arcs like a water snake. Mo Fan's lightning had failed to restrain her. Blue Bat suddenly rose from the water as she reached the waterfall. Countless water droplets were circling her. Blue Bat waved her hands as she was hanging in the air above the waterfall. The water droplets began to fire at Mo Fan like a chain of bullets. Mo Fan felt like a dozen automatic rifles were firing at him. He did not expect the water droplets to be so terrifying. The shore and the river's surface were soon peppered with bullet holes. Mo Fan tried covering himself behind a boulder, but the 10-meter-thick boulder quickly ended up looking like a beehive. Don't you want to save the Heir's Sacred Institute? Try your best to stop me. Blue Bat stopped floating in the air. She hugged her knees and somersaulted into the lake under the waterfall like a professional diver. Mo Fan was not going to let her escape. He quickly went to the edge and summoned an enormous meteorite of hellish flames. He was going to destroy the entire waterfall, so Blue Bat had nowhere to escape to. Sparkles were flickering amid the grey rain. The light was getting brighter. The meteorite of hellish flames fell from the sky with a loud howl. The raindrops nearby evaporated. The meteor's flames were going to burn the woods to ashes. The meteorite followed the curtain of water down and slammed heavily into the lake. White steam immediately rose from the lake as its water blew into steam instantly. The lake turned into a huge pit after it was dried out by the hellish flames. The raindrops falling from the sky struggled to put out the remaining hellish flames. Flames were dancing wildly amid the white mist. Even the river above the waterfall had dried up. For the moment, the waterfall had ceased to exist. Mo Fan searched around him. If Blue Bat was in the lake, she would have sustained serious injuries from the flames. However, he did not see Blue Bat anywhere. The woman's ability to hide and run away was unmatched. Mo Fan had no way to predict where she would go next. Mo Fan soon discovered a cave that had been behind the curtain of water. He only saw it after the waterfall had disappeared. Damn it, she tricked me. As the rain kept pouring down, the river began filling up again. The cave was gradually filling with water. Mo Fan was a little hesitant, as he was not a good swimmer. If he chased after Blue Bat, he would have a hard time retreating once the water covered the cave. If Blue Bat ran away, the Heir's Sacred Institute would have no chance of survival. The rain of frenzy liquid was going to provoke every hillman in the Andes Mountains to attack the school. No defense could possibly stop the attack. Not only would the Heir's Sacred Institute be destroyed, the villages and towns that were working for the Heir's Sacred Institute would fall victim to the attack too. Mo Fan clenched his teeth. He had no choice but to chase after Blue Bat. He had to keep going, whether it was a dragon swamp or a den of tigers. Mo Fan turned into a shadow sparrow and flew into the pitch-black cave behind the waterfall. There were torches in the cave. It seemed the people of the Black Vatican were active here. Mo Fan followed the path through the damp cave and discovered a flight of stairs. Mo Fan's footsteps were loud and clear on the stairs, but the enemy already knew he was coming. It was meaningless to hide his presence now. The cave slowly became spacious, with more torches lighting up his surroundings. Mo Fan found himself in a spacious cavern. He was wondering how the Black Vatican produced the frenzy liquid in the small mound. It did not suit these evil people who were planning to destroy the world. He immediately smiled wryly when he saw the cavern ahead. The place was full of rusted steel plates. There were pipes, hoses, cans, and containers everywhere. The chimneys were lined up in straight rows like stalactites. The bottom of the stairs was a junkyard. Chapter 2243. Head Priest Wu Ku. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Flames were burning wildly. The junkyard was piled with the frenzy poppies Mo Fan and his group were looking for. It was obvious that the frenzy poppies had already been refined into the frenzy liquid. They were only burning the remains of the flowers. The strange smell in the air made Mo Fan feel like he had set foot into an opium hall in the 1800s. His throat actually felt sticky from the smoke. Sounds were approaching Mo Fan rapidly from every direction. Mo Fan looked around and noticed 6 people in brown kasayas. Classic Buddhist monk-style robe. Standing not far from him. Their faces were hidden under the hoods of their robes, revealing only painted blue lips and scarred chins. Standing behind them, Blue Bat had changed into a different outfit. Her dark red and tight-fitting clothing with snake stripes made her look like a venomous snake. Her eyes emitted a toying glow at her prey. I wonder how much your cultivation has improved lately. I can test your skills with a few of my executioners, who I'm very proud of, Blue Bat informed him gleefully. Mo Fan did not answer her question. He was focusing on the other person standing beside Blue Bat. The person standing there beside her was wearing a kasaya too, but its color had already faded away. His face was covered by a piece of cloth, leaving only his eyes visible. The man was staring at Mo Fan. Mo Fan's dark vein became restless at that instant. Its ability to predict danger was active. The dark vein burst out of Mo Fan's pores and sent a shiver down his spine. However, Mo Fan found both the man's eyes and his temperament very familiar, including the alert from the dark vein. It's him. Mo Fan soon recalled who the man was. He had met him before. He had seen him in the sacred city of Lhasa when he and Mu Ningxue were strolling through the streets. It was the worshipper who had given him an uneasy feeling. Mo Fan thought he was the heretic the Sacred Palace Mage and Heresy Judgment Court were after. Even though they were looking for Qin You're, Mo Fan somehow had a feeling the man was a heretic, too. Why is the man here? He remembered Lily mentioning that they had invited a master from China. Was she referring to this man? Let's hope you enjoy yourself here. Wu Ku, time for us to leave. We have something more important to handle, Blue Bat told the monk beside her. Mo Fan pointed at Wu Ku and yelled, "Don't go yet. Shouldn't you be delivering all living creatures from suffering as a monk? Why are you taking the side of the Avilders instead? Seeing the world suffering will deliver me from my own sufferings." Wu Ku removed the cloth on his face, revealing a sincere yet twisted grin. Damn it, another lunatic again. Mo Fan cursed aloud. Mo Fan, how amusing are you, treating Wu Ku as a real monk? He's the mastermind behind the tragedy that took place in your Bo City. Blue Bat laughed at him. Mo Fan's face darkened. He glared at Wu Ku, who was obviously neither a monk nor a Daoist. Blue Bat, are you seriously giving up on your soul too? Mo Fan said coldly. My soul has always belonged to another person. You never really understood us, even though you've been on our tail for such a long time, have you? Blue Bat scoffed. Mo Fan did not respond, waiting for Blue Bat to finish her performance. Master has 3 reliable right hands, the chief extraditor, the head priest, and the evil herbalist. This bald man here is the head priest serving under Master. My master was never involved in the incident of Bo City. It was the head priest and great deacon Hu Jin's work, Blue Bat informed him. Work? Mo Fan's smile turned even icier. Yeah, my 3 seniors each have an impressive portfolio. People know who they are at the mention of their work, unlike me. Even though I killed the Cold Prince, it was you who took all the merits. I have yet to do something where I can make a name for myself, so the Eris Sacred Institute will be my final project before I graduate. The Eris Sacred Institute is none of your concern. Why do you have to interfere with my business? Blue Bat complained plaintively, pausing briefly to observe Mo Fan's reaction. She had obviously noticed Mo Fan was about to lose his temper. Bo City was his reverse scale. Most people still had no idea who was responsible for the tragedy of Bo City. Bo City was only a small city. Destroying it did not bring Salin any benefits, since she was usually responsible for incidents at the scale of a calamity like the one that had occurred at the ancient capital. Bow City was only a testing ground for the real calamity in the ancient capital. However, Salon was not in charge of the test. Head Priest Wu Ku had been. Mo Fan, how about this? If you promise me not to interfere with my business with the Era Sacred Institute, I can swear an oath with my soul that I won't trouble your country for the next 10 years. My work must be perfect to be approved by Master Blue, but teased a negotiation at him. You will have plenty of time to negotiate once you are in hell. Mo Fan started emitting a black gas. It did not appear like a mist, but more like the steam from an engine. The elder of the Shadow tribe, carrying chains from hell, slowly appeared from the black steam. It glared at Blue Bat and Wu Ku, as if they were priorities on its wanted list. Do you really have to interfere with my business? Blue Bat's expression darkened when she saw Mo Fan was not planning to waste any more time. Don't you think you can negotiate with me just because we have talked a little before? Your petty acting is like a centipede which isn't going to feast on humans for the moment. It's disgusting. The black steam Mo Fan was emitting thickened. Blue Bat's expression grew even darker. She was a completely different person compared to when she was wearing a smile. The look in her eyes alone was brimming with evil, not to mention the cheerful fake smile she had been wearing most of the time. Only those who had lost their mind would have such a strange expression. None of the people in the Black Vatican were normal. Blue Bat might disguise herself as an approachable woman at first, but she had the same expression when she was skinning her victims and drinking their blood. Her emotions had already gone haywire. If she was smiling when she was killing people, she could no longer be considered a human. What was the point of negotiating with a person like her? Are you going to fool around with him here? Wu Ku asked her. Just for a while, you may leave first, Blue Bat replied. Just make sure everything is fine. Wu Ku obviously did not want to stick around. He's going to ruin our plan if we don't take care of him, Blue Bat warned him. But make sure you capture him alive. I think the Red Cardinal will like it. I can't give you my promise. Chapter 2244. The Evil Monk Executioners. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Spider-Scorpion Formation. Blue Bat ordered coldly. The 6 monks immediately spread out in a strange formation. They were crawling up on the pipes and chimney flues like spiders and scorpions instead of walking on their feet. They had all 4 limbs on the surfaces, and were surprisingly quick when they were crawling. Mo Fan might even have assumed they were spiders and scorpions under their kasayas if he could not see their faces. These people were like mags, yet their auras were different from the usual auras of mags. If Mo Fan had to describe them as something, he believed dark beast monsters was the most appropriate. Dark beast monsters disguised as humans. The 6 monks spread in different directions around Mo Fan, linked by dark green strings. The strings wove rapidly around Mo Fan as they kept changing positions. Mo Fan tried to relocate himself too, but the 6 monks followed him as a group. The strange strings soon surrounded him. Mo Fan tried burning the strings with his flames, but they were surprisingly tough. He could only destroy the strings by refining his flames. However, even if he spent some time focusing his flames, he was slower at destroying the strings than the monks were at forming them. The underground factory was soon filled with strings. It looked like the place was crawling with a few hundred enormous spiders that had entrapped their prey. A bunch of monsters, Mo Fan snarled. The strings were obviously resistant to elemental magic. If Mo Fan did not focus on destroying the strings, he would be assaulted by the 6 monks. Mo Fan tried attacking the monks to stop them from constructing the formation, but they were oddly quick as they maintained a safe distance from him. They were like a bunch of annoying flies Mo Fan was struggling to drive away. Scorpion Strike! Blue Bat ordered, acting as the mastermind behind the 6 monks. Mo Fan was completely surrounded by the strings now. Some were as thick as pieces of cloth a few hundred meters long. They dangled above the ground and hung horizontally in front of him, covering up the monks' movements. The evil monks were able to crawl on the strings without making a sound, and were a lot quicker when crawling on them. Not only was Mo Fan's vision hindered by the strings, his movements were restricted. It was like he had gone into the cave of the silken web in Journey to the West. The evil monk's arms also bore black gauntlets with segments that resembled the tail of a scorpion. When the first one swung his arms, a terrifying flicker swept at Mo Fan's throat. The sharp scorpion tails were not showing him any mercy. Mo Fan quickly jumped away and split into 6 shadow sparrows flying in different directions inside the surrounding strings. He was in a very bad position. Not only was his vision hindered, he was surrounded by his enemies. He could not even tell if his enemies were within 10 meters of him. The scorpion tail struck with another icy flash, hitting a shadow sparrow on the back. The shadow sparrow puffed and dispersed in a cloud of thick black smoke. It was only a decoy. The same sound came from other directions, as the remaining shadow sparrows were taken down by the other monks. Their movements were in sync even when they were scattered across the area. It was difficult for Mo Fan to do anything. Mo Fan had not moved at all. All 6 shadow sparrows were mere decoys. He was only testing if he could escape from the strange formation with his shadow element. However, judging from how quickly the shadow sparrows had fallen, he knew the evil monks would intercept him before he flew 200 meters. The venomous scorpion tails were not the biggest problem. Mo Fan could not even figure out where the evil monks were. These things that looked like mags were more mysterious than the demon creatures he had encountered. He knew they were nearby, yet his magic was having a hard time locating them. They would just disappear amid the strings with a single step. It was like a fight between martial artists in a workshop of dyes where pieces of cloth were hung up to dry. They would suddenly appear from the cloth behind him and ambush him. I wonder if this will work. Mo Fan closed his eyes and established the domain of his earth element. Stardust! He was making sure his enemies could not ambush him by defending himself with the energy of the domain, but it was not his true goal. Mo Fan's defense was nowhere near as sturdy as Zhao Manyan's. His stardust required a continuous intake of energy to replenish the barrier. It was not very effective if the 6 evil monks were not attacking him with magic. Elemental accumulation. Mo Fan dodged a surprise attack from behind. He quickly gathered his magic around the figure that had attacked him. Elemental seal. It was indeed the same technique Nelson had demonstrated in his class. Nelson might be scum, but his technique was oddly useful in certain situations. Mo Fan closed his eyes, sensing the density of the earth magic around him. He noticed the evil monk backing over 100 meters away after the attack. It silently crawled up to a pipe above him. Mo Fan was able to detect a glowing outline of his enemies through the density of his earth magic. He could roughly see the evil monk hanging above him. However, the evil monk that was tagged did not attack Mo Fan right away. It was watching Mo Fan as closely as a spider. It was waiting for the other 5 monks to attack Mo Fan so it could deliver the killing blow at the right time. Mo Fan grinned. I can see you now. Just wait up there. I'll deal with you after I've tagged your friends too. Mo Fan had to wait for the evil monks to attack him before he could tag them with his earth magic. He did not take out the evil monk above him, since he did not want the rest to notice he was able to see them now. He would lay low for now by pretending he was unable to attack them back. He was roaming around aimlessly like a blind man in the maze of strings. 2nd seal. 3rd seal. 4th seal, and 5th seal. There was only one left. He wondered when it was going to attack him. Chapter 2245. Camper. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The stardust floated down to Mo Fan's feet and formed a pair of fine boots. Mo Fan had stopped using his magic boots ages ago. He had never had the chance to upgrade his magic equipment since he was short on funds, but he recently discovered he could attach the stardust to his feet like a pair of high-quality magic boots, granting his feet enormous strength. When he stepped forward with his left foot, a great impact deformed the ground, shattering the wet rocks under his foot before propelling him to the side like an arrow, evading the scorpion tails lashing at him from 3 different directions. How strange, aren't they at least 200 meters away from me? Fan nailed his feet to a chimney, hanging sideways on the wall. The 3 attacks were obviously from 3 different evil monks, but the 5 evil monks he had tagged were on the other side. Shouldn't there only be 1 evil monk he had yet to tag? Did they see through my trick? Fan wondered. That's not possible, they shouldn't know I've marked them, he muttered. Damn it, I almost fell for it. There are more than 6 of them. Fan heard a strange noise from the chimney just as he arrived at that conclusion. Pa! A huge scorpion tail smashed through the inside of the chimney and stabbed straight at Fan's chest. Fan could not react in time. He forcibly turned in the air to dodge the attack, but lost his balance and started falling from the chimney because of it. The chimney was a few dozen meters high. As Fan was falling with the debris, several figures sprang at him simultaneously and attacked him with their spider claws before he could regain his balance. Their claws were several meters long, another transformation of the gauntlets that the evil monks had. They were oddly sharp, and ordinary magic equipment had no chance of stopping them. The gauntlets were a type of death strike magic equipment. Fan's stardust had not accumulated enough energy to defend him from the claws. He quickly constructed a space star constellation. Blink! It felt like a few spiders were fighting over food in midair. They were going to tear Fan into pieces in the blink of an eye. Fan fell into a silver polygon before the claws struck him and disappeared into it. Fan fell onto some jars a few hundred meters away. The evil monks who were in the air turned around. They did not understand how Fan had moved from one spot to the other. Fan clambered back to his feet and looked at the chimney. He cursed under his breath while tagging the 5 evil monks who had attacked him. There are 11 of them. Fan had only seen 6 evil monks at first, so he had focused on tracking down the 6 evil monks after they surrounded him in the formation. He only realized there were more than 6 of them after he began marking them with his elemental magic. In other words, there were only 6 evil monks when they were preparing the formation. Once the area was covered with strings, 5 more evil monks had emerged from cover. They had backed away after their attacks with great speed so Fan would think there were still only 6 of them. It turned out Nelson's technique of marking the enemies with elemental magic was more useful than it seemed. Not only was Fan able to track down his enemies in complicated terrain, he could also confirm their numbers to prevent himself from being ambushed. Fan had marked 11 enemies, yet he was still not sure if there were even more of them. The evil monks were using magic equipment, thus the circle of crystal teeth did not have a lot of shards, and it was unlikely he could rely on the stardust to defend himself. Besides, being defensive was not Fan's style either. He had only taken a defensive stance first so he could study his enemies. Fan started repositioning himself. When he went back to his initial spot, he noticed the monk that was hanging above him was still in the same spot. It had only moved a little. It's waiting for an opportunity. Fan grinned. The evil monk had not moved because it did not want Fan to notice it. It would strike when the evil monks drove Fan back to this spot, trying to take him out with a deadly blow. I'll deal with you first. Fan threw a punch above himself. The flame spread like a swamp, a fiery serpent emerged from it and soared into the air. The evil monk was sporting a sinister grin as it waited for Fan to fall into the trap. To its surprise, it was greeted by a ferocious burning serpent coming right at it. The serpent had already rammed its head into the creature by the time it tried to scuttle away. It was slammed back into the solid ceiling above it. Bang! The blast blew a crater open and filled it with flames. The evil monk quickly turned into charcoal after it was smashed into the hole. It still did not understand how Fan knew where it was as it died. Even if Fan had eyes above its head, the strings would still block his sight. King Camper. Fan cursed. And do you think I don't know you are hiding under the ground? If you like the ground so much, you can stay in it forever. Fan suddenly slammed his palm on the ground. Rocks erupted in the shape of a circle, followed by strong vibrations deeper in the ground. The rocks in the area were condensing rapidly. The soil hardened with a higher density and loosened with a lower density. The evil monk was hiding in loose soil, allowing it to move around freely, like a scorpion under the ground. Mo Fan compressed the soil with earth wave, filling up the gaps between the sand to harden the ground. The evil monk was crushed to death before it had time to burst out of the ground. Its remains were stuck between the rocks. He had even saved it the cost of a funeral.
Trying to ambush me from behind? Why don't you look around first?
Mo Fan turned around and saw an icy flicker approaching. Mo Fan had also spread the aura of his dark vein out as he was marking his enemies. The evil monk assumed Mo Fan was trying to trick it, and completely ignored his warning. However, a black arm wrapped around its neck and clenched tightly even as it approached Mo Fan. The grip was so strong that it suffocated instantly. The evil monk struggled fiercely to break free from the grip, but an icy dagger stabbed deeply into its right eye. Chapter 2246. If You're Really Students. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The evil monk whose right eye had been pierced shrieked in pain. They were specifically trained by the Black Vatican to kill, so they were already numb to pain, but the Shadow Demon's strike was so brutal and painful that it fainted right away. The Shadow Demon wrapped its long arm around the monk's neck and strangled it to death after it lost consciousness.
Holy crap, who taught you that? Shouldn't you give it some face?
Mo Fan grumbled after witnessing the monk's death.
Couldn't the shade just slice its throat and give it a quick death?
Why did it have to strangle the evil monk to death with its arm? The monk struggled so fiercely, but the shade had knocked the monk unconscious first before strangling it to death. Mo Fan had never seen a shadow demon with such a twisted personality. Shadow demons were darkness creatures that appeared after the dark material had absorbed a victim's energy. They were the creatures from the dark plane most frequently summoned by a black mage. Most shadow demons had their own ways of killing. Slicing a victim's throat was the most common way. Stabbing in the heart was quite common too, but a few arrogant shadow demons had certain preferences when it came to killing their prey. However, those arrogant shadow demons were usually close to evolving to their next form. Once they mastered different killing techniques, it would not be long until they evolved into an elder of the Shadow Tribe. So far, Mo Fan had not seen any of the elders of the Shadow Tribe killing their prey with the same techniques. The rest of the evil monks stopped attacking after Mo Fan took out 3 of them. The creatures were obviously intelligent, and realized that Mo Fan was able to sense where they were hiding. They would only end up like their dead comrades if they kept attacking recklessly. Do you think I can't find you after you stop attacking? Mo Fan had already marked 11 of the monks. He could sense their whereabouts perfectly. Giant shadow spikes. Mo Fan waved his hand and fired the upgraded version of the shadow spikes at the creature that had tried to ambush him from behind the chimney. The chimney had smoke coming out of it. Mo Fan simply ignited it and set the chimney on fire. The evil monk was nailed to the chimney. Flames started rising under its feet, like it was waiting for a death sentence after being nailed to a wooden post. It could only beg the flames to burn a little slower or grant it a quick death.
Didn't you guys want to dismember me?
I shall give you the same treatment. Mo Fan stared at the monks that had shown up later. A woo! The flying creek snow wolf suddenly lunged forward out of nowhere and bit a monk that was hiding behind the jars. The wolf was not in a rush to snap the monk's neck. He sprinted along while dragging the evil monk with him and stomped onto the back of another monk, knocking it into the junkyard that was now in flames. The wolf broke the first monk's neck and dug his claws into its body. Its blood and flesh soon scattered through the air. The flying creek snow wolf was very excited, as it had been a long time since Mo Fan summoned him to fight on his behalf. He showed the evil monks no mercy. The evil monks were taken out one by one. Blue Bat remained at the side throughout the fight. Her subordinates were as worthless as a pack of wild dogs to her. She did not think it was a pity to lose them. The evil monks were not strong individually, but they were a nuisance when they had the number advantage. Unfortunately, they were not much of a threat to Mo Fan. It was a one-sided fight after Mo Fan saw through their trick. The 6th Mound. Zhao Manyang felt like he was a qualified engineer after he managed to fix the path across the river. He managed to find the source of the river through the complicated terrain. We have to go. Mo Fan must have come into contact with people of the Black Vatican by now, Mu Bai said urgently. Mu Bai had placed a few flea-like insects on Mo Fan before he left. Most of them had died when Mo Fan took the teleportation portal, but the last one had died not long ago, conveying the impression that Mo Fan was involved in a fight. I know that too, but we have to find our way to the 7th mound first, because of the stupid design of these mounds. Zhao Manyang swore. They followed the path and found their way to the 7th mound. The 7th mound was located near a dam. The water in the dam was about to spill over due to the recent heavy downpours. They found a group of soaked students on the dam, resting under a little booth. They seemed injured. They must be the students who lost their way, Zhao Manyang murmured. Let's go and ask them, Mu Bai nodded. The two ran to the booth. The rain was getting heavier. The mountains were getting chillier too, making them feel uncomfortable. Students, have you seen any outsiders in the mountains? Mu Bai asked them. Are you a teacher? Didn't you come to rescue us? Why are you asking us such a strange question? One of the students answered. We have something more important to attend to. By the way, where is your teacher? Mu Bai asked. We don't know. We were separated. It's only us here. Aren't you the guest lecturers from China? Didn't you come to bring us back to school? Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang were getting headaches. These students only wanted to go back to the Era's Sacred Institute. They were not going to learn anything useful from them. However, it seemed like they had not encountered the Black Vatican. The 7th mound should be safe now, since they had repaired the path. The people of the Era's Sacred Institute would soon come and escort the students back to school. We have to go to the 8th mound for something important. Just keep an eye on the surroundings and don't go around alone, Mu Bai warned them. Don't go, our teacher is already missing. It's dangerous for us to stay here, a tall student spoke up. It's fine, you are safe here. We are really in a hurry. What is more important than our lives? Aren't you teachers? Mu Bai frowned. He was already tired of looking after these students, yet their teacher was not with them? So why are you keeping us here? Zhao Manyang went up to the tall student watching them coldly. I was hoping you could protect us, the student stated uncertainly. Is that so? I don't mind protecting you, if you are really students, Zhao Manyang said agreeably. Mu Bai glanced at Zhao Manyang in surprise. They are not students. What are they, then? Chapter 2247. Venomous Insect Shamans. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What are you talking about? The tall student began to panic. Humph, Hansen is already compromised. He has already given me the names of his associates. There's no point in putting up a disguise any further. Zhao Manyang sneered. The tall student's expression changed instantly. Hansen was compromised? Didn't he do a good job with his cover? He was staying close to Sanchar. He was supposed to be the last person among them to blow his cover. However, the guy had mentioned Hansen's name right away. It meant he knew everything. We don't know what you are talking about, the tall student took a step back with a fake smile. Perhaps you are tired of living. His eyes suddenly emitted a ghastly light, like a ghost. He had a huge build already, but his body continued to expand after his eyes started glowing. His muscles were wriggling like there were bugs under his skin. The wriggling bugs were enlarging his body. Green ooze poured out of the student's body as 10 huge maggots wrapped around him and turned him into a monster. Don't even bother using these petty tricks in front of your grandpa Zhao. Zhao Manyang scoffed at him. The glow in the student's eyes obviously belonged to curse or psychic magic. It was inflicting fear on Zhao Manyang, trying to make him hallucinate. There was no way a living human could turn into a monster crawling with bugs in an instant. He was not the F*** King Hulk. The monster let out a cry. Centipedes, spiders, scorpions, and poisonous maggots came out of his throat and flew at Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai like a sandstorm. Zhao Manyang chuckled. Trying to trick us with an illusion? It was just a breath attack at most. Even if the student did turn into a monster, how could there be so many venomous insects in his body? Zhao Manyang casually cast a defensive spell. He totally assumed the student was tricking them with an illusion. The centipedes were as long as human arms, the spiders were as big as human heads, and the maggots were half a meter long. They fell upon Zhao Manyang in great numbers. Zhao Manyang was like a retard standing on a deck. Not only was he soaked from the splashes of the waves, he was soon going to be buried by the rolling waves. Mu Bai was shocked when he saw what was going on with Zhao Manyang. Those insects are real. In other words, the tall student was not using an illusion. He had turned into a monster for real. Mu Bai had no idea what kind of magic the student was using, but there were indeed ways to turn into a monster. He took a step back cautiously. The rest of the students did not run after they saw the tall student turning into a monster. They were obviously on its side. The uniforms that 3 of the students were wearing burst open as different insects began emerging from their pores. The tan body of one of the female students was crawling with beetles. It looked like a bunch of savage beetles were eating her flesh. The beetles were only thumb-sized, but their numbers were so great that they were crawling on one another's shells. They had no idea how many layers the beetles had stacked up into. They seemed to be moving around randomly, yet they were crawling in the same direction as the female student. A wriggling insect monster and a beetle monster. Mu Bai was sure that these people were using poison magic. However, it would take a person's entire life to raise enough venomous insects to cover them up and turn them into a monster. They even had to feed the insects with their own flesh, so they would be compatible with them. That being said, the strange magic was not a symbol of the Black Vatican, but of the venomous insect shamans, which were quite common in the Andes Mountains. The Andes Mountains had the safest insects in the world. Mags had been using them to turn themselves into venomous insect shamans for several centuries. The infamous shamans in Peru were of the same tradition as these venomous insect shamans. Mu Bai glanced at Zhao Manyang as he crawled to his feet after being fed a banquet of seafood. His whole body was swelling up from being stung by the insects. His eyelids were so swollen that he looked like Ultraman. Mu Bai let out a sigh. Zhao Manyang had learned a great lesson from being ignorant. He should have realized those people were a bunch of venomous insect shamans when he saw their bodies were covered in insects. Their sweat pores could attract venomous mosquitoes. Their saliva contained the eggs of insects. Their flesh was a breeding ground for the bugs. Old Zhao, keep going forward and make your way to the 8th mound. I'll handle these venomous insect shamans, Mu Bai told him. Mu Bai had experimented a lot on insects. He always wanted to meet a venomous insect shaman in the Andes Mountains. He was fine with fighting a venomous insect shaman if he could not befriend one. Take care of yourself. Have you been keeping a journal lately? Why don't you tell me where I can find it before we split up? Zhao Manyang managed to reply. Just go. Oh. Zhao Manyang tried his best to keep his eyes open. His eyes were so swollen that he could only see straight ahead. He wondered if rubbing the stings with a boiled egg was going to help. It would be tricky to look for the 8th mound under his circumstances. Zhao Manyang looked behind him with a worried expression after running 100 meters away from the dam. Those students were obviously members of the Black Vatican. They had pretended to go on an excursion to destroy the path between the 6th and 7th mounds. They were guarding the 7th mound to stop people from going to the 9th mound. The Black Vatican was clearly up to something. Luckily, he had been smart enough to trick the students into exposing themselves. The truth was, he had not known for sure that the students were hiding something. It was impossible to identify a member of the Black Vatican unless they took their masks off themselves. Zhao Manyang quickly came up with the idea of claiming Hansen, who had disguised himself as Sancha's bodyguard, was compromised. Hansen was stronger than most of the students in the school. Zhao Manyang guessed he might be leading the spies in the school. He just had to give it a try to find out the answer. Zhao Manyang was quite pleased with himself. He had been getting smarter lately. A deafening roar shook the woods while Zhao Manyang was still immersed in self-admiration. He saw a giant creature rising from the water. The creature was an insect too, yet it was as imperious as a dragon and as menacing as a snake. The bulging wings on its back were made of sharp scales. It looked like a futuristic battleship when it spread its wings. Its horns, wings, and bones were intimidating to look at. Anyone would feel like they were suffocating under its pressure. Holy crap, what a powerful monster! Mu Bai, please don't die, Zhao Manyang gasped. Hang on. Why is the creature attacking the members of the Black Vatican? Seriously? Is it Mu Bai's pet? That's F*** King insane. Chapter 2248. It's all a misunderstanding. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Since Mu Bai had summoned the ruler-level insect he had raised, Zhao Manyang believed the fight would only last for a few minutes. Zhao Manyang put on a suit of concealing armor as he made his way to the 8th mound. It was not very useful in fights, but it could help him avoid demon creatures when he was in their territory. Most demon creatures were carnivores. They would attack humans at first sight, and those with a sharp sense of smell could pick up a human scent from several kilometers away. It was unlikely that human mags who ventured too deep into the woods would leave in one piece. This expensive magic equipment was useful in situations like this, like an invisible hack. Zhao Manyang did not have to worry about attracting demon creatures as he ventured deep into their territories. They would only treat him like a common hare in the woods, which they would not bother wasting their time on. Zhao Manyang kept hearing roars of demon creatures between the 7th and 8th mounds. He was not as strong as Mo Fan, and could not just clear a path with force. He would find himself at a standstill if he was surrounded by demon creatures. Strange, where is the mound? It's supposed to be here, but why is there nothing but a muddy swamp? These mud statues look very real, but why are they in such weird postures? So it's here, I was almost buried alive under the mud. Why did they build the 8th mound in a pit? Zhao Manyang looked around and discovered a structure in the mud pit. It had almost blended in with the surroundings. He was merely following the guidance of the green stones. He was about to set out for the 9th mound when a filthy man crawled out of a half-collapsed structure. The man was wearing a kasaya. He smelled like mud, too. Brother, what happened here? Are you all right? Zhao Manyang quickly went over and helped the man up. I'm fine. The man was a little alert, yet pretended to be grateful. Someone is trying to break through the 7th mound, so Hansen told me to deliver a message, but I didn't find anyone here. I was about to go to the 9th mound, Zhao Manyang told the man. I'm not sure what happened here either. I'm just a little deacon, the monk answered. That's a little troublesome, Zhao Manyang wiped off the rain on his face. His expression suddenly changed, a little deacon will do. Zhao Manyang suddenly slammed his right fist into his left palm. A brown light burst out of his hands and spread rapidly into their surroundings. The brown light swept across the mud nearby. A huge boulder with jagged edges emerged from the swamp. It was as heavy and thick as a bridge pier. More bridge piers emerged from the swamp and surrounded the area like a wrestling ring. The monk was trapped in the ring together with Zhao Manyang, who had a grin on his face. He really was getting smarter. He was able to expose a deacon of the Black Vatican so easily. A deacon status was quite high in the Black Vatican. Even though they were after the evil herbalist, it was likely that the deacon might know where the evil herbalist was. Brother, what are you doing? I didn't do anything to you, the monk protested with a confused face. I'm just building a shelter from the rain. Don't take it seriously, Zhao Manyang replied lightly. A shelter from the rain? The monk felt an urge to spit on Zhao Manyang's face. The ring was completely enclosed. There was no gap for even sunlight to pass through. On top of that, the ring was slowly shrinking. It was obvious that only one of them could leave the ring alive. Brother, you should think twice about this. I'm just a pilgrim. I'm not a fan of killing and fighting. I don't care which faction you are from. Let's just treat it as a simple meet and greet, the monk offered quickly. Why are you so oily-mouthed as a monk? Isn't your job delivering all living creatures from suffering? Zhao Manyang scolded him. Are you saying I don't have work ethics? After what happened last time, I went to Potala Palace and prayed for every life that was lost. I've already prayed 34,670 times, the monk said righteously. The monk purposely took off his hood to reveal his forehead and face. He was surprisingly tanned. There were obvious scars on his forehead, which looked like his third eye. After what happened? What do you mean? Zhao Manyang asked. Bo City. I prayed the same times as the number of casualties. How can you say I have no virtue? It's rare to find a considerate monk like me, the monk Wuku stated proudly. F***K me. Zhao Manyang yelled. What the heck? Wasn't he just a little deacon? How is he even related to Bo City? Wasn't Bo City Mo Fan's hometown? There were a lot of casualties during the calamity, but Zhao Manyang had no idea of the exact number. How could this monk know the number by heart? Who? Who are you? Zhao Manyang demanded. Why are you trapping me here if you don't know who I am? Wuku's eyes widened. Wuku thought the man already knew he was a head priest in the Black Vatican, and that was why he had trapped him in the ring. Wuku even panicked a little. He had thought Zhao Manyang was an authority of the Holy Judgment Court, or one of the angels of the sacred city. It turned out to be a false alarm. You told me you were only a little deacon, so I was planning to take you down in return for some prize money. Zhao Manyang replied quickly. I was lying to you when I found out you weren't telling the truth. It seems there's a little misunderstanding between us, Wuku answered. Yeah, it's a misunderstanding. Zhao Manyang felt his head hurting. The guy was not just a little deacon. He was actually someone important in the Black Vatican, based on what he knew about Bo City. Zhao Manyang was well aware of his own strength. It was impossible for him to take on a core member of the Black Vatican, since he was just a defensive mage. Actually, I don't like killing and fighting either. Zhao Manyang lost his confidence. The monk was a little too strong for him. He had no chance of defeating him. He had to drag the fight out until Mo Fan or Mu Bai came along. So why don't we part ways without any hard feelings? I can tell you have a bright future ahead based on your looks. You shouldn't be risking your life on a petty monk like me, right? Wuku proposed. Wuku was also unsure of Zhao Manyang's strength, and he was not a great fighter. He just had some tricks to preserve his life. Mo Fan's sudden appearance had disrupted their plans. Wuku had decided to run away on his own to protect his cover. He did not expect to stumble into a guy and get trapped in a ring as soon as he left the underground. Chapter 2249. Convincing the head priest to do good. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Sir, it's not like I don't want to part ways, but this ring is pretty disgusting. Only one of us is allowed to leave it, Zhao Manyang admitted in a helpless manner. Great, the guy doesn't want to fight either. It was very rare to meet an evil person who did not want to fight him. If Zhao Manyang did not find the monk incompatible because he was a member of the Black Vatican, he might even consider having a few drinks with him. Speaking of which, was the monk telling the truth? The things he said about Bo City? He had never heard of Salon having a monk under her. Your ring doesn't last forever, right? Wuku inquired. It will disappear on its own after 2 hours, Zhao Manyang apologized. Then let's talk for 2 hours. It's been a while since I have had a pleasant conversation with anyone. I find you quite approachable too. I won't feel bored talking to you for a time, Wuku offered. Yeah, sure. I'm not confident enough to beat you, and you aren't a fan of fighting either. Why don't we talk nicely? Perhaps I can convince you to do good. After all, there is salvation in repentance. Sir, you should turn yourself in when you still can instead of obstinately persisting in doing things the wrong way. You might be able to accumulate some merit for your next life. Zhao Manyang nodded. Cough cough, mister, why are you stealing my words? However, you aren't wrong to say it from your perspective, Wu Ku agreed. You think so, too? We should live with a clear conscience. Look at the lives you have taken. How can you sleep peacefully? If you can, you won't have to walk all the way to Lhasa and knock your head on the ground until you have those scars on your forehead. Zhao Manyang leaned back against the wall of the ring. The wrestling ring of rocks was one of Zhao Manyang's trump cards. He only used it because he did not want the man to escape, but he did not expect that he would end up fighting a life-and-death duel with the monk. Zhao Manyang had sensed a powerful aura from Wu Ku when he was about to make his move previously. The monk seemed to be answering his questions calmly, yet he was on alert and ready to kill Zhao Manyang at all times. Zhao Manyang knew the monk was stronger than him. If a fight did break out, he would end up dead. Wu Ku seemed to realize Zhao Manyang was a defensive mage. Unless Zhao Manyang was reckless enough to attack him, he would have trouble breaking through Zhao Manyang's defenses, even if he expended all his energy. Wu Ku was pretty much trapped inside the ring with a turtle. He could just slice the turtle's head off, but if it insisted on hiding in its shell, he would have no chance of breaking the shell, even if he smashed it until his hand was broken. If they already knew the outcome of the battle, why would they bother wasting their energy? Magic was not the only way to defeat an enemy. As the head priest of the Black Vatican, his main role was to spread the Black Vatican's teachings and corrupt people's minds. Was this guy seriously trying to convince him to do good? Does this guy believe he can convince me to join the Black Vatican instead in less than an hour? Zhao Manyang was thinking in return. The monk could tell this guy was more of an emotional person. He could start from his close ones. Human flesh can only last for 100 years at most, but a soul exists forever. Have you ever thought of the possibility that humans are actually trapped in their flesh? Billions of people are trapped in their flesh in this world. Wu Ku began his teachings. I can think of this world as a virtual world. The real us are actually playing a game or fighting a dungeon in these bodies. Is that what you are saying? Zhao Manyang said. Exactly, you are very wise. The truth is, Master Salin is only trying to free the people of this world from their cages, so they can achieve real freedom, Wu Ku preached. Is this how you justify yourself? Zhao Manyang smirked. No, it's real. If you are a sincere believer and devoted to our church, you can see the real you instead of your physical body. Our world is just one cage inside another. The bonds from our family, work, school. Think about it, a prisoner who has forgotten about the outside world might think they belong in the cage, but they will only realize what they want when they are truly free. Wu Ku pontificated. So the people who died should thank you for freeing them. Zhao Manyang said. They don't have to thank us, as we are family in the afterworld. Our efforts are worth it if we can free our brothers and sisters from their cages. Wu Ku said piously. Do you have a brochure or something for me to refer to? I'm struggling to understand what you are telling me all at once, Zhao Manyang went on. We don't have a brochure. It might be hard to digest. I can explain it to you in a different way. Brother, you have a family, right? If I read your face and palm correctly, you must have a brother. Your father, something bad must have happened to him, Wu Ku said. Say, aren't you a monk? Since when did you become a fortune teller? And how are you so accurate? Zhao Manyang blurted out in surprise. Monks do fortune telling too. Since you have a brother, there's a strong bond by blood between you two, since he's part of your family. Therefore, you are willing to do a lot of things for him without any reason, Wu Ku said. I had sex with my brother's fiancée recently, Zhao Manyang admitted calmly. Wu Ku was stunned. How reckless were young people nowadays? How could he lay his hands on his sister-in-law? Let's talk about your father. I believe your father is the person whom you respect the most, Wu Ku quickly switched the topic. I last met my father in the hospital. He passed away because I removed his oxygen mask. Zhao Manyang cut him off. Wuku immediately swallowed the words he had just come up with. Killing his father and hooking up with his sister-in-law. Yet the man was trying to convince him to do good. He just needed to give the man a form to fill in his name, and he would already be qualified as a member of the Black Vatican in 2 hours. What I was trying to say is, your family is only bound to you by flesh, yet you are obliged to respect and treat them kindly. What about the others in the Black Vatican who will forever be your family after death? Shouldn't you treat them better? Your situation is a little unique. You might have crossed the line with your family in your current life, so you shouldn't treat your brothers and sisters in the next life the same way. It's not too late for you to repent. There is salvation in repentance, young man. Wuku berated him. Speaking of which, I have something to ask you. My brother and I are enemies of life and death now. It's either he dies, or I die. However, if I kill him, my mother will be overwhelmed by grief. After all, she's the only family member I have. It doesn't matter what my brother did to me, if I kill him, I'm responsible for taking his life. My mother might follow my father's path when she finds out about it. Do you think I should kill my brother or not? Zhao Manyang asked sincerely. Why is your family so complicated? That's a really tough question. Please give me some time to think about it, Wuku answered, scratching his bald head. Chapter 2250. Wily Old Fox. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It's not that complicated. My brother did something wrong to me, so I can no longer treat him as my brother. If I don't kill him, he will do everything to kill me, Zhao Manyang informed the monk. If I was your brother, I'd also do everything to kill you after what you did, Wuku said. It's not what you think it is. It's true love between my brother's fiancée and me, Zhao Manyang stated righteously. Do you hear what you are saying? Brother, I can't really give you good advice considering what I've done, but when it comes to the relationship between a man and a woman, as a dedicated believer of Buddhism, I must warn you about the consequences. You should have heard of the phrase, 3 knives and 6 holes, Wuku said delicately. Monk, you're surprisingly experienced, but I ain't Chan Ho Nam, Zhao Manyang chided him. TL note. Chan Ho Nam is a fictional character in Young and Dangerous. Chan Ho Nam did it under the influence of drugs, but you weren't. You didn't use force on her, either. You have completely abandoned your basic virtue as a family member for your own pleasure. Forget it, I'm not going to convince you to join us. You might lay your hands on our brothers and sisters too. Wuku placed his palms together and murmured, Amitabha, repeatedly under his breath. Zhao Manyang blushed angrily. Why did no one believe in him? He and Sancha were compatible soulmates. He resonated greatly with her interests, hobbies, and even the tiniest things. Why couldn't they be together? Let's not stray from the topic. Aren't you supposed to give me guidance if you are a monk? Tell me, should I kill my brother, or should I spare his life and continue living like a fugitive? Zhao Manyang demanded. Wuku rubbed his sleeves and answered, from your perspective, if you insist on stealing your brother's lover, you should get rid of your brother, too. It's in line with our teachings in the Black Vatican too, every man for himself. Didn't you say the Black Vatican's mission is to free people? Zhao Manyang pointed out. We are discussing your family now. Don't be distracted, Wuku rebuked him. Actually, I've never told anyone these things. I'm not sure who I could discuss them with, Zhao Manyang smiled wryly. That's the nature of it. There are a lot of things we can't talk about to our close ones, since they might be worried. We can't tell our friends, either, as they won't be able to relate what they have been through to your situation. You can only share your vicissitudes of life with strangers. Why do you think people like visiting temples and burning joss sticks so much? Wuku exclaimed. Monk, I can tell you are an expert in this field. Why do you insist on sticking to the salvation plan when you don't even believe it yourself? Why don't you open a temple? I'll invest in you. You can just give people advice every day. It's better than being a head priest in the Black Vatican. You're not earning much from doing illegal stuff, Zhao Manyang suggested. If I had met you earlier, I might be satisfied being a little monk in a temple. I could do a little fortune-telling and listen to people's troubles, Wu Ku admitted. It's not too late now. You can save a lot of lives without doing anything. I can talk to Mo Fan and Mu Bai on your behalf too, so they can forgive what you did and let you be a proper monk, Zhao Manyang said. It's a little difficult, Wu Ku sighed and shook his head. Why is it difficult? Just listen to my advice and lay down your knife to repent and be absolved of your crimes, Zhao Manyang said. Fate has brought us together. I'll read some scriptures to help your soul find peace in a moment, Wu Ku said. Help my soul find peace? I'm not dead, Zhao Manyang grumbled. The rocks surrounding them turned into sand as soon as Zhao Manyang finished his sentence, blown away by the wind. Sand drifted in the rain as the ring collapsed. Two men dressed in dark red and blue raincoats stood beside Wu Ku. The men in raincoats were emitting an icy aura and glaring at Zhao Manyang as menacingly as leopards. My men are here. I'm afraid you won't be alive for long. That being said, I'm a man of my word, so I will still read the scriptures for you, Wu Ku smiled like a wily old fox. Bull donkey, how dare you set me up when I'm being honest with you? Zhao Manyang snarled. It's very simple to resolve your problems. If you die here, your mother won't be sad, and your brother will never know you have slept with his fiancée. He can still marry her happily and you will be able to serve your father in hell. Isn't it perfect? Wu Ku grinned like a mad monk. Zhao Manyang backed away nervously. Farewell, Wu Ku called out. He was only talking to Zhao Manyang to buy time until his men arrived to back him up. He was not that good at fighting. He would let his men handle the killing instead. Likewise, Zhao Manyang replied generously. Wu Ku did not understand what Zhao Manyang said. He thought Zhao Manyang was only saying that after accepting his fate when he suddenly sensed something deadly approaching from behind. Wu Ku quickly dodged to the side and used the man in a dark red raincoat as cover. The man in the dark red raincoat could not react in time, and the incoming lightning bolt blew a hole through his chest. His blood splattered across the ground. Asshole, the other guy yelled angrily. He turned around and glared at the young mage who was standing there soaked in the rain. You have no right to yell in front of me. Mo Fan switched to the shadow element. A black chain lunged at the man in the dark blue raincoat and wrapped around his neck. The hook at the end of the chain extended as the chain was pulled. The front of the chain was covered by black spikes, which penetrated the man's body without any resistance. His neck, chest, arms, and waist were impaled by the spikes, like a criminal undergoing trial. The hook was stuck into the man's body. Mo Fan whipped the chain and tossed the man to the side like he was just a piece of trash. I'm afraid you weren't the only one waiting for backup. I might not be able to kill you, but my brother can. Zhao Manyang grinned like a wily old fox too. They were both adults. They were not naive enough to think they could convince the other to change their beliefs in just a few sentences. They were also both waiting for backup. Zhao Manyang was extremely confident he could trap the head priest of the Black Vatican for 2 hours. Wu Ku began to panic. He could sense the demon inside Mo Fan was waking up,